HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening? It's a great day, man. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you.
Hold on a second, Sean.
What's going on?
I was plugged into the wrong hole here. I was fumbling around.
You're reaching down below the table and saying you're plugged into the wrong hole here.
Fumbling around like a virgin in his dad's Tahoe at Lookout Point. There we go. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, Sean.
6 o'clock and 33 seconds.
Let's go.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Yeah. Screw the Rockets. I'm done with them. They're dead to me.
You're done with them?
I'm done with them. I'd rather go watch high school basketball. If I'm going to watch 50% from the free throw line, yeah. Let's just.
Yeah, man.
I can watch any high school team miss 13 shots in a row. I can go do that. Shooting, Sean. A lot of people think, hey, fundamentals don't matter anymore. Shooting kind of matters.
Matters. Free throws.
This team can't shoot the basketball.
Yeah. As you can tell, the Rockets lost last night. I was going to say, if you're just waking up, if you're a Rockets fan and you're just waking up and you don't know the result of the game, you go to bed really early because this game started at 6.
If you went to bed when the Rockets had a 96-95 lead with a little under 9 minutes remaining,
yeah,
you're like, oh, these scrappy bunch of do-gooders.
They clawed their way back. They're up by 1.
These guys, they know exactly what they're doing in their dad's Tahoe.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they lose last night, the Rockets do. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? They give up 67 points in the first half. That was the first tell that maybe the strategy to rest everybody last night was not made. I agree with the strategy where they didn't play anybody against OKC. Got a much scrappier performance out of the others than they did out of the core group last night, at least in the first half. Second half, they buttoned some things down defensively. They couldn't shoot straight at all. They got down by 17 in the second half. Went on a 15-0 run at the end of the third quarter to cut it to 2. That was really cool. So now it's like, okay, now we got a game. And as Seth mentioned, they're up 96-95, 8:43 remaining. And then Alperen Sengun, who was the leading scorer last night for the Rockets, but he was whistled for back-to-back offensive fouls. So turnovers, offensive fouls, and then the Rockets, that was the catalyst for them missing 13 consecutive shots. And it was game over. The Pacers couldn't miss after that. They were making everything in sight.
We got to see – go ahead. We got to see a little – like once every decade we get excited about the prospects of a Twin Towers. Yeah, it'll be a throwback to the days of old when the Rockets were winning championships.
Yeah, man, Sengun and Stevie Adams out there together for a little bit. That was kind of fun.
Is Sengun and Stevie Adams quite the same as the Rockets' original version of the Twin Towers?
Not yet. Not yet.
Just give it time.
Got time. There'll be Samson and Olajuwon before you know it. Here was Ime Udoka. We'll just let Ime lay it out. How did he feel about last night's loss? 115-102, the final score, by the way.
The opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. And so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and, lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so, that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point-blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up 1 and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness from the start to avoid getting into that hole.
Yeah, that was and that was the worst version of Jalen Green last night. 4 of 13 from the. I have a hard time throwing shade at Jalen because he's the one guy that plays every game. Like he answers the bell. Jalen plays every game. 5 turnovers last night, and they were 5 old school James Harden type turnovers, like bouncing the ball off his teammates' legs in traffic and things like that. It was
it's in this special. They are after a night where they played.
Jalen and everybody else. That's what.
It just it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
It's got to be driving Udoka insane.
Yeah.
He's gotta be just absolutely sleepless at night because you try to figure out, okay, what do I get to these guys? What do I do to get to these guys and make them play like actual professionals?
Well, and they're getting worse as the teams that matter in the Western Conference are all starting to get better.
Yeah.
The Lakers, this Doncic trade is starting to click for them. We'll talk about Dallas in a second. Nothing's clicking there. The Nuggets are starting to play like the Nuggets a little bit again. OKC's just really good. Golden State's won, I think, 7 in a row now. Like Golden State, here they come after the Jimmy Butler trade. So it's not just that they're 5-11 in their last 16. It's March. You need to be playing your best basketball. We're seeing the worst version of the Rockets. The variable in all this is Fred VanVleet is injured again. So if he gets well and he gets back on the floor, maybe we start to see that Rockets team from the first half of the season. But yeah, it's disappointing, and yet still, like, if you had told me, I'll do the whole if you had told me before the season thing, like they'd be in 5th place with a fairly healthy lead over Golden State at 6.
Yeah.
Like I would have signed up without looking at the schedule and how you got here. I would have signed up for where they are. It's just so disturbing that they're playing such bad and uncompetitive basketball at times.
Now, but I'm more upset now than if they hadn't tantalized us at the beginning.
For sure.
I feel like a young man on the prairie and the turn of her ankle 3 years ago, and she keeps holding that out over me like, I just we'll get married someday. But remember that time that I showed you my ankle, and it was boy, that was tantalizing, wasn't it? And you just grow steadily more angry with her.
Fair analogy, except they were showing way more than ankle earlier in the season. Like they were
top, by 1800 standards.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe an ankle was a bit. I wasn't there. The ankle may have been a big deal back then.
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was. Dadgummit.
That's how you consarn it. I'm gonna tell you.
She was when she was trying to stay alive on the wagon train and needed a male protector. She was like, "How about this little bit of ankle?" Was that keep you around? Keep you and your 6-shooter by my side? Yeah. Then all of a sudden, once you build her the house on the prairie.
Yeah.
And she's growing plump on all the, I don't know what they planted back in the day. Soybeans? What? I don't know. And then she's not giving you a damn thing.
No more ankle. Sorry.
All dried up.
Ankle store's closed.
Not some cheap hussy.
That's right. So the Rockets lose last night. Hey, just be happy, though. You didn't have nearly as bad a day or month as the Dallas Mavericks have had. Kyrie Irving out for the season. This came down right as you and I were getting off the air yesterday, Seth, that we knew he had a knee injury. It was confirmed yesterday. Torn ACL. Can you imagine if on January 31st you went to bed and you're like, okay, we're 26-23. We're not having a great season, but we were in the NBA Finals last year. Our window's wide open. We have one of the top 5 players in the sport on our team. He hasn't been in Dallas. Like I want to give him credit. He's been good in Dallas, and I think he's been not nearly the loon that he's been in other places either. He's been a good citizen too. Not that he was ever a criminal or anything. He's just kind of crazy. He's kind of wackadoo. And then you wake up 2 days later and you have no Luka Doncic. You've traded for Anthony Davis. You wake up a few days after that. Anthony Davis is done for, let's face it, the season now. And now yesterday, Kyrie Irving, the last gleaming hope that you can do anything in the postseason, torn ACL. That's how you torpedo a franchise right there. I saw a video Nick Wright did about this yesterday, and I think he's spot on. He's like, this is the kind of stuff that franchises don't come back from.
Let's play that audio later. Let's grab it and play it later.
Yeah, I'll find it.
That's people. I love either giving people a dose of nostalgia or just angering them with Nick Wright's voice.
Yeah.
Yes. Nick is awesome at doing that.
He's very good.
He's very good at that, except that I feel like people will be 99% in favor of whatever
firmly
he said.
on his side on this one. Yeah.
Well, look, Sean. This is what you have to understand, okay. Sean. Mm-hmm. This is where the the casuals don't get it right. Look, the Dallas didn't trust that Doncic was going to be in it for the long haul, given how fat and drunk he is all the time. So they said, listen, we don't trust him in the long term, so we're going to go for the now. We're going to go for the short term. And let's see, the Lakers are currently the 5th favored team to win an NBA championship.
Yeah.
So, they're going for the now. Now they're screwed in the short term and the long term.
Are you looking at the odds? Sounds like you're looking
for Kyrie Irving's
what is it with Kyrie? What does it say? Where are they?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They were the 13th lowest to win the championship.
Now they're done. Now they may as well just try to get into the lottery. Well, I don't even
They'd be lucky to beat the Wizards, I'll tell you.
Yeah, they probably don't have their picks. In fact, I don't think they do. I think that's one of the things Nick said in his video. He's like, they don't. On top of all this, they don't have their picks for the next 4 years.
They're sucking for no good reason whatsoever. That's a shame. It's a shame. But you know what, though? You can't feel totally bad for the organization because they are jacking up their ticket prices next year.
Holy crap. Yeah, you saw 8.2%. Not insignificant. The Mavericks, that's the ultimate, right? We traded one of the best players in the world for a player who got hurt 30 minutes into his Mavericks debut.
Well,
and to be fair, they asked for the increase. They thrusted the ticket price increase on fans before the Kyrie torn ACL. It was only after the Doncic trade, Seth. It wasn't after both things.
Sean, you got to adjust for inflation, look, I'm no economist, but inflation was 2.9% last year.
Doesn't feel like
Feels like 8% is higher than 2.9%.
Let me take Yeah, it is. I just checked. Yeah.
When you're making bold moves like that, people are going to be beating down the doors to get in. Jack up those prices, Mavericks.
Let me check. Siri is 8.7% more than 2.9%.
Yes, it is, you dullard.
Siri. She's not answering. Oh, my God.
You gotta say, hey, Siri.
Oh, you got to say, hey. I just say Siri in my car, and she answers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got her
Maybe
trained,
I'm wrong.
Man. I got her trained, yeah.
Siri responds to my voice from multiple different devices.
Really? Yeah, because sometimes if you, literally my phone, sometimes if I say the word seriously or something like that, all of a sudden she'll go, what is it that you would like?
Oh, okay. So maybe I'm dead wrong on the hey part.
Could be. But anyways, I don't need her. I know, 8.7, more than 2.9. I'm good. Nick Wright is a douche, but he's not wrong. That's on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Nick, if you're listening, I didn't say that. It was a texter.
No, Nick a lot. You know why Nick is really good at what he does? It's that he always has very informed takes, and so it's very frustrating that even if you feel like he's dead wrong, you gotta sit and think about why he's dead wrong for a little bit. No doubt. It's easier to just get angry and call him an idiot. But when he's right, it sounds like the most brilliant stuff in the world. So just like any rocky relationship, you go back and forth between, that guy's all right, and oh my God, this is the dumbest guy in the world, and it keeps you hooked in.
You're absolutely right. That's why he's good at what he does, no doubt. All right, so Rockets lose last night, 115-102. Man, we got a lot of football to get to here. We are just days away from the start of free agency, Monday at noon, and we're going to have you covered all those next few days here on Sports Radio 610. Keep it tuned here. The wide receiver market just had a big new name added to it. And this guy likes C.J. Stroud.
Hey, Underdog is one of the leading
Live from the McCormick Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. Wide receiver market.
Wednesday already?
It's Wednesday.
Oh,
I got it right. Yes.
Yeah, good job.
2 out of 3 days.
It's the only thing I doubt you for.
Yeah.
It's the every other thing you tell me, I take it as the word of God. Sometimes when you're dead wrong, and I still respect you that much.
I was going to say maybe it's because I'm wearing a collared shirt today, but I got it wrong yesterday wearing a collared shirt, so I don't think that's what it is. I don't think it said I feel more adult or anything like that. So, yeah. I got it right, though. Give me a ding, Ben. Come on, give me something. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Do you my
thank you.
My desk did right now because I threw it against the wall after a Texans game this year. I can't remember which one it was.
I thought you were going to say because you've been getting so many things right lately, you've just been banging on that thing.
No, I was on a live stream, and I sarcastically dinged it like 27 times and then threw it against the wall. And I had to do a little ad hoc operation on it.
Now I know what I'm getting you.
Something good.
Getting you for Christmas, a brand new positive reinforcement bell for Seth Payne.
Awesome.
Yep. All right, wide receiver market is popping, and Devante Adams' name was added to the list yesterday. Released by the Jets. Shockingly, they couldn't find a home for his $38.9 million cap hit next year. The Jets. Yeah. Well, that's
$38.9 million?
That's the back end of these phony year contract. You know what I mean? Like these contracts get reported. You got 5 years, $168 million. And you're like, all right, he's going to see like 70 of that because there's no way. Hussies. Yeah, there's no way anybody's paying $38 million to a 32-year-old wide receiver. So now he's out there on the market. Devante Adams is. Here was Devante Adams within the last year or so talking about C.J. Stroud on the 2 Gs in a Pod podcast. He loves him some C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud is on
Stroud. That was somebody I was campaigning for coming out. So I was really, I won't say I was anti-rookie, but I was not, pro-rookie across the board. It wasn't just get somebody young, in here. It was really, that was the guy that I was. I've seen a couple of videos where they had asked him who he'd like to throw to coming in the league, and he said me. And I actually got to kick it with him at Michael Rubin's all-white party out there in the Hamptons, and we kicked it for probably literally 8 hours. And dude is solid. I've never been around a dude that young coming in that, that's that mature, other than probably Trey Tucker. Those two dudes, probably two of the most mature rookies that I've been around. It's a pretty good age gap, but you don't really feel it when you're around them, which is something that I feel like, you, JJ, Cobb, Jordy, and 12 felt about me, which is something that, I kind of see a little bit of my personality as CJ.
Okay, so that was probably over a year ago. That was obviously after CJ got drafted. When he's talking about Devante there, Seth, he's talking about I did not want a rookie. This is back when the Raiders might have been in the market to draft a quarterback, and it was post Derek Carr, pre whatever they are right now, the Raiders. So Devante, I play that to say hey, we know that CJ would love to throw to Devante. There's many videos out there talking about that. And Devante would love to play with CJ. The question is, what's the price of Devante Adams going to be?
Yeah, what's the price of Devante Adams? The thing about Devante Adams is he will be 33 years old next year. He's had, I'll say he's had 1,000 yards for 7 straight seasons. One of those seasons he had 997 yards. So let's say 7 years where he had 997 yards or more receiving. 6 of those 7 seasons he's had over 1,000 yards, including last year, in which he did it in 14 games. Mm-hmm. Now, Aaron Rodgers was probably targeting him more heavily than he should have been. That was a point of contention for Wilson, young stud, guy of the shin catch in the Texans game. Yep. That's the guy you want to see Aaron Rodgers really building up. And Aaron Rodgers did what he does, was he likes his old guys better, and he heavily targeted Devante Adams. Right now on NFL.com's list of free agency wide receivers, it goes Chris Godwin, then Devante Adams, then Amari.
So they've got
Cooper.
him added to the list now on NFL.com.
Yeah, that was I found one that's been updated. Okay. Then Amari Cooper, then Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, Stephon Diggs at age 32, coming off of an ACL, or if all things were equal, would you want Devante Adams or Stephon Diggs?
That's a really great question.
If the contracts was
equal. The contracts are equal, I'd have to go Devante Adams.
Yeah.
I think he's not coming off an ACL. the age is basically the same thing to me. Although I know that 32 and 31, there is. I know that we're
32
straddling
that magic.
line.
Yeah,
I get it.
32 for receivers. It just that's where a lot of them just drop.
Totally
right the hell
get it.
off.
Yeah, totally understand. And I get it that we're straddling that line. I'm just going based on the eye test of what I saw last year. He doesn't look like a guy where the tank is diminishing rapidly. He's not the same guy he was when he was one of the 2 or 3 best receivers in football. But you're not looking for that. At the right price, you're looking for a guy. Boy, that would be a fun pairing too, man. Just like the built-in a lab transformer type receivers with Nico and Devante Adams on the outside.
This is going to be a fun thing to watch because I think this is fair speculation. Devante Adams might just wait to find out where Aaron Rodgers, according to Matthew Berry, who very openly said that these are just rumors I'm hearing, but this is what I've heard the most. Yeah. Is that Aaron Rodgers, the most likely scenarios are first the New York Giants, second the Tennessee Titans, and then after that, he will just sit and wait and see what happens. So Devante Adams might be out there a while, depending on how quickly things happen for Aaron Rodgers. And then Stephon Diggs might be out there a while because of, 1, his ACL, and 2, his current legal concerns. Yes. I think teams will be very hesitant to just jump on Stephon Diggs just for multiple reasons. So maybe this is something that the Texans wait until after the draft, and they kind of sit there and the report from Jonathan Alexander, I believe, or was it Matthew Berry, said that the Texans are interested in bringing him back. I mean, we heard from Nick Caserio that he's very open to it.
Bringing Diggs back, you're talking about? Yeah, but I think both of them said that, actually.
Yeah. So I think that this might be something we're monitoring for several months, depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers goes to Tennessee, which is my preferred situation.
That'd be fun.
I prefer that the Titans both draft Cam Ward and bring in Aaron Rodgers as a mentor for a year.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be fun, man. That'd be fun. That's drama in the old AFC South.
Yeah, I don't have a dog in the fight with Devante Adams unless the Texans are involved with him, and then I hope the Texans get him for what is a reasonable deal. I don't anticipate that happening. My thing with Devante Adams is stop following Aaron Rodgers around, man. Go be your own guy. Like this whole thing.
Yeah, what are you, Daryl Morey?
That's like chasing James Harden. It's a little weird. Like he's going to wait and see where Aaron Rodgers goes. Well, Aaron Rodgers has horrible scenarios if you're trying to win. The teams that are chasing Aaron Rodgers are teams that are picking in the top 3 in the draft. Like, why would you, if you're Devante Adams, you're that attached to, who, by the way, Aaron Rodgers, not nearly as good as he used to be. You're that attached to this guy. Now Devante Adams has not come out and said it himself. These are all reports that he'll probably wait to see what Aaron Rodgers does and then follow him. I've not heard anything from Devante Adams that says that's his desire to do it. I would just encourage him. Don't do that. Be a man. Go on your own.
Be a man.
Yes.
Go to Houston.
Yes.
for
a
discounted
where men
contract.
come. Yes.
Yes. You want to be a real man?
Where the men are.
Come here and wear a cowboy hat.
No.
Yeah.
You
drive an F-350, damn it.
You want to be a real man, come here and do training camp in Houston. Forget about...
Are you scared?
Yeah.
You scared?
He might be.
Huh?
He might be.
I think he's probably scared. Put that out on social media. Tag him.
Devante Adams, man. That would be fun. That would be a whole lot.
That would be a lot of fun. And I think, like I said, I think that he's still very viable. We saw in the Texans game, hey, Jalen Petrie versus Devante Adams in the slot. He's still very capable of exploiting mismatches.
Yeah.
Devante Adams was wide ass open on that touchdown.
Yes.
You can't leave him alone with no safety help unless you got a lockdown cornerback on him.
Nope. Weigh in, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. At the right price, Devante Adams, would you be down? And covers the Texans for the Chronicle, does a great job. He's got some things, some nuggets he learned in Indy, Seth. And I saw this first one reported a couple places. I think Aaron Wilson had this yesterday too. Possible Sheldon Rankins reunion. Rankins cut by the Bengals, cap casualty, was... He had viral meningitis last year, I guess.
Yeah.
Was the issue in Cincinnati, which happens. Cincinnati, there's probably all kinds of disease floating around that cesspool.
Probably got a bad can of Skyline chili or something.
Would you like some viral meningitis with your pasta and chili, Mr. Rankins? So reportedly there could be a reunion with the Texans on the Sheldon Rankins front. How you feeling about that?
I'd be fine with that. I think that would be probably paired with them trying to take a defensive tackle in the draft. It's not one of the marquee guys, but there aren't really a lot of marquee guys out there at defensive tackle at free agency right now. And even the marquee guy, or at least the one that the lists have as the number one defensive tackle, Milton Williams.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the thing about Milton Williams.
Go ahead.
What?
No. Go ahead.
I'm not. I have zero interest in paying top dollar for Milton Williams.
Same. Okay. Yeah.
He's been playing next to Jalen Carter, who soaks up a lot of double teams. Milton Williams had a career year last year. He had 5 sacks, 6.5 TFLs. I did a highlight reel of him and put it out there on my
on your
TikTok.
YouTube? Okay.
On my TikTok and my YouTube.
TikTok.
I did a short, Sean. That's what the kids are into these days.
Look
Shorts.
at you.
Now, this is the problem, though, too. He plays about 25 to 30 snaps per game. And defensive lineman, because the jump from 25 to 30 snaps per game to 45 to 50 snaps per game is a big one when it comes to production. When you're a fat man running around all day, it's just not the same.
You know this firsthand.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I exploited this to the max. I was boy, Seth, you hustle so hard. Wow, boy, you're just all over the place. And always in the back of my mind, I was like, yeah, as long as you don't play me 50 snaps.
Snap count 32. Yeah.
If I play 50 snaps, I'm gonna wilt like a flower in the sun.
Yeah. Just accept the compliment. Don't point out the snap count. Yeah. He also had a huge Super Bowl, which shapes fans' views of this. There's probably There's probably
the key caused fumble at the end of the game when. That was the one where Jalen Carter double-tapped Pat Mahomes in the face and it didn't get called.
Yes.
And America rejoiced.
Yeah, and so there's probably a lot of people out there like Milton Williams. I remember him from that one Eagles game I watched from start to finish this year. Yeah.
Right. So I like him a lot in the way he plays. I have zero interest in paying top dollar for him.
He's going to get it. Someone's going to pay him, too.
It's very unlikely that he becomes the next James Harden who goes from backup to superstar.
Thank you.
I just don't. Not that he's a backup per se, but he's a rotational player that doesn't play a lot.
Couple more from Jonathan here. Deebo Samuel the interest in Deebo Samuel, according to Jonathan, was minimal. Texans are in the market for a veteran wide receiver, though. So minimal interest in Deebo. So those reports that paired the Texans alongside the command hunt were not necessarily inaccurate, but when anytime you're positioned with just one or two other teams, it probably makes it feel like you're more in on a guy than you actually are. They weren't that in on him, according to Jonathan.
And as far as to tidy up the Sheldon Rankins stuff, I'd be really cool with having Sheldon Rankins back. I think one thing that happens in this defense is that the defensive tackles, I feel like they're unfairly graded at Pro Football Focus. So if you look at Pro Football Focus scores, I feel like perennially since DeMeco Ryans has been here, 2 years, those guys play better than what it looks like by some of the stat services. The schemes matter, and the types of players in this scheme matter. So he's a big guy, not overly big, so he's not a great run stuffer, but he plays with a swarm-like mentality. I watched the Saints game from 2023, and he played 48 snaps. He's hustling the whole time. He gets in passing lanes. He rushes with discipline. He does all the things that DeMeco wants a guy to do, and the Texans wanted to bring him back last year. It's just the Bengals gave him a more lucrative contract.
Yeah.
So if they can benefit from him having a subpar season last year and bring him back into the fold, I'd be totally cool with that. But DeMeco is still going to be looking for that future stud.
No doubt. Well, and Sheldon Rankins was a good leader in that room. We talked about it a couple times last year on the postgame show with Will Anderson. He volunteered Sheldon Rankins' name as a guy who he was really following his lead quite a bit.
Sheldon Rankins had unk status.
Yes. Yeah, that's what it was.
He was like an uncle to a lot of the younger guys.
Yep. So that'd be good. A couple other quick nuggets here from Jonathan Alexander. Expects the Texans to bring in the draft. Also expects them to retain Shaq Mason for the time being, at least, Seth. Did that surprise you? That Jonathan says he expects Shaq Mason to be back for now.
You don't save that much on the cap by releasing him. So
unless you make it a June 1st, and then you can open up some more.
Well, yeah, but even then you're still pushing money off into the future, right? So for the short term, they could do it.
Yeah.
I think that I'm okay with it, but they've got to bring in genuine competition. Like every single guy on the interior offensive line needs to be in actual competition this year. The nonsense we saw in training camp last year, where they just penciled 2 really questionable young guys in as day one starters, and that Shaq Mason was just looked at like he was still in his prime. It can't be that way.
No. And hopefully not the case with a new set of eyes on it for sure. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Depending on your choice in settings, it can be Siri or Hey Siri.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I must have. Maybe the default is Hey Siri. I'm sorry to anybody this is screwing up by now. Let's say Hey Leary, like you're talking to Timothy Leary.
Yeah.
So, hey Leary. I probably left it at that. I don't like Siri coming on quickly and easily for no reason. Mm-hmm. I don't want a hussy Siri. I want somebody that needs a little coaxing and cajoling.
Yeah. Let's play the timeless art of seduction. Yes.
Yes. Hey, Siri.
Hey. Pipe and an ascot. Yeah.
Hey, it's your choice, Siri. But if you'd like to come, then it's cool. We're having a good time.
Mm-hmm. Just Payne and Pendergast with you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I
got her. See, that worked for her.
Yeah.
That worked for her.
Yeah.
She didn't come up until I kind of played a little bit coy and hard to get.
You have a live read coming up here. I can't have you go take 5 minutes with Siri in the bathroom or anything like that.
Okay. I won't take 5 minutes. She knows what I like.
Headlines.
She says she's like, AI has learned me good.
She knows my deal. Headlines coming up. We've got Rockets. They lose last night. We got a bunch of NFL headlines that we need to get to, and we will do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. No seductive talk.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
We'll start with headlines by wrapping up what we were talking about in the previous segment. We were going through some of the nuggets that Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle learned in Indy about the Texans. The headline one that we'll get to here, because some of you are just getting in your cars, there could be a possible reunion with Sheldon Rankins. He played some good football for the Texans in 2023. Definitely good behind the scenes, and they have needs right now on the interior of the defensive line because both Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi are free agents right now. So he would fit the bill.
Well, and Foley Fatukasi is having shoulder surgery too, so that's one more mark against him. I think that all these guys are – Sheldon Rankins is the highest on the list, I think, of – kind of these capable starter types that are nothing to get overly excited about, but Sheldon Rankins I would put above Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards. So I would very much welcome him back into the fold. I do think that the Texans would still very much potentially target a defensive tackle in the first round or in the second round, and there's going to be some good viable options there. So a guy that you could feel good about playing next to Tim Settle, but also, hey, we need a stud at some point. D'Amico wants studs all over the defensive line, and they don't quite have a stud in the mix there at defensive tackle.
Yeah, the last one from Jonathan on the Texans that we'll hit here is that apparently Derek Stingley Jr., obviously up for an extension coming off a season, the dream season that you could possibly have in a year where you're up for a contract extension potentially, first-team All-Pro, and Jalen Petrie as well, eligible for an extension. Both of them, it sounds like the team is going to engage in conversations with each of them after free agency is over.
I think with these younger guys, with Nico, obviously that's a guy that they just like his football character a lot. And I think with Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley, as it was Nico, it's got to be an extension that makes sense for both sides. It can't just be a desperate grab at longevity by the team and throwing a boatload of money at him. That's easier with Petrie because Petrie hasn't been as great or as consistent or anything as Derek Stingley has been when he's healthy. Derek Stingley gets a little dicey because he is all-pro and deserving of being all-pro, but he just also hasn't been healthy.
Sure.
So that's where I could see the negotiations getting a little bit dicey. Is that are you paying Derek Stingley based on his top-level performance, or are you paying him based on what he's provided for you in the sum total? And I could see the two sides having different opinions on that.
It's interesting because you could say the same thing about Nico Collins after year 3, where he was injured, banged up his first 2 years, not as productive, bad teams, I get it. And then his third year, he blows up. He's healthy for most of the year. He has 1,300 yards receiving. That said, he did not take a top-of-market contract. He got paid like somebody who was really productive for a year, but was dealing with injuries the years before that, Yeah,
if Nico has moved down to he's really at the time it was a top 10 salary. It's fallen out of that already, as we expected it would, because it was early. It was before everybody else. But now he's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th highest salary.
Okay, still top 10.
Or 10th highest. This is by total value, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. AAV is
it's average per year, 10th highest.
Yeah, 10th highest. That's the one that I think that's the easiest one for.
Whereas I think Derek's argument that he deserves an actual top of the market deal.
Sure.
I don't think the Texans are going to see it that way. So that it could get dicey.
It could get dicey. All right, basketball. Rockets lose last night 115 to 102 to the Indiana Pacers. Rockets on the back end of a back-to-back. As you guys know, they rested almost everybody except Jalen Green that mattered against OKC on Monday. And actually, I thought put forth one of their scrappier efforts of the season, even in a game where they gave up 137 points. They hung in there with OKC. Last night, disappointing. Right now, the TV in the studio is on the second quarter of the Rockets game, which is, I feel like I'm watching like a video of me doing public speaking back in 6th grade or something like that. You know, just totally awkward and uncomfortable. They gave up 37 points in the second quarter of that game last night.
They cannot shoot the basketball.
No.
They had fought and scratched and clawed, I guess, their way to a 96-95 lead, and then they missed 13 shots in a row. Mm-hmm. They shot 50% from the free throw line. They might as well have had Dwight Howard out there as their designated free throw shooter.
One. Yeah, Dwight, you shoot the text. Yeah. It wasn't good, man. It wasn't good. They play New Orleans tomorrow night in New Orleans, and then they're back here to Houston. All right, we got to get to some of these NFL headlines, man. There's a bunch. The Eagles made Saquon Barkley the highest paid running back in the history of the sport yesterday in terms of average annual value. They tacked on 2 more years to his contract. So he's now signed through 2028. And they give all but $5 million of which is guaranteed. So he's got a ton of money coming to him, Seth, as he enters his 30s. So
most yards from scrimmage ever by a running back, and set an Eagles record in this era where the running back seems to be making a comeback. You remember they had that running back summit in the offseason a few years ago where the running backs got together and tried to figure out, hey, how do we get paid better? And
play better.
Barkley left. Took a minor tweaking of his contract after that summit. Didn't really drive a hard line or anything. He said, all right, I'm going to show you guys how it's done. I'm going to go out and I'm just going to ball out, win a Super Bowl, and get paid.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what he did. So this is 2 more years added onto his Eagles deal. So he'll be in Philly he signed up for 4 more years now in Philly. They added 2 yesterday. He's going to be 31 years old when this contract's up. This feels like to me, this is what it feels like, Seth, and I know I'm saying this as the guy who was the Offensive Player of the Year. I don't think he's going to play at this level a whole lot longer just because of how running backs age, and he's a guy who has dealt with injuries before. This feels like a very hefty tax to pay to keep a guy kind of happy, pay him for being the catalyst for winning a Super Bowl, that kind of thing.
I know. You know how I feel about this. I think that the vast majority of the time, yes, running backs have a short shelf life, but there are plenty of examples of running backs, if they are that special dude who's very resilient, if you're Adrian Peterson, if you're Curtis Martin, there are guys that perform very well on into their early 30s, I think, is those guys. So he might just be one of those guys.
Maybe.
He might actually get – his next contract will be a stupid contract. There's a chance that he plays well enough into his 30s that his next contract is the dumb contract that some team
Yeah, I think this one borders on it a little bit for me. I mean, these are 2 years that the years they tacked on are 2027 and 2028. It's not a 2-year extension coming off of the Super Bowl. This is 2 additional years that are going to be a couple of years. We'll see. I mean, mark this audio, Ben. We'll come back 3 years from now and see if I was right. Cowboys reach an agreement with Osa Odigizua, who is he's a defensive tackle, as many of you know, who was about to get a franchise tag yesterday. They avoid that. 4 years, $80 million. Josh Allen signed a deal with Skydance, Seth, co-developing and producing original content, kind of like Peyton Manning with Omaha and LeBron James with his production company. Yeah. I'm guessing Bills fans are thrilled that their quarterback, who's never made it to a Super Bowl in the middle of his prime, has signed up a deal with to develop and produce original content right now.
Yeah, I can't remember. Did Peyton Manning start his production company when he had yet to win a Super Bowl,
Nope.
or was it well after he had retired?
It was after he had retired.
Okay,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And
Is Josh Allen on the same level as LeBron James, who started his production company while he was still an active
I don't even
player?
need to ask the hoe in my phone right here. No is the answer.
Yeah,
I don't
Siri.
need to,
You don't need Siri for that answer.
No. Yeah. So no. That's
Good. More distractions. Be a businessman. Don't let him pigeonhole you, Josh. You're not just a football player. You're a businessman. You're an intellectual. You're a budding Hollywood superstar. Explore the space. To me, yes.
You interact with Bills fans far more than I do because you're related to many of them. How are they? Do they care about this story? Or do they feel?
You know what? There's always a whole bunch of rumor stuff floating around on Facebook that doesn't make the mainstream media about Josh Allen, his love status, all that stuff. That I don't think Bills fans are super crazy about it.
Yeah.
I don't like that he's dating a Hollywood actress, and this probably is not going to be something that they're super stoked about.
This feels. Oh yeah, I can see Bills fans seeing this as a Yoko Ono thing. Oh yeah. She's in Josh Allen's ear trying to get him to go all Hollywood right now. Yeah. We should
Josh
start
Allen's. Now, at least he doesn't. It's not like an A-list celebrity that he's going out with.
Haley Steinfeld, right?
What's she in? What's her deal?
No idea. I just know she's a big star.
Is she related to? Steinfeld.
Steinfeld,
That's
yeah.
Steinfeld.
Yeah, the T.
I got to get on the pop culture. I don't know anything about anything anymore.
I know a little about some things. She's one of the things that I've not chosen to care about yet.
She's got a girl next door kind of look to her, so that's good at least.
Very attractive, yeah, for sure.
She doesn't look like she's going to tempt him into, just drug-fueled Hollywood parties or something like that. I'm judging a book by its cover.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, text message on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Never question Howie Roseman. That's a fair point. He's been on quite the hot streak lately.
I do. He's kind of entered that status where he's been through multiple cycles of this. Where hey, you're going to overspend. Hey, watch out! You're spending. That check's going to come due someday, and it does.
Yeah.
But then they reset very quickly and move on.
They've got
the Eagles. Really, what you need to look to when you're thinking about the Astros is like, hey, this is a team that, They've had stabs at glory. They've succeeded. Then they've had to reset a little bit. And then they stab at glory again.
Yep. All right.
They're stabbing glory like in a prison movie.
That's right.
Where you gotta stab somebody with a shiv 100 times to kill them.
They're shanking glory right now.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We have Mike Toman, the new president of the Houston Texans, in studio yesterday. He was great. If you missed that conversation, it's up on the Odyssey app. You can find it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. He laid out exactly what the stadium situation is for the Texans. Timeline, what he's looking to accomplish, what the main criteria are, all those things. We'll have that for you. We got some good draft talk coming up, too, including Todd McShay on one of the top candidates for the Texans on the draft board. We'll get to all that coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. But first,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Inside access. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We had Mike Tillman on yesterday, the new team president for the Houston Texans. Been in the job for better part of a month or so. Why are you making that? Why are you gritting your teeth like that right now?
We can talk about it at the end of the segment.
Okay.
It's related to Josh Allen and Bill Belichick and Bill Belichick's current love status.
Okay.
It's really just creeped me out.
Make a note, because the end of this segment is 34 minutes from now.
I'm sure to remember this. Hold on a second. Let me put it in the show prep.
Okay.
Go. We're good.
All right. So we have Mike Tillman. Did you enjoy Mike Tillman yesterday?
I
Seth?
did. I did. He's very likable. I've watched multiple interviews with him. Since we've learned that he was the Texans' new president, and then also with Mark and John on Texans All Access the other day. So he's the opposite of a suit who sounds like the magical. What's his name?
The Magnificent Gladstone.
The Magnificent Gladstone. The GM of the Jaguars, who tries to throw out a buzzword like 3 times per sentence.
Yes.
I feel like Mike Tillman is the opposite. He knows all those buzzwords, and he probably thinks in a lot of the same ways as Gladstone, but he knows how to talk like a human being.
Yes.
So I like that.
I do too.
I like human beings.
I'm a big fan of the humans, absolutely. So here is Mike Tillman yesterday. Obviously, the big thing that Texan fans are wondering about, especially with the change in team presidents and in stadiums, where he's worked both on the team side, with some teams. That was back in the day with ticketing, sponsorships, on the business side with some basketball teams in the NBA, and then on the other side, working with teams as his clients for the last decade or so. And it was very stadium centric. A lot of the work that he did, both in renovating existing stadiums, new stadiums. The fan experience there is huge, as you're going to hear right here. Here is Mike Tillman, new team president for the Texans, on the team's current stadium situation.
Just to set the table, we're 7 years out at this stage. And so we have started a process like you would for any major transformative opportunity that you have coming down the line. The key is to get out in front. And I was really enthused to understand all the great work that had already been done with our partners at the park, trying to understand how we could renovate. Our priority, our focus has been renovation, and it continues to be. We're open to all options. You have to consider all options. But where our energy continues to be is figuring out, how do we make NRG Stadium a world-class stadium? The best competitive advantage for our team and the best experience for our fans. And so we're going through the process right now. We've commissioned a number of studies. We have a number of experts helping us. Some of them still have to come to conclusion. And we have a lot of dialogue to continue on that front. So there's no April point. What I can say is we're in a great position for a runway to make sure we're making the right decision and the right approach.
So I think the biggest thing that we'll probably keep saying on here, because we learned yesterday that some of our listeners had been misled by a very irresponsible article that was aggregated and made with a lot of headlines that made it look like the Texans were considering leaving Houston. That's 100% false. That if there's any kind of drama here, it's not going to be about whether the Texans are leaving Houston. It's whether they're going to renovate the current stadium or build a new one. And then the drama becomes, there's 12 counties in the Houston area. Mm-hmm. If the Texans are going to build a new stadium, is it going to be at NRG Park, or is it going to be somewhere else in Harris County, somewhere in Montgomery County, Fort Bend County? Whichever one of those maybe gives you the most enticing plot of land and other benefits to go along with it, that's where it'll get interesting. But at no point do I expect it to become, the Texans are going to go to some other city. There's almost a 0% chance of that happening.
No, yeah. Especially when you consider the circumstances under which the team was born. With the late Bob McNair bringing football back to Houston because he felt football belonged in Houston. And sure, there's a business venture side to it. You don't start up a business without the idea of making money doing it. You don't get the amount of money that Bob McNair had to pay the expansion fee without being a businessman. But I believe him motivation was to bring football back to Houston. So I think the last thing that I would expect to happen would be for his heirs to move it out of Houston. That would make no sense. As far as you bring up good points, Seth, about where this thing might go if you had to do a new stadium. I brought this up yesterday at the end of the show during the toss with Reggie and with John Lopez about what would the hardest thing be to do with respect to NRG Stadium in order to get it up to what Mike Tolman's vision of it is for the fan experience.
Yeah.
And John brought up he thought the hardest thing to do would be the stuff surrounding the stadium. Whether it's traffic flow or the experience outside NRG Stadium. I talked to a couple people yesterday that are well versed in stadium type stuff like this.
Ooh.
My feeling had been, my answer was going to be with John, that things like the field level suites that you see at a lot of the new stadiums, right?
Yeah.
The ones that are really experiential, where the players are coming up to you before the game and interacting with your suite, things like that would be the hardest part. It's what I learned was like the premium spaces would be the hardest thing about reconfiguring NRG Stadium. Like when NRG Stadium was built back in 2000, the big touch points were retractable roofs and the modularity of the playing surface and things like that. Things that were more game day operational type of stuff. It's totally shifted now to where it's you're competing with television. You're competing with staying at home and watching games. So now it's all about the fan experience. Field level suites, having suites that actually cater to various pricing tiers, where there's actual suites that are maybe, somewhat more. Some are more affordable than others.
Yeah. They've started that a little bit with those Lux suites, haven't they? Because those Lux suites are on the 100 level, and they're closer to the field.
Yep.
I can remember as a young football player when I was injured and I got to go sit in a suite for the first time. First time in my life sitting in a fancy seat at a football stadium and thinking, wow, people pay a whole lot of money to sit pretty far away from the field. Like, I don't understand why those seats down 3 rows up are so much cheaper than where we're sitting, just because I've got my own bathroom and a waiter. That's cool. I like the waiter and everything, but I also like being really close to the action.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be really hard to reconfigure the stadium. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not an engineer. I have no idea. But it's to reconfigure the stadium and rejigger the stadium. We're talking about levels of suites at field level and at various levels throughout the stadium is really difficult. And you asked about this yesterday on the show, which was the relationship with the Rodeo. And there's no other NFL team that has that level of partnership with another entity that the Texans do with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Especially when you talk about being able to generate revenue and what you can do with your property and your real estate. There's times, obviously, where the Texans can't do a single thing with their stadium. The stadium that they co-lease with the Rodeo, because they're co-tenants.
Yeah.
You ever been a co-tenant rent from your D-bag roommate or whatever? Not that either of these entities are D-bags. It's just always there's something. You ever co-owned property with somebody? Like owned it?
No.
Oh, it's the worst living nightmare I imagine.
Really?
It's it can be at least. Yeah.
Sounds like you've been through this before.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. All right. What was interesting too, the other thing that was brought up to me about the Rodeo is, in terms of the stadium experience, is just the difference in the type of fan that goes to each of those events. Whereas the Rodeo, this was really interesting. Whereas the Rodeo, I think, likes fans to be like standing up throughout the concert and standing like they congregating in certain areas of the stadium that are very different than how football fans consume the in-stadium experience.
Yeah.
And how you build the seating structure and it's two different types of audiences.
My early projection on this is if I had to gamble on it, I think there's a better than 50% chance. This is purely my speculation.
Pure Seth Payne speculation.
I don't think the Texans even have a feel for this yet, but I just know that there are a lot of burgeoning, growing rapidly surrounding counties that might be competing to give the Texans the best package. And
especially if they start winning at a high level.
Public money or whatever else like that. Yeah. Especially if you're trying to grow and you're in for it, you're Katy or you're down in Brazoria County or the Galveston County, that you can. Because I can say, I think a lot of times the economic arguments that teams make for why it can be a boost to the economy or what have you, it just doesn't always really ring true or it doesn't feel right. I think when it came to Jacksonville, I think it put a stamp of authenticity on Jacksonville that they never would have had without an NFL team.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of growing counties out there that could really kind of capture the enthusiasm and the growth element that they'd be more willing to give up than the stuff than Harris County. So I think my early bet is that 7 years from now, the Texans are either building a stadium or already playing in a stadium in one of the outlying counties.
That'd be exciting for sure. It'd be exciting, but who knows what the saga looks like to arrive there? You know, I mean, that's the big thing. Like, what?
Yeah.
You know, how much broken glass is there to arrive at that? It's going to be really interesting, man. Like, I have no like working knowledge of what it's like to remodel a stadium like that. It's just like I see what SoFi looks like the things Mike Tolman was saying, and the stadiums he's been involved with, Jerry World, SoFi. He brought up Las Vegas as a stadium that's a state-of-the-art stadium yesterday, I believe. Whether he brought it up or not, it is a state-of-the-art stadium. I have a hard time envisioning in my mind NRG Stadium being able to get modulared into a place that looks like one of those places, you know, with the field level suites. So
they need to open this up if it ever does get to the point where different counties are competing for the Texans' attention. That it needs to be streamed. Charismatic Chamber of Commerce member to get up and make a speech both to the citizens of your county but also the Houston Texans for why they need to be there. And we need to live stream it on Sports Radio 610.
And we need to eliminate counties once a week via bachelor rose ceremonies.
We'll do it like a reality TV show.
Yes. Yeah, we need to have Callahan up there and they'd be like, Brazoria County, do you accept this rose? And then the commissioner of Brazoria County comes up, takes the rose and says thank you, hugs Hannah and Cal, and then goes and stands with his or her rose.
And all holla.
Yeah. At the very end. Yes.
Have Nolan Ryan get up at some point.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. You got to have celebrity representation from each county. I like that. All right, we got to workshop this thing. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text page. I'll never understand field level suites where you can't actually see the game. That's an interesting thought. I've thought the same thing. And yet, it feels like it'd be a pretty badass experience to be there down low. You're in the suite. Look, let's be honest. A lot of times when you're in a suite, you're not watching the game on the field as intently as when you're sitting in regular stadium seats.
But as a fan, because I've already told you the way I feel about some of the seating, I like watching the game, and I don't like people talking to me during the game.
Yep.
I've never understood those field level ones either, especially those bunker suites in Dallas, where you might as well be Hitler committing suicide with his girlfriend as an actual fan of an NFL team, which is pretty much the way I feel about Dallas residents. The bunker suites. My favorite seat in all of sports that I'd like to sit at someday are some of those seats like they have at Dodger Stadium, where you're there on field level with just a net between you and everything.
Yeah.
There's not even a wall. Like, you're right there on the field. That's really cool.
Yes.
I'd love to do that. Baseball's different. Like, yeah, I'd love to be right there at field level. Football from field level kind of sucks. As a football player, more times than not, you're watching the big screen because you can see more, or you're trying to get down in the end zone because from field level it's easier to see stuff there. It's just not the same at field level.
The one place I have not been in the Houston sports venues that I would love to go to is that suite out in center field with the Astros at field level.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's Mattress Mac's suite or not. I know he's had people in that suite before. Like he's had that suite for certain games. I don't know if that's his or not. That would just be really cool to be out, just kind of, again, to your point about football, the view from the standpoint of being able to watch the game would be terrible.
Right.
I would imagine they have TVs in there if you really want to watch the game. But just being at field level and center field for a game would be a bucket list thing for me to check.
And now, in terms of football and what it matters, the thing isn't whether I, Seth Payne, enjoy watching from a bunker suite. It's that are there enough people that want to pay a big amount of money to be in the bunker suite?
Yeah.
And there are. So it's. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea from a business standpoint. It's just that I personally don't like it.
There's plenty of the other type of people out there, to your point. No doubt about that. But we're getting a lot of people fired up about this topic. Wimble, this is a text. The problem was premium suites. How is that still the problem almost 30 years later? What I would tell you is I think the definition of premium suites in 1995 is different than the definition of premium suites in 2025. Like it's the phrase, the term, the actuality of premium suites, like everything over time, evolves into a more immersive, better experience.
Hey, how come the Mercedes, the S500 from 2002 isn't selling, flying off the shelves right now?
Yeah.
Because people change and the tastes change and everything else. It's shifting constantly.
Yeah, like just look at houses. Like a house built now, like a luxury house built now is different than what defined luxury back in 1995. Like that's the thing.
I've got all this damn shiplap. Damn it.
Right.
Like, are we sure we want to live with this for the next 30? Oh, yeah, it'll always be in style.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Right.
Shiplap.
Damn it. 10 years from now, I know. We'll be yanking that shiplap out.
Someone says build
plank by plank.
Build on the Astrodome site. Okay, that's a whole nother ball of wax. That's a whole nother topic. Build on the Astrodome. That would involve knocking down the Astrodome, which we know is a very polarizing topic.
The one thing that I've seen in a lot of these other cities like LA, like SoFi Stadium, I love the pavilion concept because it makes it feel like you're outside, but you're still protected from the sun.
Yep.
I don't think that works in Houston's climate. It's got to be strictly indoors.
It's indoors, yeah.
You still want to – now, I think that what they do in Minnesota is you create an outdoor basketball, so I could see them doing something like that. It doesn't feel like you're inside necessarily.
Do the walls open in Minnesota? If you wanted them to?
They have a climate where it would make sense. It just so rarely makes sense in Houston.
I think
I don't
it could
by
like November or something like that. But
that seems like
forget it. I say that
I don't want to mess with. I don't want to mess with it, man.
Well, the option to have the option, I think would be okay, depending on how much it costs. Like anything, you know.
The problem with the roof in Houston, aside from the fact that this is the problem, is it's very polarizing in that where the sun shines, those people are miserable. Mm-hmm. But then for where the sun doesn't shine, it doesn't actually do all that much for you.
Yeah.
It's like when you're a kid and you're like, ooh, a sunroof. Wow, that must be for the rich folks. And then you drive in a car that has a sunroof and you're like, oh, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Amazing.
It's nice, but it's nothing special or anything.
Yeah.
It's like a little glimpse of the sky and not much more than that. It doesn't make it feel like you're outside.
Text message, our stadium is better than half the league. Why do we need a new one? Sir, I think you're just saying that right now, that it's better than name the half that it's if someone's going to say NRG Stadium is better than half the league, I need them to list the power rankings of the game day experience. Right.
But stadium. I think there's a big portion, especially of people who listen to our show, that are more hardcore sports fans who probably are just fine with whatever stadium.
That's a good point.
And I went to that Bills game a few years ago. That's an old stadium. They're rebuilding that. Look, it comes down to how much can they create an environment where there's more enticing environments that people are willing to pay more money for. I think that some of the things that Mike Toman said were true. Some of those things are things that you wouldn't even consciously realize, that it improves the game day experience just because it's easier to get in and everything. But a lot of that is stuff that appeals to that when you're trying to get that extra 25% of people in the door, or make it more enjoyable for the people who aren't going to go to a Texans game no matter what.
Someone says that we in Houston are climate control fans. I think that's a fair assessment of us. Yeah, we love our air conditioning for sure.
For the life of me, I don't know how the hell this place was ever settled.
I know. I think the same thing.
You drive me. You walk me from Tennessee in my buckskin coat and pants to Houston. All of a sudden, man, if I'm Sam Houston, I would have been on the western border of Tennessee drinking myself to death with twice as much whiskey as Sam Houston drank, which is a lot.
And anytime there's some sort of Hollywood production set that depicts Houston or Texas or the settling of it or the Old West, and there's a saloon, I'm like, that saloon smells so bad. So, like, those people are so sweaty in there right now and stinky and smelly. There's no candles in that place right now. Nobody rubbing lotion on their bodies to smell good, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll circle back to this a little later in the show. Boy, the stadium topic gets people going, man. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Todd McShay, draft analyst, worked at ESPN for a number of years now. The Todd McShay Show. I've always enjoyed his work. He was at the Combine. He's very good. His superhero power set is getting nuggets that I assume are true from people who were in the meetings with some of these players, that got, this was my impression of this guy. This is what I thought about that guy. Tyler Booker is getting rave reviews from people at the Combine. Here, Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, who, if you go to Drew Doherty of the Texans does his mock draft roundup. The latest one has 45 mock drafts in it. The most drafted player to the Texans is Tyler Booker, who's drafted to them 9 times out of those 45. It's looking like he might go earlier than 25 right now. If they want him, they might have to move up. Here's Todd McShay on what he's hearing about Tyler Booker.
When you hear he's going to go higher than you think, they're like, I'm telling you something right now. Whether we're going to or I know of other, this guy's going high. Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama. And the same sentiments. Best interview we had here at the Combine. Maybe the highest football character of any player in this draft. The general manager that drafts Tyler Booker knows that they're going to get one of the elite guards in the NFL for a decade. And when they put in that pick, they're probably going to get booed. People aren't going to be excited about it. There's going to be all sorts of sports talk radio about it. And they're going to have to endure that. But they're also going to sleep like babies on Thursday night of the draft, getting ready for Friday, because they know they just got a starter who's going to be a great player. And of attention to detail and team leadership that you look for in your locker room.
You got a look on your face at the exact same time I got a look on my face from that.
Yeah, this notion that people are going to boo this or somehow dislike it. This is what happens with this is what happens in NFL media this time of year. Mm-hmm. They're stuck in their Combine bunker, and because Tyler Booker didn't have a good workout, I think these guys. The NFL media is desperate to make you believe that people care more about the Combine and a lot of the draft scuttlebutt and follow it as closely than the vast majority of people do. Tyler Booker's a good football player. He's a really good prospect. He's an offensive guard. The measurables shouldn't scare you off as much as if it was a defensive end or an offensive tackle even. There's a lot of really fundamentally sound foundational stuff that makes him a good prospect. And he's been talked about this entire time as a guy who's a mid-first round pick. By the time the 2 months of all of this other discussion about guys like Todd McShay are going to be saying these same things about Tyler Booker for the next 2 months, I think whichever team takes Tyler Booker, the fan base is going to be very happy.
I think so too. Now I guess, depending on what is driving McShay to think that whatever fan base drafts Tyler Booker is going to boo. I do think there is, with the average NFL fan, I do think, maybe I'm being unfair here, but I think with the average NFL fan, I do think that there is an appetite for a sizzlier position than guard with a first-round pick, wide receivers, cornerbacks, guys that play the more you play a position that has the ball in their hands at some point, or go and get people that have the ball in their hands, the sexier position it is. So I do think in general, if you told a fan base you're going to draft a guard in the first round, they'd be like, oh, okay, it's kind of a letdown. I don't think the Texans are that fan base. I think the Texans, I think by and large, anytime we bring up Tyler Booker's name with our listeners here and we get reaction to it on the text page, people realize the acute need. I mean, watch the Texans last year. Guard is a need on this football, a heavy need on this football team.
The only thing that I really honestly think that by and large, I think most NFL fans have, I don't want to say they've gotten smarter necessarily, because that would imply that they used to be stupid. Yeah. But I think they're more dialed in on the importance of every position on the field, and a lot of the old cliches about this or that. Now, what they do get upset about is if you take a guard when a big name guy who's in an enticing position of need, is still available.
Yeah.
So that's where it goes to a team-by-team thing.
Sure.
But if you're a team like the Texans, for instance, our fan base would be ecstatic over a guard.
No doubt.
Or over Tyler Booker. And I don't think that's just the hardcore fans. I think that's people that have watched this team struggle to run the football on first and second down. People who understand how hard it is to play quarterback when you're under pressure all the time and throwing from 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 12. I think guard any of the guys, unless it's a complete flyer of a guy or something. I think though, and I think there's multiple fan bases like that out there.
Yeah. As far as what he had to say about Booker, it's really exciting if you feel like he's going to be there at 25 and the Texans want the guy. Everything you're hearing about him, Seth, feels like he's got a Will Anderson vibe to him. He himself brought up Will Anderson. Booker did in his combine interview, his combine media session, as a guy who he patterns his leadership style after. So that part's exciting if he's there at 25.
There's so much positive press on him that I don't think he's. I think there's just going to be some team that looks at the combination of skill and then character and everything else, and he's probably hit it out of the park with a bunch of interviews. That'll be the tiebreaker with a lot of other types of players that maybe are more athletically gifted, I'm very skeptical to be there at 25, just given all these things that we've been hearing about him.
Yep. All right. I'm going to give you a choice here, Seth.
I'll go real quick.
Yeah.
Like Shamar Stewart would be another one from the Aggies, defensive end from the Aggies.
Yep.
He had a monster combine workout, but he's a guy that the production doesn't match, so you're taking a little bit of a flyer. I think there's more fan bases that would get excited about Tyler Booker at this point, who right now he's like average of going 9th in in mock drafts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, that's not on a consensus mock draft. Okay. Sorry, that's on the. But still, no, that is that's a consensus mock draft. Him going to the Saints at 9.
A guard.
So deep out of fan bases that would get more excited about Tyler Booker.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to give you a choice here. Do you want more McShay on Cam Ward and, well, actually more on Shedeur Sanders and how unprofessional he was in a combine interview setting? Or
I want to hear that.
You do? Or
yes.
Or would you like Bryce Young talking about Xavier Legette with lots of Legette cuts afterwards? We're going to get to both.
I want Shedeur.
You want Shedeur? Okay, you want Shedeur.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's our audience probably wants that too. So Todd McShay, who we just played audio of talking about Tyler Booker, he also talked to some teams that interviewed Shedeur Sanders. In particular, 2 top 10 teams thought that Shedeur was in his interviews with them and just really didn't care what they thought of him.
Teams in the top 10 drafting that need a quarterback. The 2 people that I spoke to in these positions left the meeting feeling like Shedeur Sanders was not overly concerned with what they thought of him. They had a 15-minute meeting with him, and when they were done, they both said in different ways, different words, that they did not feel like Shedeur Sanders cared all that much about what that organization thought of him.
Okay. Didn't care what they thought of him.
You know, this is an interesting one. If I were to read the transcript of that, and maybe if he had just dropped one of the doesn't care what they thought of him, couldn't that be a good thing? Does this matter about tone of voice? And I'm guessing that maybe they told that to McShay in a negative tone of voice.
They absolutely did, because it's being portrayed
and we've heard
as negative.
We've heard. I think this is. I could see because I saw at least one report that they really liked Shedeur Sanders in the interview with him.
Cleveland.
I could see Shedeur being very polarizing, not just amongst fans, but perhaps amongst NFL people too. And depending on how old school they are or not, that there might be some that kind of like whatever they perceive that I don't care what you think of me attitude to be. I don't want a guy who's overly. I don't want some guy who's just trying to kiss my ass the whole time.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, and just blowing smoke up your skirt. Yeah, I this is what I think, and we'll get to some more McShay on Shedeur here. In fact, let's play one more. This is McShay saying that some teams said Shedeur lacked professionalism and wasn't taking the interviews seriously.
A couple of the quotes that I put in there. One said that it wasn't a professional approach. One person that I talked to said the best way I can describe it is it just wasn't it wasn't a professional approach. Shedeur Sanders did not take a professional approach to this interview. The other person I talked to said he wasn't taking it seriously at all. I didn't get the sense that he was taking it seriously. So when you hear it wasn't a professional approach, and you hear he wasn't taking it all that seriously, that's not the interview that you're looking. It's not the response you're looking for from a potential suitor, from somewhere you plan to go play.
Okay, so here, let me preface this by saying I do think that Shedeur's personality, his cadence, the way he delivers his message or whatever, I could see where that would rub some old school NFL types the wrong way. I think there's a decent chance here that Shedeur Sanders, knowing that his dad, Deion Sanders, said throughout the football season this year that Shedeur and Travis ain't just going anywhere. They're going to go to teams that we want them to go to.
Yeah.
Now, Travis Hunter feels like there's been a little separation of church and state here with him and the Sanders family. He's kind of doing his own thing. Deion is always going to be involved with Shedeur, and that comes with the package. I could see Shedeur in these interviews picking and choosing the teams that he doesn't want to go to.
Yeah.
And just tanking not tanking the interview, but doing what they're saying, not taking it seriously. Pulling a Ted Johnson. Remember Ted tanked his workout for the Bengals back in the day because he didn't want to play for the Bengals?
Yeah,
he tanked his workout. Ted Johnson did. And keep in mind, right, exactly.
That wasn't a first-round pick.
It's a second-round pick. Keep in mind, too, that Shedeur's father, Deion Sanders, is the one who went into an interview back in the Combine, back when he was getting drafted in 88 or 89, whatever that was.
Yeah.
I think it was 89. And I think it was the Giants were picking like 17th. And they sat Deion Sanders down to take a test, like a written test. And
No. It's a 500-word questionnaire that was bogus.
Whatever it was, they were sitting him down, and he's like,
500 question, yeah.
So he's like, what is this? And he's like, well, we do this with all our draft picks. And he goes, or our potential draft picks. And he says, where are you picking again? 17th. I'm out of here. I'll be long gone by the time you get there. I don't know if that's exactly what Shedeur's doing, but I could totally see where this might be part of manipulating where he might. I mean, it's risky. It's taking you from being a top 5 pick to potentially going 25th. Shedeur can withstand that.
Well, and there is that part where the guys that, we saw this with Eli Manning, and the guys who have fathers who are professional athletes especially know and understand, man, environment matters a lot. Like, we have way less free will in this world, Sean, than we like to acknowledge. Mm-hmm. I think the little moments that really, really matter, where you have a certain degree of free will, is in choosing your environment when you can. That there's very poignant moments in your life where if you choose the right environment, you'll end up getting the best version of you. And I could totally see that being the case. It's risky for me just when you think about the long term, the way the NFL works, and how somebody you're interviewing with the Packers, for instance, or with, let's say the Raiders right now, or the Saints or somebody. One of those guys might be the head coach of another team a few years from now.
For sure, man.
That's where I feel like, man, I understand the strategy, and yet at the same time, are you cutting yourself off at the knees in terms of your entire career? You're going to put a bad impression in somebody's mind that could last you on through your second or third or fourth job.
They got to televise these interviews, man. I would love to watch a Shedeur Sanders Combine interview and see what it looks like.
That Giants questionnaire that they used to do was such BS because it took forever.
Did you get hit with it?
Yeah, it was a psychological evaluation, and it's a whole bunch of either or. Like, all right. I knew enough about psychology to know that I felt like I knew which answer you're supposed to answer to be like a football player. Yeah. But then I also know that sometimes they've got little ones in there that show that you're being disingenuous or whatever. So I way overthought it. But some of them are like, with free time, would you rather pick flowers or fix an automobile? You're like, all right. You start to get through it, and you're like, all right, they're trying to look for alpha male types, like super macho or whatever. So you started picking all like the most, the most alpha male. Yeah, I've been gotten 3 barroom fights last week, but I feel bad about it, and all those kinds of
answers. You can listen to one song before you die. Metallica or Taylor Swift.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah. But it took like 45 minutes to do.
Yeah.
And this is while you're meeting with all these other teams and everything.
Did you ever find out how you did? Like, did you ever talk to anybody from the Giants later on in your career and find out how you did on that thing? Yeah.
No.
Did you
They
care?
had like a whole database from all their players historically to where they could build a profile of, hey, our best players have answered this certain way and our crappy draft picks have drafted this way.
For sure. Yeah, that's why you do it.
I got a letter from Bill Parcells.
You did?
So before the draft.
What did it say?
It said, shows you how primitive things were back then.
Yeah, a letter.
Bill Parcells
That's how primitive they were, yeah.
wrote me a letter from the Jets, right, at the time in 97?
97 would have been the Jets, yes.
And he said, I didn't know much about you, but I've been watching the couple of days, and I just want to let you know we're interested.
Wow.
So obviously I got the Jets and Giants mixed up.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but Bill Parcells wrote me a letter.
That's cool.
I asked my mom if she's got that somewhere.
Dude, yeah, she better throw it.
And it was a letter. It wasn't an email.
I know.
I didn't have an email address.
Yeah.
And it was,
That's cool. Did he sign it and everything? Like his...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like his secretary just wrote Bill Parcells.
Was it handwritten or was it typed?
It was typed, but he signed it.
He signed it.
So
yeah.
I'm guessing he dictated
and
it.
I'm guessing the thoughts were genuine. I'm guessing it's like, like it wasn't like a canned letter that he sent to.
Right. Well, no, yeah, especially because of the show. Because that was how I was as a prospect.
Yeah.
A lot of teams just didn't. I was coming from smaller. There hadn't been a player drafted out of the Ivy League in over a decade, I think.
That's amazing.
So it was kind of a barren wasteland at the time.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of teams that got interested in me in the month leading up to the draft.
That's really cool, dude. That's an awesome story. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. Seth, I have good news. A new player for the Texans. None of the old, none of the Tyler Bookers or Emeka Ibukas in this one. This might be one you'll enjoy because of the position. Yeah.
I like enjoying things.
Yeah, we'll do that. Mock draft injection. Who are the Texans taking at 25? We'll do that coming up next.
You will enjoy your yard.
McCarram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Matthew Berry had a bunch of nuggets from the Combine. Matthew Berry, former fantasy expert for ESPN, now NBC Sports. We'll get to those at the top of the hour. He's got a ton of stuff, man, including a couple Texans-related things. Completely unsubstantiated rumors that he declares as unsubstantiated at the outset.
But I like that I like that he said that thing that I hate the most, which is different people, which, as you guys remember from the way I hated the Astros reporting during the being better than everybody else scandal. Yeah, that's the way rumors work.
That's how
it doesn't mean
started.
It's true.
Started by the jealous people, yeah.
Just because you hear rumors, like the same rumor from multiple different people, doesn't mean it's true. That's just how rumors work. They spread like wildfire.
I know, they're awesome. Yeah. All right.
What's the old saying? A lie spreads halfway out around the earth before the truth can get out of bed. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I've never heard that before.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a Winston Churchill joint or something.
Okay, I like that. All right, mock draft injection time. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. We've done at least one of his mock drafts during this process. He does a nice job for CBSSports.com. And I think Seth and I are efforting to make these mock drafts spicy because you can't just do Tyler Booker every single time. I just got a little audio to go with it, but this one is different, Seth. I have yet to see this particular player mocked to the Houston Texans, and I'm very anxious to see what you think of this, based on positional need, if nothing else. With the 25th overall pick in the Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Walter Nolan, defensive lineman, Ole Miss, he's a consensus first-rounder, but this is the first I've seen of him going to the Houston Texans. 6'4", 296.
I don't have his combine stats in front of him, but I know that I feel like I think people had thought that he had the second highest athletic score or the combine score at the combined combine score amongst defensive tackles at the combine. So the thing I like about Walter Nolan, he has that trait which I love the most in a player, which it looks like he hates offensive linemen. Do you have a deep and just in your soul hatred of offensive linemen? And I think he might.
Yeah.
Because he's very explosive when he gets into guys, like when he tackles or when he's pass rushing or playing against the run. There's an appetite for violence there that I think D'Amico Ryans will appreciate.
Here's what Ryan Wilson says about him: this defensive line class is incredibly deep, and in previous years, Walter Nolan probably goes off the board a little higher than this. Either way, he explodes off the ball while also being strong as an ox. At 6'4", 296, he won't be mistaken for, say, Dexter Lawrence, but don't be fooled. He plays stout against double teams and is quick to get off blocks and get off the ball. So it sounds like what he's saying there, when he won't be mistaken for Dexter Lawrence, is strictly based on his size.
His size, right? Yeah. He's like a 295, 300-pound guy. He's not a big guy whatsoever. So then that's where the question of, all right, is he really gifted athletically enough to be a 295-pound defensive tackle? I don't think that D'Amico, as much as we hear about D'Amico wanting a certain type of defensive tackle, I don't think he really has a size preference as much as he just wants guys who want to break glass. If you look at Eric Armstead, not a thick guy, but he's really tall. He's a big-framed guy. And we know that the Texans wanted Eric Armstead last year, who had been with D'Amico in San Francisco.
Yep.
So I think there is something that intrigues D'Amico with bigger guys, like maybe a 315 or 325 pounder. But he could do some good stuff in D'Amico's team.
Oh, yeah.
I think when it comes to really stopping the run, though, when you got to really load up and stop the run in critical and crucial situations, you still want a Haas next to him. Maybe Tim Settle is that guy and develops into that guy. But I'd be excited about Walter Nolan just because of the style of play.
I think in general, take any name out of it. If they're taking a defensive lineman with a 25th overall pick, I think based on what we've seen with D'Amico Ryans in terms of getting the most out of guys at that position, the evaluation of guys at that position, like and I'm talking evaluation at every level, not just draft evaluation, but that they brought in guys like Mario Edwards, Foley Fatukasi, Tim Settle, who I thought overachieved what their production had. overachieved what they had been previously at previous stops in their career. I think between the coaching, the development, the evaluation, I feel if they draft a defensive lineman at 25, I'm going to feel pretty good about it just based on how this regime in 2 years has handled the defensive line.
Oh, wow. I'm watching this play on a wham block. Oh, yeah, he hates offensive linemen. Oh, yeah.
Have you found a new friend? Have you found a new friend?
Yeah. I want to talk to him about how much they suck.
Yeah.
The offensive linemen.
Hey, when did this deep-seated you like this? Was it always this way, or was there a
I think it's a little bit of a – I think it was because there were a lot of scouts that projected me to be an offensive lineman.
Okay.
They were – because I was from a smaller school.
Yeah.
Athletically, I would have been really good as a guard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I had grown up playing offensive line or played offensive line in college, I probably would have gotten drafted higher.
Mm-hmm.
But there was always a part of me that was like, what, you don't think I can play defensive tackle?
Right.
Do you think I'm one of those fat, lazy slobs? No, screw you. And screw all of them.
Great,
I don't want to join your club.
Yeah. Your club.
You think I'm one of them?
Right.
Yeah, so it developed
yeah.
in me as people were skeptical of me being a defensive tackle in the NFL. That I thought that I would look at these offensive guards that got drafted in the first round. And I'm like, oh, you were too soft to play defensive line, weren't you? Go die.
So
yeah.
you think you'd have played 10 years on the offensive line?
I don't know. No, I don't think I had the right mentality for it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm too hot-blooded, I think.
Yeah. Which is good for defensive linemen.
Right. I also I like to play with a little bit of a forward lean and always be going somewhere or doing it. I don't think I would have necessarily been all that good. Plus, I don't know if I would have made it because the first 2 years I was in the league, I had an undiagnosed partially torn patellar tendon, which I could get away with as a defensive lineman. But as an offensive lineman, it would have been really hard to get it to play with proper technique.
You and Jordan, man. You and Jordan.
That sucked, man.
Oof.
Because they thought it was just they thought it was just tendonitis.
Yeah.
So I felt like a wimp the entire time. Like I couldn't fight my way through.
Did you just finally be like, we got to look at this thing, man?
They had to do surgery on. I went on IR with a shoulder injury, so I went and got a third opinion because the first two doctors, the team doctor and my second opinion, said it's tendonitis. Just put some ice on it. So I went and got a third, and he said, you know what? We'll go in and take a look at it. And he's like, oh, yeah, it turns out 2/3 of your patellar tendon was torn off the patella.
Dude, so
just didn't show up in the MRIs. It just looked like swelling or something.
That shoulder injury actually ended up being, I won't say a good thing because you probably still deal with shoulder pain today, but like you would have gone longer without them finding that.
Yeah, I would have suffered with it for a long. I had it at the combine. I was going through. You have to do like the Cybex test at the combine where they test your leg strength and everything, and I was such a meathead that I woke up in the morning squatting that I had freakishly strong legs. So even my left leg, which was still the one with the partially torn patellar tendon, it was way weaker than my right leg, but it was still way stronger than most other guys at the combine. God. So I got away with it for a couple years.
It's wild. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Walter Nolan, Seth found a new friend in this mock draft. I like it. You like this guy. He's violent.
I like the hatred I sense in him.
Yes.
We can bring him over. I'm Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine of defensive linemen. Come to me. Nolan, you need to show up at training camp if they draft him with a big hoodie on, sticking your hand out and shooting lightning out of it. That would be badass. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, rumors and nuggets, including 2 Texans-related ones from Matthew Berry at the Combine this past week. There is some good NFL stuff to sink our teeth into in this segment, and we will do that coming up next. Speaking of sinking your teeth into, how about
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is fun. Rumor and innuendo from the Combine. Like true rumor and innuendo. Matthew Berry, and someone is asking on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, which Matthew Berry is it? I get it. There were two. There's one that's still at ESPN as an anchor. He spells his name Barrie. This is Matthew Berry, Berry, who's the former fantasy football. As if it matters.
Yeah. You have to be listen very closely to how we pronounce the name.
Yeah.
No, it's not Michael Berry. It's Michael Berry.
Yeah.
So it's the fantasy
Berry.
guy.
Yeah, Matthew Berry. Yep. Matthew Berry of NBC Sports is where he plies his trade now. Big fantasy guy, as Seth just said. Now, he's very clear that these, and we're going to start off with a couple Texans-related ones, and then we'll get into some super juicy ones that we really like a lot.
Juicy gossip,
Juicy
Sean.
gossip. It's very gossipy.
This is juicier than a fat man eating a peach in a Tuscaloosa greenhouse.
He's a very Southern Belle with this whole thing.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not
juicy.
a journo. I'm not a... It's just rumors, you know. It may be unsubstantiated and gossip, yeah. So we'll that's Seth's music, not mine.
This is juicier than maple syrup on a.
All right. So
this is juicier than a fart in July.
That's juicy in the deep South. All right. The two Texans-related rumors. One is I think relevant to the roster building part. The other one's one sentence, and I'm very curious what you think of this, Seth. The Houston source. We'll get to that. But the big one is that Matthew Berry is hearing some of the same things that our local reporters for the Texans have been hearing here as well. And honestly, it's something that Nick Caserio basically out and out said without applying a percentage to it on our show a week or so ago, which is they're open to Stephon Diggs coming back. They like him. They want him back. But according to a team source, despite Diggs being over 30 and coming off a serious injury, there's a real market for him out there outside of the Texans. As a result, the team may not be able to bring him back. My source tells me it's 50-50. Diggs comes back.
Ooh.
The big point is there's a market for Diggs, and I thought this too. As T. Higgins' name gets pulled off these free agency lists, Seth, and up moves Stephon Diggs one notch. Now, Devante Adams is out there now too, so that sort of replaces T. Higgins, I think, in that tier. But Stephon Diggs is very high up the list of free agent wide receivers wherever you go look at lists like this.
Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper, Devante Adams, and then Stephon Diggs. Most of the lists I'm seeing have Stephon Diggs as the fourth ranked. And then DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the wide receivers. Marquise Brown. There isn't, other than Chris Godwin, there's not really. So because of that, I mean, it just speaks to how desperate teams are for wide receivers these days. Mm-hmm. And Stephon, my guess is it might be 50-50 to the Texans, but there's going to be a team out there that's willing to spend a lot more than the Texans are right now.
Yep.
Because there's some team out there that doesn't have a Nico Collins.
That's right.
Even. So they're going to try to draft a guy that they hope becomes a number one receiver and then bring in a veteran guy like Stephon Diggs. So I think it's less than 50-50.
They'll say, it's an ACL. You know, guys recover from ACLs all the time.
That's like an oil change these days.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The other one, Texans related, this is a simple one. Matthew Berry says, I asked a Houston source, what happened to C.J. Stroud last year? Quote, simple. The offensive line was bad, and then he got the yips. End of quote.
Yips?
Yeah.
He used the Y word on C.J.?
Now, it's a Houston source, so I don't think
I will seek him out and destroy him.
I doubt it.
I don't think that – I honestly – the yips is a tough one. I don't ever think that it's really appropriate for quarterbacks, even if just because in baseball, when you get the yips – those are unforced yips.
Yeah.
It's just where a guy loses the ability to throw the ball. The guy just flat out can't do it, and it's psychological. I think in football and with CJ this year, it was forced errant play, like to the point where because the pass protection was so bad, there were times at the ends of games, especially because you could plot it from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. Yep. I think in the Green Bay, also in the Chiefs playoff game, that that CJ, the clock in his head was just speeding really fast.
Yeah.
In the Chiefs game, the pass protection was so bad in the fourth quarter that I think he fled the pocket at times where he probably shouldn't have just yet, but I can't blame him. So I don't think yips is the fair word. I'll give that source a pass in that they probably didn't put as much thought into it as I do, but I don't think he had the yips. I do think he had more throwing errors from from a clean pocket than we expect out of CJ, but it came from a very real situation where he couldn't trust the pass.
Yeah, dude. There's just my trust level in CJ Stroud, the thrower, is still incredibly high.
And we'll go back to that stat where the percentage of time that Pat Mahomes was pressured in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And Pat Mahomes had his second worst game of his career. Yep. It was less than what CJ faced on average the entire season.
Correct.
So the amount of pressure that turned Pat Mahomes into a horrible quarterback was what CJ faced all season long.
Yep. All right, let's do the stuff that's really juicy that I know you love, Seth. The very first one, Matthew. We're going through Matthew Berry's combine rumors, and he said the biggest topic at the combine, other than the Starbucks confrontation, was what was going on with Matthew Stafford. And it was. The Stafford saga with the Rams played out with the combine as almost the backdrop to it last week. That was a big story. The Stafford, the relationship was just fractured between them and the Rams organization. And here, Matthew Berry says the Stafford's feelings, plural. He says, yes, I said Stafford's. Multiple sources told me that among the strained relationships, one was between the franchise and Stafford's wife, Kelly Stafford. According to one source, Kelly was supposedly the one who wanted Matt to go play elsewhere. Then another source told me Kelly was the one who wanted to stay in L.A. They have 4 young kids. They didn't want to uproot them. Let me just pause right here. I am so tired of hearing about the Stafford kids and the potential uprooting that would have taken place for them to have to go to school in another city.
How will they ever recover from this?
Oh, my God. Has any kid ever had to recover from being moved from their parents' job? I mean, this is unprecedented. And by the way,
$50 million a year.
Go buy friends. Oh, my God. Didn't want to uproot that. I'm getting angry about it. Now, I've never read about a family uprooting their kids for a trade more than the Staffords. Oh, my God.
Honestly, the whole thing smacked of just a guy who's probably having a good time at his job, but his wife feels like he's being disrespected. And I know we're jumping into cliches here. You hear this from people who work in estate law, like estate attorneys, that usually when somebody dies, they'll do all right on average, okay? It's when their spouses start chiming in. I'm not being misogynistic here. It's husbands or wives, but it's the in-laws and the spouses. They're like, well, Sally, I'll tell you what, your sister Sally didn't seem so concerned about the property when your father was alive. But now, and then so the spouse, the sibling is like, all right, well, listen, guys, I'm not comfortable with this situation, and poor Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford is just getting he's getting whipped up and down all over the country to the point where Kelly Stafford's like, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go up to Montana to where Tom Brady is vacationing, and you're going to run into him. I'll tell you that much. Yeah,
and you can talk to a real man about how he handles things, all right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, she's like flirting with, she's standing behind Matt Stafford, but she's giving the sexy eyes to Tom Brady.
Meanwhile,
she's always looking for an upgrade.
Meanwhile, Kelly's texting with Giselle, getting a number for a jiu-jitsu instructor off to the side. Yeah. All right, so that was number one. We love familial drama on this show. Number two, rumors from Matthew Berry at the Combine. The plan, which has been reported elsewhere, was that Matthew Stafford was going to go to New York, and then Aaron Rodgers would go to the Rams. That's off the table now, obviously. The musical chairs for quarterbacks continues. No name is bigger than Aaron Rodgers. I've been told that Aaron Rodgers is now looking at 3 options, ranked here in order of likeliness as it was told to me. First, go to the New York Giants. Oh, please.
Do it. Do it.
Second, Go to the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, no, do that.
Change
do
your
that.
mind, Seth. Yeah.
Do that. Oh, come to the AFC South.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, Sean.
Yes.
Pat McAfee would be over the moon with Aaron Rodgers in the AFC South.
Well, you'd have Aaron Rodgers and Jage, as he likes to call him.
You'd have Jage coming on. That's what he calls J.J. Watt, for those uninitiated.
Yeah.
So, talking smack in the AFC South. But then you'd also have Aaron Rodgers probably at times getting overly sensitive about smack talk between the Colts and the Titans and everything. Oh, that'd be good.
And so you'd have the Colts you'd have Colts obviously with McAfee. You'd have the Titans represented with Rodgers. You'd have the Texans represented with J.J. Watt. And then to represent Jacksonville, you'd get a weekly with the magnificent Gladstone. Can you imagine McAfee getting buried under? McAfee would point blank tell the guy that he sounds like an idiot, probably. Like, you're burying me under all these words, all these big 4-syllable words.
So those of you who listen to the show regularly know that I don't care how good the player is. I just want drama in the AFC South.
Yes.
I just want stuff we can sink our teeth into. This division is sometimes just too much of a barren wasteland of drama. So I want the drama of, yes, Aaron Rodgers going to the Titans, but also Cam Ward getting drafted by the Titans.
You want both.
And
I
want both. Give it to me all.
Yeah.
I'm being greedy here. And it does – I made an argument yesterday on my YouTube. I made an argument on my YouTube for – the Giants was the Giants wanted Aaron Rodgers, but that wouldn't stop them from trading up perhaps for a quarterback, most likely Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I think I don't think that's a dumb scenario. You know how I feel. I feel like more quarterbacks these days, especially, no matter how high they're drafted, should just get a redshirt year, or at the very least be brought along slowly. So I think it's a smart tactic, and I think the Titans, unless they're idiots and cowards, should totally follow that tactic.
The third one is actually, I'm with you. Aaron Rodgers being in the division with the Titans adds some spice, no doubt about it. The third option here that Barry talks about for Rodgers is very interesting to me. Stay in shape and wait for an injury or opening on a winning team with playoff chances, i.e. the Joe Flacco scenario from 2 years ago with the Cleveland Browns. You know, I think maybe what people thought Ryan Tannehill was doing last year. Kind of laying low and seeing if anything popped. That might be, that might end up being what happens with Aaron Rodgers.
We don't know when his trip to Egypt is planned this year.
Yeah, he can go on his trip to Egypt without any backlash. You know,
my favorite thing about that whole scenario when Aaron Rodgers missed the mandatory minicamp because he had a vacation to Egypt that apparently he just couldn't afford the cancellation fees. That he basically painted himself like an Egyptologist after that.
He did.
Aaron Rodgers is the classic guy who's got a bunch of books on his bookshelf that look really good.
Never read them.
He confessed to it on it. He confessed to it at one point. He said, "I'm these books laying around. I figured I might as well start reading some of them." Like, yeah, he's LeBron James showing up with the autobiography of Malcolm X, and when they asked people his questions about it, he couldn't answer anything about it. Yeah.
Fraud. All right, there's a few more in this Matthew Berry article. We'll rapid fire these. The Jets are planning right now to start the season with Tyrod Taylor at quarterback. Okay. Can I get the under on Jets wins right now? Like this very moment, can I get an under?
I feel bad because I like Tyrod Taylor a lot.
Yeah.
I thought he was the ultimate professional. When he was the starting quarterback Deshaun Watson was still on the roster and coming to practice at times. I thought he handled that magnificently. And I think he can play winning football. You just can't trust him to play his version of winning football and stay healthy.
No.
Especially now that he's that many years older.
I like him too, man. We're hearing, and this is Matthew Berry saying this, but there's a lot of other people, that the Steelers are going to choose between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, and that currently Justin Fields is the leader in the clubhouse to be retained in Pittsburgh, which I think makes a ton of sense given that Arthur Smith is still the OC there. You know, running some sort of run-based, play action, you know, give Fields some easy throws, that kind of thing. Like Fields, especially when you saw the way the season ended with Russell Wilson under center, nobody in Pittsburgh wants to run that back with that corny ass. True story.
And then there's also rumors that people speculating that Pete Carroll will want to be reunited with Russell Wilson in Las Vegas. And maybe that's the case, but it would be a huge shock to me given that it seemed like those two guys, as much as they are capable of hate, they hated each other.
Yeah.
They're not big-time haters. They're not built that way. But whatever their version of hate is, it did not seem like a healthy relationship.
They broke up, man. They broke up.
I mean, at points, Russell Wilson was – it seemed very much like Russell Wilson was feeding stuff to the press to paint Pete Carroll and the entire organization in a bad light.
Yep.
And I could see Pete Carroll being a guy that can move on from past disagreements or whatever, but I just don't see him being eager for reunification.
That one is a mystery to me too, Seth. I agree with you. Barry is hearing the same things we just talked about with McShay a couple segments ago on Shedeur, that there's teams that are a little turned off by him, but the Cleveland Browns are not one of them. The Cleveland Browns seem to like Shedeur, which is...
Do it! Do it, you cowards.
Please do it. I need Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland like I need oxygen in my lungs right now.
I think there's two things that I've decided from this segment, Sean.
Yeah.
One, we need a gossip segment.
Yes.
Like where
this
we
is
just
all gossip.
A little bit differently than, so we need just straight gossip.
Mm-hmm.
And we also need we need a segment where we accuse people of being cowards to try to goad them into doing something that we want.
That's true.
Do it unless you're yella.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say yella.
Yes.
Are you yella?
Yeah.
That's what we'll call it. We'll call it Are You Yella? So come on, Browns.
Yeah.
Are you yella?
I love that. I love
Do
that.
it. Get Shedeur in Cleveland now.
Best. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Unless you're yella.
Yep. Unless you're yella. Y-E-L-L-A-H. Yella. All right. There is a team that is experiencing some really bad stuff up north.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is this the worst month that a professional sports franchise has ever had?
Oh, it's the worst month by far. They're menstruating at a cello recital. That's what they're doing. It's a bad month. Bad time of the month.
We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Thank you, Seth.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, a little bit of breaking news. We've been saying all week that the Texans news this week is going to largely end up being guys getting cut, guys getting restructured. This is get the salary cap in order week for the teams that don't have a ton of cap space. The Texans are one of those teams. They've got more cap space now than they had at the beginning of the day. They've got $9.3 million more in cap space to work with because they restructured the contract of Nico Collins.
That's okay. This is not unexpected. It's one of the things that made they need cap space just to re-sign some of the guys that they had on the team last year, but then also to actually go out and be aggressive. They're going to have to restructure some contracts. They might have to cut a guy here or there. Maybe there's a trade along the way. Who knows? But this is the one that makes the most sense. He's a guy who's still young, still in his prime, and they probably didn't add any more years to it practically. Maybe they did that were dummy years, but you get a bunch more guaranteed money. You push off some of it into the future, and then there you go. It's one of the things, sometimes when people see the reports, they think that the player himself got screwed with a little bit, and that's not the case at all. Usually it's a really nice thing for the player. I remember the first time this happened to me, I went in and the Jaguars needed to push some stuff off into the future. So my agent explained it to me, and he's like, okay, well, they're going to take a bunch of your money and guarantee it. They're going to make some of it a signing bonus, and then they're going to add a couple of years to your contract that are a really high price. So you'll still probably be a free agent at the same time. So I was like, well, okay, this seems like a no-brainer. And my agent told me that it was. And I go in, and I remember back in the day, you had to sign this stuff in person, or at least via fax. I went into the office, and I did it, and they were effusive in their gratitude for it as they handed me a check for a lot of money.
How skeptical were you about this whole thing?
It almost felt a little too good.
Yeah, I feel like you, of all people, would look at this with a little bit of a side eye, like, okay, am I getting punked here? Is Ashton Kutcher going to walk out? What's going on here right now?
Yeah, well, no, and I'll tell you what got even better. Maybe I'm not hard-nosed enough as a businessman. So they did that deal. They pushed a bunch of money. They gave me a couple dummy years for a salary that at the time I probably wasn't going to make. So a team would probably release me or restructure me. And so by the time we got to the end of that deal, I was with the Texans. And then again, Charlie Casserly calls up my agent and asks if I'd be cool with playing under that dummy year salary. I'm like, yes. Yeah. Duh. Like, where I feel like I guess maybe I should have said no. Hell no. I need a new contract or whatever. I don't know. I live year to year too much. I was like, hell yeah, I'll play for that. I never thought I was going to see that.
Right.
Hell yeah.
So I'm the guy on this show who says, man, sometimes they just put years at the end of this thing that. Yeah, like Devante Adams' years that he's not going to see now that he was supposed to make $35 million or whatever. Like when the day he signed it, I'm sure I was like, all right, well it's about the guaranteed money. It's not about these years at the end that pump up the numbers for the agents and everything to make the agents look good. And Seth saw one of those years at the very end.
I saw one of those years. And now with the Jaguars, because they were in such a bad cap position, I probably never was going to see it with the Jaguars. But with the Texans, it was a different scenario, and they were really happy. It was after my first year playing with the Texans, and I was a different type of – it was a better scheme fit. So I was a much better player with the Texans than I was with the Jaguars. So they felt like it was fair compensation. And if I were a good business person, set me free.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just always so happy to be making any money at all playing football. I was so bad.
I love this.
If I had been without an agent, I would have been so screwed every single year. Every single year. Yeah.
Even Kramer is negotiating with the coffee company when he spilled hot coffee. We'll give you a lifetime supply of coffee, and I'll take it.
It was. Every time I ever got a new contract or anything, I was always like looking to my left and my right, like, really?
Yeah.
For football?
Getting over.
Are you serious?
That's great.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
Do you know what I would be doing right now without this sport? It wouldn't be pretty.
Oh, wow.
You know my challenges.
Yes.
This is the only thing I'm good at.
That's
and
great.
then maybe someday talking about it.
Yes.
These are the
You're
only
very good at that.
They're the only two things I'm good at in the world.
Oh, my
I
God.
was just lucky enough to be born in America in 1975.
To get paid a healthy wage.
You plot me down in any other country on earth, and I'm maybe doing like the Highland Games once a year, and otherwise just working in a tannery.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That is great. All right, so the Texans have $9.3 million more in cap space to work with. Nico Collins gets a big fat check today. He's not taking a pay cut, people. It's a restructuring of how he's getting paid. All right, Nick Wright on FS1, former colleague here, said that yesterday that the Dallas Mavericks, this is after Kyrie Irving tore his ACL, the latest in just a litany of devastating. That is massive. They seemed a little emotional, I'll say.
Were they
a little bit.
Were they broken down emotionally?
A little bit. I
the
couldn't see their
sideline?
faces, but their body language, you know.
Did they have to get?
I think they were all right.
Isn't that what athletes do when somebody gets a knee injury?
Oh, were they Yeah. Nobody was sobbing. I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. They weren't openly sobbing before they went back out on the
not
court?
that I
All
saw.
right.
No, not that I saw. But I didn't see everybody. Who knows? Maybe there was one. Just one. Nick Wright yesterday on FS1 saying the Mavs may have killed their franchise.
The verdict is now in. It is a calamity of historic proportions, this trade. What was done to the Mavs fan base for no reason whatsoever 30 days ago is the likes of which franchises often never recover from. The Mavs fans went to bed on January 31st saying, all right, our window's probably the next 10 to 12 years is our window. And, you know, Kyrie's playing well, and Luke is coming back. And they wake up 30 days later, and they don't have their own draft pick, 27, 28, 29, or 30. Shams, an hour ago, said Anthony Davis might shut it down for the year at this point. Kyrie is likely not playing again until this time in 2026 at the earliest. And
so it's been a really bad month, and for the Mavericks, starting with the Luka trade. Mike Leslie, who works for WFAA up in Dallas, put a tweet together. Seth, I don't even know if we have time to go through every bullet point on here about how bad it's been. He frames the Luka trade with about 4 or 5 different bullet points, which start with the trade itself, Nico Harrison's press conference afterwards, Luka getting introduced by the Lakers, the Mavs introducing Anthony Davis, and then he dominates for 30 minutes against the Rockets, but gets hurt and is probably out for the rest of the season. Dirk Nowitzki attending Luka's Laker debut.
I missed that.
Yeah, he went to L.A. for Luka's Laker debut. So Dirk, the all-time face of the Mavericks franchise, is supporting Luka in L.A.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Mavs ejecting fans for chanting "Fire Nico." Like it's not just the transactions. It's how Dallas
they've handled it afterwards. The hypersensitivity.
Yes. Yeah. Like the throwing people out for having signs in the building. Yeah. Mark Cuban telling people to F off. Fans.
Yeah, Mark Cuban, the guy that's supposed to be Joe Fan and everything, being exposed yet again as the fraud that he is. Yes.
Dude, and then Kyrie going down with this knee injury, dude. And even the only reason I'm bringing this one up is this guy played for U of H, but Quentin Grimes, who's been kind of a role player in the NBA, was on the Mavs at the time the Luka trade was made. They traded him to the Sixers like 3 days later. He's gone to this. Now the Sixers suck, but he's gone to the Sixers and totally blown 30 points 2 nights ago. He scored last night he scored 30. He scored 44 a couple of nights ago, Quentin Grimes. So even like the little things are just blowing up in their face.
Well, and then even last night as Kyrie Irving goes down with an ACL, Doncic went viral with did you see the clip?
I saw.
Yeah,
I saw.
He rejected a 3-point attempt. Okay. The ball is in the air. He jumps up in the air, catches it, and then throws it off of the defender to bounce out of bounds. It was an
hustle
awesome
play. Luka's making hustle plays now.
he can eat a lot healthier in LA than he ate in Dallas.
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
a better influence for him out there.
I thought you were going to refer to is that Luka apparently verified went on Instagram and I think commented on Kyrie's Instagram after the injury was reported. Something to the effect of "get out of that trash organization" or something like that. Like he threw shade.
Really?
Yes, he threw shade in a comment at the Mavericks on Instagram. Luka did.
Wow.
Yeah. So
it really stinks for Dallas, I'll tell you. I think
it's really
LA,
too bad. You're right. Yeah.
You might never believe this, but I do feel like LA is a better environment for professional athletes who might be led astray or off the path or whatever than Dallas. Because in Dallas, people are just throwing themselves at it. As one player once told me when I was a rookie, there's a veteran player who had played in Dallas for a few years.
Yeah.
This is what he said. He said, in Dallas, when you play for the Cowboys, you're the woman. You're treated the same way women are at a club where it's just like a constant onslaught of dudes hitting on you. He's like, when you're an athlete in Dallas, you are the woman. Like, women are throwing themselves at you the way guys throw themselves at women.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah, it might just – we're in L.A., you know, you're just a schmuck basketball player. Like Shaq said back in the day. You know, it's just – in Orlando, it was just him and Mickey Mouse. He was a much bigger deal. He went to L.A., and it's like, oh, it's just another famous person.
A lot of competition, although this is probably a bad time for, like, the middling to back end of the roster Mavericks players who probably got some of the ladies in Dallas just for – being a Maverick. I would imagine it's not that cool to be a Dallas Maverick right now.
They can't even get the slough off anymore.
Yeah, they can't even get the waffle runoff. You know what I mean? It's not cool. That's not a cool franchise right now. They torpedoed themselves.
Yeah.
They killed themselves. It's really unfortunate. I feel awful about laughing about it right now.
They should. If I were in Dallas, I would do. You remember when we were growing up? You know, we grew up with stories about Vietnam and how horribly the veterans were treated when they came back. So that by the time the Gulf War came along, even people that might have been opposed to the war, there was very much a feeling of like, hey, let's be sure we treat the veterans the right way and everything. That's what the Dallas people need to adopt that strategy. Like,
treat Mavericks.
It's not the players' fault. It's the ownership. Don't take it out on the players themselves. Take it out on the powers that be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And give them specials around town where you get discounted, like on certain like meals and things like that, you know, like a Maverick, treat the Mavericks right, you know, like
don't be pushing your firstborn daughter on a Dallas Maverick, but at the very least, you know, maybe your 67-year-old housekeeper or something,
right?
You know, offer her up to a Dallas Mavericks player.
Oh, it's from a parody account. Somebody said I got Centelled just now. Oh, okay. Luka did not comment on the Mavs. All right, I got Centelled. Posters from a parody account.
You got.
I got got. I saw it early in the morning. What do you want? All right. I don't even care anymore about that stuff. Like, it's like, okay, I got Centelled. No big deal.
Yeah, if you're, It's good that we corrected it, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I don't ever. There's a lot of those really big Twitter accounts that give very convincing fake quotes, but that are just so nasty that you just, whenever you see something that's that much shade, you gotta investigate.
Well, obviously, yes. The problem with me there is I looked at Luka, it looked like it was definitely Luka's account with the blue check and a blue check mark on Instagram. But
they give blue check marks to satire accounts now. That's where it gets really dicey. Like you can't look at the blue check mark at all.
Yeah, I didn't even look at who was putting that out. It looked like a legit screen grab of an Instagram account. Like it wasn't like the account that said it on there was not like at Luka69 LOL or something like that.
Right.
It was Luka. Right. It was real actually being it out there. So there you go. All right. I really don't care. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Howie Roseman, and this is verified. It was definitely Howie Roseman because I saw a video of him saying it. There's no way AI would put this out there.
There's no way they could fake
There's no way you can fake this because it's video. It's video. You can't fake video.
I hate the present day so much.
He made an analogy that I think Seth Payne is going to like more than anybody.
Ooh, I love this present day.
When it comes when it comes
to
winning the
best
Super Bowl.
day ever.
I'm going to tell you what washes the taste out of your mouth of getting Centelled Prize Picks. Getting it on a good Prize Picks lineup, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, a bit of breaking news, not Texans breaking news. If you missed it, Nico Collins restructured his contract for the Texans and opened up $9.3 million in cap space. There has been a trade as well that I think is worth touching on here before we get to the audio that I teased into this segment. Joe Thuney, who had spent most of last season playing left tackle for the Chiefs, out of position. He is a Pro Bowl level guard. He's been traded from the Kansas City Chiefs. He was selected their team MVP last season by his teammates, receiving the Derek Thomas Award in recognition of his unselfishness by moving to left tackle at the end of the season last year. Eventually that caught up to them against the Eagles, but he did a pretty good job at left tackle. He's been traded, Seth, to the Chicago Bears for a 4th-round pick. So the Bears shoring up that offensive line in front of Caleb Williams. He's scheduled to make $16 million this season. It's the last year of a 5-year, $80 million deal. So he's getting in on one of those years you were just talking about here. Made it to the end. Made it to the end of his deal.
Yeah, and he ended up, Will Anderson had some really good plays against Joe Thuney. It was towards the end of the season when he got moved to left tackle, and they'd been unsettled at left tackle all year long there with the Chiefs. So by the time they hit the playoffs, like teams were fully exploiting Joe Thuney and the fact that he is not a left compensation.
It was a 4th-round pick in 22. A 4th-round pick next year in 2026.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that the free agency crop of offensive guards is pretty good right now. And I wonder if the Texans, even at that draft compensation, didn't want to take a guy that might be looking for a longer-term contract because he's still relatively young. He's 32 or 33 years old. So I'll be surprised if the Texans weren't a part of that conversation, or at least if they hadn't been thinking about that, if they knew it was available.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to cry tears over it just yet. I might retroactively if the Texans don't do anything about the guard position, one of the guard positions.
It's an interesting deal. Like $16 million's a lot. Just $16 million. $16 million for Joe Thuney is not a horrible number. But I mean, the Texans are sitting here scrapping to open up $9 million in cap space today. Like the Texans can't look at some of these deals through the same prism that other teams that have a bunch of cap space can look at it through, unfortunately, because they've spent a lot of their money last year. They'll find cap space to do things. This would have been, like Deebo Samuel would have been, it's not the draft compensation, it's the salary. Like, this is your splurge now. And I would say this, though, but, like a Pro Bowl caliber, veteran, championship, experienced left guard would not have been a bad deal for the Houston. It wouldn't have been bad for the Houston Texans. I get what you're saying. There may be things they can go get where they don't have to give up a draft pick for it, and maybe is cheaper than $16 million too. Like that's pretty pricey.
You know what? This is where, oh boy, I don't want to brace myself for this.
What?
Do we need to brace for ourselves for perhaps Nick Caley thinking that the personnel on the offensive line wasn't nearly the issue on the interior offensive line, and that it was a matter of the way Bobby Slowick was operating things, that with coaching and the proper scheme, they can actually do better with these current guys than we think right now.
Your question
with
is,
or without the draft.
Your question is, do we need to brace ourselves for that? And I think we do. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen.
For complete inactivity. Yeah.
I don't think, again, I don't know that it's the favorite, but it's definitely not off the board.
This is where I have a hard time with it. It's that I'll be the first. I mean, we've got a lot of listeners that think you need to swap out all 5 offensive linemen. I think that's an extreme overreaction, and I do think that the scheme and the coaching had a lot to do with how bad the offensive line looked. I think they were capable of much more. We saw it at times when they started to figure out what to do finally in the run game in the playoffs. So I'm not freaking out the way some of our listeners are, but I do think that Shaq Mason, it's really hard for me to feel like he hasn't just gotten old. I don't think he moves like a guy who's a good guard in the NFL anymore. There's certain things he did last year when he was getting swatted away like a flea by Tavondre Sweat in the Titans game, for instance. I don't think a younger Shaq Mason played that way no matter what scheme he was in. So that part I get nervous about.
Yeah. Thuney for a 4th round pick too. Ryan Poles is the GM in Chicago. He came from Kansas City, so that's probably one of those deals. It's probably the skids are more greased for him to do a deal with guys he's familiar working with, that kind of thing, than other teams.
All right, I've changed my mind then. I'm mildly alarmed about the fact that the Texans weren't linked to this trade. I don't, mostly because I don't want to go. I'm willing to see it out and see what Nick Caley can do, but I'm not going to be comfortable with that interior offensive line until I actually see it in the flesh and actually performing. So if the Texans don't address the interior offensive line in free agency or the draft, my stomach's going to be in knots until
Replace
September.
the Bears with the Texans in this deal. How would you have felt if I told you the Texans just traded a 4th-round pick in 2026 for Joe Thuney to play left
I'd say,
guard?
hell yeah, that's what you do.
I think it's a good, that's the way to look at it. So I am okay with the understanding that there's other solutions out there. This would have been a good solution to your left guard issue.
Didn't the Bears already trade for another offensive lineman?
They did,
or maybe
with the Rams yesterday.
They
traded for two guards, Jonah something or other.
They're being the opposite. Right, who's been Jonah Williams, who was injured last year.
I think it was Jonah Jackson or something.
Yes,
like that.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
But he was all pro in 2021.
Yeah, he got a big deal. He was a bad free agency signing for the Rams. Jonah Jackson. They traded. New Bears left guard Jonah Jackson. 5 things to know about him.
Yeah. So they're doing the opposite of the Texans. They're making moves, but I also hate Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears.
Well, I mean, there's solutions out there. It's just like Thuney in particular for a 4th is very intriguing, but it's done. Hey, real quick, let's get to this because I teased it. Howie Roseman. I waited till late in the 8 o'clock hour to do this, just so to eliminate the chance of questions from kids in the back seat of the car on the way to school. Here was Howie Roseman with his analogy. This is an interview he did at the Combine, it looks like, on winning a Super Bowl.
Is this PG rated or PG-13?
Whatever rated.
Yeah. So I'd say like the first one's almost like, can I say this, Bob?
Yes,
can we delete this? Is this live? You don't know what I'm saying? You don't know what I'm saying?
This is the best part. You can be you.
It's almost like the first time you have sex. You're so glad you had sex. It's not even the quality of it. The second time,
that's actually great.
The second time, it's like, wow, I could actually have fun and enjoy this. And so I would say, and Bob just had sex for his first time.
Wow.
Who's Bob? Who's the Bob that
I don't know. Whoever was interviewing him. That was the best part.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of the hosts saying that?
I think so, yeah.
I like those guys.
Yeah.
Who are those guys?
My big takeaway here, Howie Roseman, you were really good at it and enjoyed it your second time.
Oh, yeah, your second. Yeah, that's how it goes for everybody. Oh, yeah,
took you one time.
By the second time, everybody was a legend had grown around the high school about how great I was at it.
The first time Howie Roseman's sweating and he's nervous and his voice is cracking. And the second time he's got on these cool shades. He's got on a robe. It's open. His chest is all.
If recognize that the timelines are generally different. You don't have to wait as long for your second time. Usually, when most guys are at the age where they have sex for the first time, the second time is pretty shortly thereafter.
Yes.
And it is better by a good spell.
Do you?
It's not quite as embarrassing.
Yeah. Is that a good analogy? I know you were never on a Super Bowl champion, but can you see his analogy here about how the first time it doesn't even matter how sloppy it was, but the second time you can really enjoy it?
Yeah. I would say though, I think it's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah.
I think though there's always after the first time though too, it's you don't if you give a damn. You know what Howie Roseman sounds like to me?
Yeah.
A selfish lover.
Yeah.
Because very few guys after their first time feel like, yeah, I put it to her right.
Right.
Yeah,
Not
she ain't gonna be
generous.
walking right for days. Yeah. She won't stop calling me.
Not generous.
No, it's
not generous. He also sounds.
You know what Howie Roseman sounds like? Sounds like a rich kid whose dad paid for a prostitute his first time.
That happens. Not with me.
She told me it was incredible.
Yeah. He sounds like I never heard Howie Roseman talk before. If I had, I hadn't paid attention. He
sounds nerdier and younger. He sounds more like the Magnificent Gladstone than you'd expect.
He does. I hope that's not a harbinger that the Magnificent Gladstone is actually going to be as good at his job as Howie Roseman is. Howie Roseman's an excellent general manager.
What did Theo Epstein sound like when he was 29 years old?
I'll find it. Not that in that audio. Then play the first 5 words.
Is this PG rated or PG-13?
Yeah, he's like.
I would have loved to. I might have to. That might be the rabbit hole I get into this afternoon. I want to find sports radio from when Theo Epstein was hired, and how skeptical people just must have been up there. Especially,
I like it. All right, let's get to the 9 o'clock hour here. Mike Tillman, Texans team president, was on with us yesterday. A lot of people reacted to this earlier. He laid out the stadium situation. Seth had a prediction as well on how he thinks the stadium situation is going to play out. Texans team president Mike Tillman gives you everything you need to know in about 90 seconds of audio here on the stadium situation. Stay there.
I've got a prediction for you.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We had Mike Toman on yesterday. He's the new president of the Houston Texans. The stadium is going to be a big issue, a big thing to tackle moving forward here over the next several years. NRG Stadium in need of a lot of work, possibility of a new stadium. They're entertaining everything right now. The primary goal right now, as Mike Toman is about to lay out via audio. If you want to hear the whole interview, it's up on our podcast from yesterday. It was at 8 o'clock. But they're entertaining everything, but the primary focus right now is on a refurbished, repaired, new, reimagined version of NRG Stadium.
Just to set the table, we're 7 years out at this stage. And so we have started a process like you would for any major transformative opportunity that you have coming down the line. The key is to get out in front. And I was really enthused to understand all the great work that had already been done with our partners at the park, trying to understand how we could renovate. You know, our priority, our focus continues to be, we're open to all options. You have to consider all options. But where our energy continues to be is figuring out how do we make NRG Stadium a world-class stadium, the best competitive advantage for our team and the best experience for our fans. And so we're going through the process right now. You know, we've commissioned a number of studies. We have a number of experts helping us. Some of them still have to come to conclusion, and we have a lot of dialogue to continue on that front. So there's no April 15th. We need to be at this point. What I can say is we're in a great position for a runway to make sure we're making the right decision and the right approach.
Okay. So
the big things to take from that are that, all right, I do feel like they are genuinely looking at what are the best options. If it needs a renovation, the renovations can end up being just about as pricey as building a new stadium, especially when you include the maintenance and all that through the years. So it might make more sense to build a new stadium. And then after that, the question would become, if they did decide to build a new stadium, is it going to be at NRG Park or is it going to be elsewhere? Mm-hmm. And I guess the third thing, just for those of you who haven't dialed in or checked in on this, there were some really irresponsible reports that basically suggested the Texans could be thinking about moving out away from the Houston area. Those were 100% false. Like, there's no, and it wasn't even based on the articles that were written suggesting that, any other than other articles that didn't. It was weird. It was just really bad.
It was really bad, like, aggregation or AI, one or the other.
Yeah, and headlines. Yeah, it was just so there's less than a 0.1% chance of the Texans leaving the Houston area. But would they move to a suburb or something? That's a possibility. That's in play right now. It sounds like they're doing all the studies right now to figure out exactly what and when and where they will be.
The biggest thing with these new stadiums, the biggest things, especially here in 2025, as compared to when NRG Stadium was built 25 years ago. 25 years ago is about the actual operations of how the stadium worked, retractable roof, modular field, all those things. The suites were important. They definitely were important. But like a lot of things in life, what is considered good premium suite seating has evolved over 25 years. Go figure. And so nowadays, you look at a lot of the new stadiums, they've got huge congregation areas at the main concourse. You know, whereas the main concourse in older stadiums is just a way to get in and get to your seat. Now the concourse areas are places that generate revenue by being treated as gigantic open area bars and places to watch the game from a standing room standpoint, that kind of thing. If you look at Jerry World, and even though Jerry World's getting older now too, but it's got a huge congregation. SoFi Stadium is state-of-the-art from that standpoint. The suites, the premium suites, having different levels of suites that hit different price points. I know probably for most of it, it's like suite market. Well, within the suite realm, there are some companies or entities that are willing to entertain maybe, smaller or lesser suite. So having a bunch of choices for suites is important. Field level seating. And the reason I'm bringing all these things up is that if the first choice is to modify NRG Stadium, this is going to be really hard. This is going to be really hard. I got texts from when we did this segment earlier, I got texts from friends of mine who were like, you know, the biggest thing about the biggest hassle I have with NRG Stadium, it's not parking, it's not getting to the stadium, it's getting up the escalator and getting to my seats. There's one artery to get up above the ground level on each of the corners, and it's one escalator that leaves people standing there. So there's a lot to remodel, and some of it might not be field level suites might not be able to be a thing. I don't know. You know, like that's you're really doing a lot.
Yeah, when it comes to the actual bones of the building and what you'd have to do, and all the accommodations you'd have to make, it might make a lot more sense ultimately to just build from scratch. And do you do that? So do you do that at NRG? The one thing about the Texans is that they share that space. They share NRG Park with the Rodeo, so they don't have the exclusive rights to make money on the stadium during the rodeo, or at other times they have to deal with, shifting their own operations at times, which I've never, heard that's like a pain in the butt to an extreme degree or anything, but it's a disadvantage that they have in relation to other. Ultimately, this comes down to the biggest thing, the biggest touch point is always, all right, well, are they going to want public funds to do this? Mm-hmm. Because people will ask, all right, well, why are you doing this? And if it's just to make more money, then how come we want public funds? And it's a very, very fair question, and it's one that I have myself. And that's why I think that the most realistic scenario is that there are multiple miniature cities or growing cities like Katy or the Woodlands or multiple other counties that are growing really fast surrounding Houston and Harris County that might have a much higher appetite as a way to actually stoke growth, that they might offer up something enticing to the Texans. Yeah. I don't think if they decide to get public money, it feels like I think they would have a much better shot at it in one of the outlying counties where they'd also maybe have more elbow room to actually build the kind of stadium that they really envision. Yeah. And so for me right now, it's and this is pure speculation by me based on zero inside information. I just feel like there's a better than 50% chance that the new NRG Stadium is going to be somewhere elsewhere than NRG Park, the current NRG Park. Yeah, that's an interesting prediction, man. I could totally see that. We're getting texts, like one text on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The Texans are totally tone deaf. Infrastructure in the city is literally crumbling. We can ride to the stadium dodging potholes and traversing through floods caused by neglected, broken water mains. And they go on to list a bunch of other things wrong with the city. The Texans haven't asked for any like money for a new stadium yet or anything like that. Right. I mean, they're just trying to get NRG Stadium. Or if you put yourself in the situation of if you're the president of the Texans, and all that, it's a very, very valid argument that a lot of people in Harris County are going to make. If there are other counties out there that if Fort Bend County thinks like, man, you know what, this really puts a stamp of legitimacy on this whole area. The city of Irving gave the Cowboys. It's not like the Cowboys are dying for cash or anything, but they got a really good offer from Irving, Texas. What are they in? Are they in? They're in Arlington now, but they were in Irving. Sorry. Yeah. They used to be in Irving. Yeah. They're in Arlington now, obviously. Yeah. But Arlington gave them a good deal. Yeah. And I think that when it comes to the 12 or 13 counties that comprise the greater Houston area, I think they're probably going to get a pretty good offer from one of them. Yep. I know a guy. So you look at the Texans right now. Yeah. Texans are, according to CNBC, the Texans are the 11th highest valued NFL franchise. Okay. And now this is where I start getting just my ego gets to me. To get up to number 2, it's not that far to go. It's $8 billion. So the Cowboys are number 1, right? Yeah. Yeah. I need to be more valuable than the Cowboys. Damn it. What's the Cowboys? I'm not a minority shareholder, yet they're at $8 billion. The Cowboys are at 8. I'm sorry. The Rams are at $8 billion. The Cowboys are. You're not going to get up to the Cowboys. That's $11 billion. I want to be more valuable than the Rams. That's what I'm looking to see. So you're basically what you're saying is 11 is closer to 2 than 2 is to 1, right? Yeah. So they're in that muck. I was trying to say something, and you got to it. But thank you. Payne and Pendergast with you. Larry is in Stafford. He goes to a lot of these games. I'm guessing he's got takes on this. What's going on, Larry?
What's going on, Sean? Seth, I'm glad you guys had a great time in Florida. This first time I had a chance to talk to y'all since y'all got back, and looked like it was a lot of fun. That spring training event down there has to be something that I have to make my way down there to see it, man, because everybody that I've heard talk about it say it's a great experience. So it's on my list of things to do. And I wanted to chime in on this stadium thing, man. As someone who really, truly enjoys traveling around the country and going to NFL stadiums, I've had the opportunity to visit several of them. And I remember back in it may have been like 92, 93. This is how history repeats itself, because Bud Adams went to the city of Houston and he needed more money to renovate the Astrodome, and they gave him all that money to redo the dome and everything. And then in 1995, he came up with he needed a new stadium, and then all of a sudden he took that Tennessee whiskey and took his dumb ass to Tennessee. So here's where my thinking is with the Texans. Cal and Hannah aren't going anywhere. They love this fan base. And we've watched that stadium over there serve its purpose. But we understand that the growth of NRG Stadium and that park over there is hindered by that silly-ass historical marker called the Astrodome. And I know people have different opinions about when they watch Nolan Ryan and JR pitch in there, and it's nostalgic and all that other stuff. But the fact that that stadium is still standing, and they knocked down Yankee Stadium, the Chicago Stadium is getting ready to go to the woodshed. I think the Forum in L.A., the Boston Garden, all that stuff that has more historical ramifications than the Astrodome has all been knocked down to not stop progress. That is a travesty by the state of Texas, Harris County, and the city of Houston. Because here's the thing. I've said this on multiple occasions. Once the state of Texas get gambling in this state, Houston is going to be a destination spot. Because if you were smart enough, we should not have to be traveling to San Antonio to take our kids to SeaWorld or some amusement park when they knock down Astroworld and all that kind of stuff. These people in this city have been backwards ass thinking since I was a kid. And it's a simple thing. You have to try to renovate the stadium first because you're still under the contract. But at some point, if I'm Cal and Hannah, them silly-ass escalators over there at NRG Stadium, whatever Aggie came up with that design, whoever decided that we wanted to have multiple entry points, you got to go through 9 levels of security just to get into the damn stadium. That's what's causing an ingress and regress of leaving the stadium. Last thing I'll say is this. Minnesota Stadium is one of my favorite stadiums because as you get out of your car, you walk your ass right into the stadium where they have windows open and it looks like it's outside and everything, and it is just a great time. It is a travesty that this is taking this much time to get this thing done, and the Texans and Harris County and everybody need to figure it out because I'm with Tom. Let's do this thing because he came here to get it done, and I'll holler.
I appreciate that. I think he means Toman. I think he means Mike Toman, not Tom. I'm assuming that's what Larry means.
I was trying to figure out who Tom was.
Yeah, I think that's who.
That makes more sense.
I think that's who he means. Yeah,
Irving, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, the escalators are weird.
Well, there's just there's a bottleneck at all of them.
Hey, listen, we've got the world's widest freeway out there, the Katy Freeway. Let's have the world's widest bank of escalators.
Yes.
I want 78 escalators. I want you to be able to enter. I want you to be able to have your ticket scanned and take an escalator directly to your section. Mm-hmm. An escalator for you. A chicken in every pot, an escalator for every section.
Yes.
That's what I'm running on.
I can tell. The people, the sense I get in this segment, Seth, that people are most worked up about is that, like, this stadium is only 25 years old.
Yeah, I know. I get worked up about it.
Yeah.
It's pro sports, man.
Yep.
It's all at the end of the day, it's all about money. Now, are they making money by providing a better experience for the fans? Yes. So the pitch would be that our goals are aligned in that regard. Mm-hmm. But then the other question is, all right, really, what are we paying for it? And that's where there's likely a county out there that's willing to foot a part of the bill for it. It's and the economics behind all of that sometimes make sense, and sometimes they sound kind of dicey.
Yep.
But when the money is there, good business people are going to take it.
Okay, 2 texts for Larry. Larry in the morning sounds different than after a game. Sounds more like Lawrence from Stafford. So he sounds a little different than when he calls into the postgame show. And then somebody saying, I can't believe I'm saying this, ... But Larry is ... right on all counts. Larry gets some shade on the Larry gets some supporters and some shade on the text page afterwards. This is clearly somebody who disagrees with Larry most of the time, who says, I can't believe I'm saying this. Larry made a lot of good points, man. Made a lot of good points. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Supposedly a gap between the top 2 quarterbacks in this draft right now. Why is this happening? A draft expert lays out the exact reason why it might be happening. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, I want to get you guys sleeping better like I do at night.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, sad news here in the city of Houston. Former Houston mayor and U.S. Congressman Sylvester Turner has died. Current Mayor John Whitmire said Wednesday morning at a council meeting. So this is just news coming down within the last several minutes here. Sylvester Turner, only 70 years old, he was working in Washington, D.C. and was taken to the hospital and died on Tuesday night. Quote from Mayor Whitmire, he never forgot where he came from. That's remarkable, often in public service. And Sylvester Turner, Houston native. He was born one of 9 children. Would often recall the heroics of his mother during his childhood. She worked as a maid at the Rice Hotel. Turner called her the CEO of her family. He would graduate valedictorian from Klein High School and then went to U of H. He was diehard U of H and diehard sports guy, too. I mean, Mayor Sylvester Turner did a lot of stuff for the sports world here in Houston, went to Harvard Law School, and obviously went on, worked as an attorney, and went on to have a decorated career in law and in politics. Sad news, Seth, in the world.
Yeah, and it just had the kind of verve and energy that you wouldn't expect this at the age of 70, and it was obviously very still much working and engaged and public. So yeah.
Yep, tough. Yeah, last year Sheila Jackson Lee, we know, died of cancer. Turner said he would run to replace her, keep her work going, and then he won a special election of precinct chairs to get the Democratic nomination and then cruise to the election in November. So thoughts and prayers to the family of former mayor and current, late U.S. Congressman Sylvester Turner. Sudden, it sounded like, up in D.C. Wow, 70 years old, man. Sad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday morning here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's circle back over to no easy segues. Let's circle back over to the draft and the combine. Todd McShay, draft analyst for The Ringer, formerly ESPN, had this to say about how Shedeur Sanders is being viewed by a couple of teams in the top 10.
Teams in the top 10 drafting that need a quarterback. The 2 people that I spoke to in these positions left the meeting feeling like Shedeur Sanders was not overly concerned with what they thought of him. They had a 15-minute meeting with him, and when they were done, they both said in different ways, different words, that they did not feel like Shedeur Sanders cared all that much about what that organization thought of him.
Do you believe that Shedeur Sanders didn't care about what those 2 top 10 teams thought of him in those interviews?
Yeah, I think that there's a really good chance that it was the opposite, that he did care what he thought of them. You brought this up, but that he doesn't want to go to those teams. Because there have been reports that he's had good meetings as well. Mm-hmm. So he might just be putting his best foot forward for the teams that he likes. The top 10 teams that I could see Shedeur Sanders caring but wanting them to not care about him.
Yes.
Perhaps I could see the Titans.
Okay.
I would say the Browns, except the Browns seem to be pretty high on him, or at least that's what the reports are.
Yeah.
I don't think the Jaguars would have met with him, obviously. I think the Jets are a top 10 team that Shedeur Sanders probably didn't care to impress all that much. The Saints might be the interesting one. Does he care what the Saints think of him? Would he want to go to New Orleans or not? I would guess.
That's a good question. I think the Saints are a bit of a disaster. I know they're picking 9th, not 1st, like some of the other teams. I personally, the Saints would be very far down my list of teams I'd want to go to. Look, at some point, Seth, a young quarterback in New Orleans is going to have to deal with the credit card bill that the Saints have sitting out there.
Right, yeah, I think that in terms of you go to a team high in the draft, chances are better than not you're going to a team that's not good. So then the question is, all right, how good a chance do they have to get good again? Mm-hmm. So it's very much about how much do I trust the leadership, how much do I trust the owner.
How much cap space do they have?
Right, how much cap space do they have? And there's only so much the Saints can do in the immediate future. Mm-hmm. The one that would be super fascinating is if he intentionally tanked his Patriots interview. That would be That would be, how far they've fallen. That would just be sad, wouldn't it, Sean?
Do you think?
It'd be sad if, this once in lofty franchise is now at the point where Shedeur and Dion just don't think much of the Patriots organization.
I agree. It would be hilarious. I'm guessing the Patriots aren't talking to him, if I had to guess.
I think that I think they're fine with Drake May.
Yeah.
But it would be cool if they hated Drake May. It would be cool if it was Mac Jones, But it's Drake May who they feel better about right now. Just as they did after Mac Jones' rookie year. Still.
Yeah, they did. Maybe they're out on Drake May a year from now. Who knows? Here's another one from McShay. Said that Shedeur lacked professionalism and he was not taking the interviews seriously.
A couple of the quotes that I put in there. One said that it wasn't a professional approach. One person that I talked to said the best way I can describe it is it wasn't a professional approach. Shedeur Sanders did not take a professional approach to this interview. The other person I talked to said he wasn't taking it seriously at all. I didn't get the sense that he was taking it seriously. So when you hear it wasn't a professional approach and you hear he wasn't taking it all that seriously, that's not the interview that it's not the response you're looking for from a potential suitor, from somewhere you plan to go play.
Okay. I could see where Shedeur's personality would get interpreted the way that McShay talks about it.
I could see that, but I also know that I think he's very savvy, obviously, in a lot of ways, not just from a PR standpoint. I think he knows how to put his best foot forward. Mm-hmm. I think your theory that he's intentionally tanking these interviews makes more sense. I think that whether people like or dislike his public persona and all of those things that go along with it, I think he knows how to put his best foot forward for 15 minutes in an interview.
Yes.
And if he's having that unimpressive of an impression, I think your theory makes the most sense. Mm-hmm. I think that it's most likely that he's intentionally tanking those
picking
interviews.
And choosing which teams he might want to go to.
Just kind of like it was a great strategy for Ryan Leaf back in the day. Remember Ryan Leaf? How he didn't want to go to the Colts.
Yeah.
He skipped their pre-draft meeting.
Yeah.
Things worked out awesome for him.
Sure did.
He went to the team he wanted to go
to. He wound up on the Chargers. Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Good point. Here's one more from McShay, kind of clarifying, saying, no bad behavior, no viral moments, just not great.
There was no bad behavior. There was nothing disrespectful said or done. There was no kind of altercation. And it wasn't like Good Will Hunting when Ben Affleck went in for Matt Damon and put his feet up on the desk and yelled, "Retainer! Retainer!" Like, it wasn't that. So I'm not trying to overblow this to try to get clicks and people get, this is not a viral moment. I don't care about the attention this gets. It's just our job to relay the information and the intel that we're getting from people that are important and make decisions or part of the decision process from the teams that are looking to draft a quarterback and have a high draft pick.
Okay, here's the question, Seth. Here's the question I have. How soon after he signs his first NFL contract does Shedeur Sanders create his own production company like Josh Allen just did yesterday? Or sign on with Skydance or whatever it was.
I'm guessing he already has one.
Probably, right?
I don't know if he calls it a production company or something.
Got a
but
podcast.
I'm guessing he's got social media people and what have you that help him out with stuff. I don't think that's probably all that uncommon these days. Yeah. Whether they call it a production company or not, I think a lot of young athletes, because they're so savvy on social media, probably have people. Well, like Figgy. Figgy has a brand consultant or whatever. I can't remember what she's called, but she kind of helps him out with filming things and everything.
Yeah.
So, and Figgy does it. That's part of his specific job. Media personality.
Great at it,
yeah. So I'm guessing that's not that uncommon. Okay. I don't think that there doesn't need to be a big unveiling for it or anything.
Okay. Do you feel like Josh?
So what chance is it that there's a chance that Shedeur is intentionally tanking those interviews?
Yeah.
What chance is it that there are some crusty old scouts who just don't like the cut of his jib from everything they've seen and read about him already?
High.
And they didn't like his daddy to begin with.
The chances are high because we're talking about probably one or two guys in a slew. I mean, Nick talks about it. There's when he comes on with us, and you see it sometimes in the videos. There's 15 people in these rooms sometimes.
Yeah.
That are interviewing these guys. You're talking about Todd McShay getting information. Really, not even information. This is opinion more than it is information. he's getting opinions from what sounds like just a couple of people from a slew of interviews that each had probably at least 8 or 9 people in there.
You ever do a public speaking appearance where, especially in a smaller environment, maybe like for 25 or 30 people, where you're scanning the room and you're trying to make eye contact with everybody, and you spot the one guy who just looks like he hates you?
Yes, I'm doing one today.
And it's very distracting. You've got to give yourself a pep talk in the moment of like, I gotta either avoid this guy or try to win him over. I got to turn this into a positive somehow.
This guy ain't feeling it, man.
Like either it's a good challenge and I'm going to get this guy to laugh or something, or I'm going to ignore him completely and focus on the smiling faces. That it might have been, and sometimes that guy's just having a bad day. It's not that he hates you or anything, but there might be that one guy in that room fitting like Shedeur Sanders.
I'm doing one in less than 2 hours. Thanks a lot.
There's got to be somebody in that classroom, Sean, who hates you for no particular reason.
Now I'm going to be fixated
Doesn't like the cut of your jib.
I'm going to be walking over to him, like standing near him or her. Yeah.
You know what? You always got to remember in those moments. Sometimes when people look like, when you're in a speaking engagement, especially a person who's scowling, sometimes it's because they're actually really engaged. And actually hyper-focused, or they're thinking about what you're saying.
That's what I'm going to choose to believe today when there's several students over at U of H. They're like, who is this clown? Coming in here.
I learned that lesson as a football player just because sometimes you'd be out at a restaurant or something, and there's somebody, or in a crowded bar especially, and somebody's like giving you the dirty, giving you the stink eye from across the room.
Yes.
And then they walk up to you, and you're like, oh, my God, is this guy going to want to fight me or something? And what it turns out is they were trying to be sure it was you. Yeah. And they're like, I'm your biggest fan, man. You're the best. I love you. And they're like, what a jerk I am.
I know
for
that
making
guy.
assumptions.
Yeah. I know that guy.
Who's that?
People,
Oh, that's the look he was giving. I thought you were saying you know the guy who gives the stink eye.
No. I'm just saying that's what the guy would be saying when he's staring at you with the death stare.
Shedeur Sanders, I think he's very much... He's going to be polarizing when it comes to evaluators. There's going to be some people that love his personality and others that think that I don't want to touch this guy with a 10-foot stick.
Yeah, it's to me it's become probably, and maybe this is a commentary on how, maybe on where we are with storylines right now for the draft. It's easily the most important thing, most important thing in this draft for me is his draft stock right now.
I think that the sum total of it all is, I don't want to say it's a moot point entirely, but I think in the discussion between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, I think there's just more scouts and personnel people that like Cam Ward as a prospect better than Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
He's got a livelier arm. He's more athletic. Shedeur does a lot of the things. He does a lot of the cerebral stuff really well, but he's got, like, his throwing ability is like Teddy Bridgewater, Geno Smith caliber, where, man, if you're going to be good in the NFL, you've got to be freakishly good at anticipation and all of those other things. And they probably just don't feel they're not as enamored of his traits as they are of Cam Ward. Neither one of them are like elite. In any given year. Like last year's draft, they might be the 6th or 8th rated quarterbacks in that draft. Like neither one of them are considered to be awesome quarterback prospects.
That's right. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Guys, Matthew Berry's top 25 rumors from the Combine was long, but good read. Definitely worth reading it. We practically read it on the air in the 8 o'clock hour.
Been there, done that. I'm going to do a live stream about it later today and just go through it.
You should.
So much fun.
It's really good stuff. Yeah,
it's going to be like a Joe Rogan length podcast because I think I'm going to go through each one of these juicy tidbits.
And there is your Seth Payne
juicy
YouTube tease.
It's as juicy as my underpants in the 3rd hour of the pregame show.
Coming up next, the Texans made a move to open up some cap space. We'll tell you what they did and what's next to get the Texans ready to maybe make some moves. And should they did earlier this morning. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, you guys know we just got back from West.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the McCormick Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so if you missed it earlier, a couple of moves came down, one Texans related, one that I think is debatable that if the Texans had done this move, would you have liked it? We'll get with the actual Texans move first. I was off on the number before. For some reason, my brain read $9.3 million. It's actually $9.8 million in cap space that the Texans.
What the hell, Sean?
I know. Between that and getting sent-held earlier, it's been a rough day for your boy.
These are the mistakes that will bury us.
Oh, I can't wait to go. I spread all sorts of bad advice to kids at U of H today, if that's how my day is going right now. Going to speak to the kids over in Joe Pogge's class today. Texans cleared $9.8 million with a simple restructure of Nico Collins' contract earlier this morning. So so the Texans, who were hovering around $5 million in cap space, now sitting at, I guess, roughly $15 million in cap space.
So they've got to re-sign a few of their own guys, and as we heard from Nick Caserio last week, they were still evaluating a lot of that. But then hopefully go out and get a nice new trinket here or there in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're too structured at some point. I think Danielle Hunter is very much. Danielle Hunter, I think, would be more than just a simple restructure. So for anybody that hears, they restructured Nico Collins' contract, that's not a pay cut whatsoever. It's usually really good for the player. Usually they give him more guaranteed money so they can push some off into the future. So it's a good thing for the player, and it helps the team out in the short term. With Danielle Hunter, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually extend him because he was on a 2-year deal. It was heavily guaranteed. It was a really good deal for both parties, but he played well. He stayed healthy. He's getting up there in years, but he's still, I think, in his athletic prime. So I'd feel awesome about them extending Danielle Hunter.
And I think they love him. I think they want him around. I think he encapsulates everything that a DeMeco Ryans defense is about. He's from Houston. I think there's a long list of reasons. I'm with you. My shopping list, so to speak, Seth, or maybe to-do list for this week, maybe in order of kind of either likelihood or my desire to see it, cut Shaq Mason and get some cap savings from that. You wouldn't get much in the way of cap savings unless you did a June 1st thing where you can spread the dead money out over a couple of years. Jonathan Alexander reported within the last 24 hours on his takeaways from the Combine that he seems to think that there will be no Shaq Mason cut imminently, at least. Obviously, if he doesn't make the team in training camp, he'll get cut.
They would save, if they didn't use the June 1st designation, they would only save a couple $1 million there. And I wonder how much Nick Caley's input into all of this maybe it saves the jobs of some offensive linemen because he feels like, man, some of the things they were doing as a scheme and as a system last year can be a lot better, and we can get more out of these players than they looked last year.
If we're going to read into the Caley side of that, then we can read into it and say he's got history with Shaq in New England. They were in New England together back in the 2017 through early 20s era right there. That's a good point. So they restructured Nico. I'm with you. Extending Danielle Hunter would make me very happy, both in terms of the cap space it would open up, plus the commitment to him. He's someone I want to be here longer than just the 2025 season. Azeez Al-Shire's contract is one that's been brought up as one that's restructurable, not a major cap bonus you get from that, but that's one that he's got some salary or guaranteed money, whatever it is that you
can push
you can push off into future. Well, I definitely think they want him around. They love Azeez Al-Shire over there.
They love him as long as he just dials it back a tidbit here and there. That's you don't have to be hitting guys out of bounds. I would say hit Trevor Lawrence again. If Trevor Lawrence slides exactly that way, then go ahead and do it again.
Yeah,
that's on Trevor Lawrence. I was watching Aaron Rodgers from last year. I was trying to make a case for how there's still upside with Aaron Rodgers, and he had an 18-yard scramble last year with the Jets, where he did a foot first slide. I would say 5 yards away from the nearest defender.
Really?
And lo and behold, nobody hit him, Sean.
Wow.
Because he's not an idiot.
Yeah.
With a stupid haircut.
Yes, and a stupid face.
Stupid
face.
Chloe Savini, weirdo.
Horrible.
Football not that important to me in the grand scheme of things. It better be.
Yeah.
We're not paying you to have perspective on life, Trevor Lawrence.
No. We're paying for your face. There's nothing the magnificent Gladstone can do about that face at all. Okay, this is the tough one because you start to we restructure this guy, we restructure that guy. I suppose Tunsil is a restructure candidate. Anybody who's got a big salary is a restructure candidate because you take their salary, turn it into bonus, and then you can spread it out over a bunch of years.
With Tunsil, and I know people are really going to have a knee-jerk reaction to that.
Yes.
For Tunsil, at the very least, if you're somebody who hears that and you're reviled by it, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're signing up for a long-term commitment or further years with Laremy Tunsil, who is one of the better pass protectors in the NFL. But I know, I get and understand everybody's objections to the total package. There's the big money guys. This is the kind of offseason where you might see multiple restructures that don't change a whole lot other than pushing money off into the future.
The big one, the tough one would be, and it's not like he's got a long history with the team, but would be Danico Autry. Just based on how the team feels about him. We know that, do we have the audio of Nick Caserio? Here's what Nick Caserio thinks of Danico Autry. This was last year after they signed him.
Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player.
All right. So that's that does not feel like somebody. Now, granted, that was a year PEDs. This is before missing games due to injury.
He basically called him Shaft. I mean, that's a bad dude right there.
Bad mamma jamma.
Not bad for the ladies either, the way I hear it.
That's right. It's the
Shaft, not Danico Autry. I'm just trying to cause any issues with him at home.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I haven't heard.
You never know.
Okay, so Danico Autry, 35 years old. I love the way he plays. I was glad that the Texans signed him last year. That would be a tough pill to swallow for all of the things he brings from a swarm side of things.
Yeah.
I do wonder if right now, the way they play on defense, I think D'Amico has established his culture. I think they're well past the tipping point where they'd be able to lose a player or two who are classic swarm guys or bad MFer guys or whatever and still have that same culture. Mm-hmm. So it might be a bitter pill to swallow for Nick, but it might end up being something they have to do. Maybe I'll be surprised if they do, but I think it's certainly on the table.
I'd be surprised if they do, and here's why. It's because that D'Amico Ryans, and by proxy Nick Caserio, because he's shopping for D'Amico Ryans, they make no bones about the fact that the defensive line is the engine that makes this defense go. And granted, if they were to move on from Danico Autry to create cap space, they could very well take that cap space, turn around, and go get another defensive lineman for sure. But we don't know that that's the case. So until we know that's about the robbing from the defensive line in order to go create cap space, as long as there's other ways to go do that, as long as there's other restructurable contracts out there.
Yeah.
You know, if there's other ways to go get the space, I think they would do those things before they cut Danico Autry.
Hey, before we're done today, I want to apologize to you for my energy level on Monday's show. I don't know what I felt like I was as close as I'm capable of getting to actual depression on Monday. I was in a funk, man. And I'll tell you what. I don't want to ever taste the real deal, actual depression, because I think I was like, okay, I feel like this is like bordering on actual depression, and this is awful. And so for people who actually suffer from it, my God.
Yeah. Apology not necessary. I did feel it a little bit, and it was when you brought up the fact that you might still have been hungover from our trip in Florida.
Yeah, and not like an alcohol hangover classically, but like from the entire week of just not great sleep, eating more bad food than I typically do, and like drinking a little bit more than I typically do. And so part of the depression was fueled by my disgust with myself that it used to be back in the day, if I got drunk or something, then of course I'm going to have a hangover. But now it turns out like, a few glasses with wine at dinner a few nights a week is too much for old Sethers.
No.
You stupid old man.
I understand it, though, man. Like, the hangover is the fatigue. That's the hangover. So you may have just been tired.
I feel bad because I didn't want you to think it was a reflection on how I feel about you or anything.
It's all good, man.
It's just...
This is why I love you.
I had the same talk with Brandy earlier on.
He's 12-stepping his quasi-depression. I gotta go.
Brandy and I have a whole strategy these days for when I'm feeling kind of morose. Separation is key.
Yes. Who was it that said that? Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton and her late
I
husband.
go for a walk in the woods so I can have some solitude,
Attaboy.
and she doesn't have to, she doesn't have to be subjected to me.
That's great. What's up, fellas?
Oh,
that was a sweet moment.
Yeah,
that was sweet.
Between me and Seth?
Yeah, that was nice. Like, and any partnership needs that level of.
We have a good
clarity.
partnership.
Yeah,
we've got a good understanding. Not an open relationship, in case either of you are wondering.
That's the way I interpreted it. I thought we had an unspoken agreement.
We got a whole other thing going on now.
Well, yeah, it turns out we've got one of those unspoken agreements where only one person isn't speaking it. The other person doesn't know it exists.
Oh
yeah.
What's that called again? Cheating?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called.
It's an area code thing.
Very good. You mentioned Dolly Parton. I realized I did not speak to you at all about this. I had a little bit of anxiety finding out that Dolly Parton's husband
You're a Dolly
passed.
fan.
Well, I mean, yes, she's a phenomenal writer. Those types of things.
How can't you be?
Everyone's an incredible human being. Yeah. Did you have the same moment that I had? And it's a little bit morbid, but what I was like, don't people pass due to like broken heart syndrome?
Yeah. Yes, they do. I hadn't thought about that.
Oh,
yet.
sorry to do that for you. My bad.
Wasn't it Humphrey Bogart?
Well, there's several examples. I'm not sure if Humphrey Bogart's one of them.
He just after his wife died.
Yeah, you see that. Yeah, you see that a lot.
Yeah, so I was like, we can't have that happen. Like, I don't know what needs to be done. And this is more reason why you need to swoop in there, my man.
I was too busy putting Amy on notice to think about that phenomenon.
Well, you'd be doing the world a service in that instance, just making sure that she remains strong and vibrant.
Okay, so here's a question. Maybe this might be a good in the loop type question, but is there a celebrity? Is there a celebrity or non? Okay, you're a huge Muhammad Ali guy.
Yeah. And probably still living.
Yeah.
Mick Jagger.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger. What about you, Red?
I guess this is a little bit different for me because I have a personal connection to him. But I would say, and I feel weird saying it now that I'm talking about people I actually know. I would say like Tom Coughlin or Dom Capers.
Yes.
Just because, damn it, what the hell's going on here? I'm about to get emotional twice in 5 minutes. Those guys, I was lucky to have a lot of coaches in my life from college on upwards that were father figures to me. So they meant a lot to me. And I learned great lessons from both those guys. And my college position coach was the same way. So, I think there'll be people that, will all, those guys. That's my goal.
No!
I don't like the way that turns
out.
That's what I was thinking last week. I was like, I gotta go before Tommy.
Yeah, and under the umbrella of this question can include people I'm just saying non-family.
Yeah. I was thinking of celebrity types that really have a.
Yeah. You got one, Reggie?
There's a couple that came to mind for me. I'm very fond of the rapper, singer Fonte Coleman.
Okay.
So I feel like that
and everybody who knows you knows that.
I think so, for the most part. I'm trying to think, what have I been the most vocal about? I'm the type of person where I'm very passionate and then I just forget the thing that I'm passionate about. So these types of questions are usually greatest to ask the people that are around me. They're like, you won't shut up about them. I forgot. I didn't realize that. My bad.
That's great.
So that's probably one of them. And then I'm trying to think who would be the person from The Wire, because I love The Wire and I talk about it incredibly glowingly. But the problem is that's like an ensemble show, so there's probably not one specifically that you go.
It is,
that guy.
but I felt it when Michael Kenneth Williams?
Yeah,
when he
Michael
passed.
K. Williams.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Omar Little is one of the great characters. Seth's laughing at something. We're talking about death right now.
I'm
What the hell's going on?
thinking of a great joke to play on your friends is when somebody dies who they don't even care about at all. But let's say Jonah Hill died. If I called you up, Sean, and I was like, hey, I know he was kind of an inspiration to you as a guy that, did the most with limited appearances and everything.
Apply all of these backhanded compliment traits.
Yeah.
See, I'm mad I didn't think of that.
Let's jump back to the guy from The Wire.
Michael Kenneth Williams.
Know what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Very sad to see him go.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys on The Wire, though, man.
There's a lot of folks.
guys.
You know what? A lot of people who have watched The Wire have definitely never watched Boardwalk Empire. if you want to see one of his best performances ever, his
Chalky
performance
White.
as Chalky White in Boardwalk Empire is incredible.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite characters in any kind of HBO series type thing or anything.
I interviewed him back when Twitter was first becoming a thing, like for me in like 2008, 2009. I reached out to him on Twitter to interview him on my radio show, and he said yes. He came on the show.
Oh, wow.
And this is when The Wire, I think The Wire might have been over at that point. You know what I mean?
Which is probably right about when it's getting the most love, is right about when it finished.
Yeah, he's like, sure, I'll come on. I'm like, dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
he was that kind of dude, though.
He was really cool.
I don't want to begin eulogizing him now because that's just too much time.
All right, well, we'll crank up the mood here, out of the death mode. All right, we're done. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and good health to Jonah Hill, of course.
Thank you, of course, so I don't get that text from Seth. All right, we're done. We're out of time. KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. That's what you're listening to right now. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
I really just want to keep that line of
I know.
conversation going.
I'm thinking of there's got to be others that would break my heart.
Sometimes these handoffs. I don't know whether to apologize or ask you to thank you.
I would go towards the latter myself. I would quite appreciate what these doing. Oh, yeah, somebody said Wallace from The Wire season 1. If Michael B. Jordan goes, where's the boy, String? Where's Wallace? All right, we're getting going on a Wednesday. That's the right day, right, Sean?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I got it right today.
I know you're the day expert.
2 for 3 this week.
On a Wednesday in the great city of Houston, you're in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you. Go ahead. Hey, might as well. On the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
I'm still thinking.
713-572-4610. Let's see how good we are at doing two things at once.
Yes.
We will talk about the Texans as, we are wont to do, but also if they were to pass, like for you, like who was the person that your friends would contact you as if you had lost a loved one, even though they were not actually a loved one of yours?
Yeah. I'm trying to. Stevie Nicks.
Yeah, you're big on Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks. She's America's sweetheart.
One of my answers that jumped immediately to my mind is actually like a sociologist, and I was like, oh, that's such a dork answer. That's such a dork. There's this one sociologist I'm very fond of.
You got to stay on brand.
Yes, some people already weighed in with Tiger Woods.
Oh,
Woods.
Kobe was that for a lot of people.
Kobe was that for a lot of people.
Yeah.
100%. And then someone said Stan Lee and then James Earl Jones when they passed. I guess they had that kind of reaction, especially being a big Darth Vader fan, which I'm interested in what that says about you as a human being. No judgment, just interest.
Yes.
But yeah, keep those coming in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. But let's get to the Texans portion of this, especially because there are things being shaken that bring us back to the wide receiver core for this Houston Texans team. And the big question that we've all had is, what's the Stephon Diggs of this all look like? And Payne and Pendergast talked to Nick Caserio, and he basically had this in such a way where we're open to it.
Yeah.
We'd like it, but we're not, we'll see how it lands. And there's been various things, including I think Matthew Berry put out a really interesting piece yesterday, which I think we'll actually run through some of his takeaways from the Combine. We talked about Jonathan Alexander's takeaways. And it's that Combine, man. People get to talk and you learn things from it. And so we'll go through that. But one of the things he was talking about is it seems like, according to some sources, take that for what you will.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is like supposedly a 50-50 chance to return, but the wide receiver market is just very apparently going to be a little bit dicier. Like there's not a lot at the top. So let's say that you aren't able to retain the services of Stephon Diggs because it seems like he's going to have a relatively robust market. And that is not necessarily something that bodes well for the Texans, who do not have a lot of cap space. Now they're already working to engineer more of that, but I don't know how much of that you want to use on bringing back a wide receiver or just paying a wide receiver in general. What would be the fallbacks?
What's plan B? And Jonathan Alexander also reported or said
that is true. I want to give Jonathan his love.
That they are expecting him to test the free agent market. Well, when he tests the free agent market, there seems to be a theory, some believing that it's going to be pretty robust for him despite the injury.
Right.
Well, so that means that there's a a really good chance. That's a coin flip.
Yeah.
If Stephon comes back. So what's the plan B?
And to that end, I think also just to further justify that there will be a market. Look at what happened with Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel, who I guess in some ways looking at some level of depreciating player, even though he's relatively young. But like I maintain, and I understand not everybody's going to agree with it. With the running back type usage that he has, that age 29 hits different, if that makes sense. But I mean, I think you can even look at as evidenced by the Texans looking at that and be like, yeah, that might be the cost for him might be a little steep. And what was the cost ultimately? A fifth?
Yeah.
So I do wonder if, hey, you look at teams willing to go and do that relatively this early into all this before we even get to the legal tampering period. If they look around and they go, hey, wide receivers are going to be at a premium. And for someone like Stephon Diggs, where you look at the rest of the wide receivers out there, and, I mean, guys like Chris Godwin, I'm not even sure if he makes it all the way to market because his team probably values him that highly. And then some of the guys that are out there, like an Amari Cooper, there's been people that have talked about him as if, hey, no, this actually might be largely done for him. Like, you might not be getting some level of talent. I think the market's very robust. So those are some of the guys that you could talk about as potential replacements if you're going the free agent route. Who are the names that kind of catch your attention?
Well, there's three options, and see what caught my attention is they need a number 2 wide receiver, someone that they can plug in and believe is going to be a number 2 wide receiver.
Absolutely.
I mean, they've gone from this embarrassment of riches, so to speak, to they have to have
the Lone Ranger.
Yeah. They have to have a number 2. So there's three options. Obviously, free agents. So the other free agents out there, Devante Adams.
That's the one. That's the one that got really a lot of run recently.
Well, let's hear it. You want to hear why he got a lot of run recently? He said as much talking about C.J. Stroud
a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud is on.
Stroud. That was somebody I was campaigning for coming out. So I was really, I won't say I was anti-rookie, but I was not, pro-rookie across the board. It wasn't just get somebody young, in here. It was really, that was the guy that I felt strongly about, and he felt the same way. I know I've seen a couple of videos where they had asked him who he'd like to throw to coming in the league, and he said me. And I actually got to kick it with him at Michael Rubin's all-white party out there in the Hamptons, and we kicked it for probably literally 8 hours. And dude is solid. Like, I've never been around a dude that young coming in that, that's that mature, other than probably Trey Tucker. Like, those two dudes, probably two of the most mature rookies that I've been around. It's a pretty good age gap, but you don't really feel it when you're around them, which is something that I feel like, you, JJ, Cobb, Jordy, and 12 felt about me, which is something that, I kind of see a little bit of my personality as CJ.
So is that still there? So you can go free agency.
That is a ringing endorsement.
It's as glowing as you can get. Free agency, trade. I mean, Cooper Kupp, is still out there, or draft and in order to get a true number 2 that you would trust, it would have to be a very high draft pick.
Oh, do we have breaking news on the Sean Pendergast news desk?
Yeah. Texans agreed to terms on a 1-year, $2 million contract with running back Dare Ogunbowale, per a league source.
Okay.
God bless.
Yeah.
God bless.
Our emergency kicker role filled.
I was really concerned about that, Sean. Yes. I just want you to know that.
I just want to give you guys the news as it's coming down.
I'm glad you did. So
have a good show.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you for the help.
Go. Mold those young minds as you're about to do. I'm proud of you.
We'll get to that because that ties in with something that is happening with the Texans. The Texans are making some moves.
Yes,
it's happening basically. But back to the thing. Like, you have to have a number 2 wide receiver. Those are the three options. Are any of them that attractive?
Wait, you say those are the three? You don't think that there are any other
trade?
The acquisition.
Yeah, trade.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about
free agency,
the names.
Or draft them. And if you draft them, it's going to have to be pretty dang high to assure yourself of a number 2 wide receiver.
That's right.
So what's the best option? Oh, by the way, the other names that are on the board here, and I don't have them all, but as free agency, some of them are Keenan Allen. Stop me if one really grabs your attention here. Chris Godwin, you mentioned.
I would love Chris Godwin. I just don't know that he gets out of the grasp of the Bucs. They view him so highly as to what they have there, and I just don't know that you're going to be able to ply him away. Plus, again, is the cost prohibitive? I feel like that's the thing that we keep asking ourselves, because you're not in the offseason that you were a season ago, where you had a lot of money and then you had like the kind of the impetus, or that's not the right word, but the kind of the driving and the willingness to go out and just kind of spend it in a wide way. You have to be, and you need this position. So maybe that is, the impetus, I guess, for you to do this. But I don't know that this is the place where you go, hey, we're just going to drop a barrel of money down.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins, Deontay Johnson.
So there's people that are interested in the DeAndre Hopkins reunion. I'm not certain what you're getting out of that, because I feel like if you were to see the kind of player that you're going to need alongside Nico Collins, Kansas City was a good place for that, and he was just one of a group of guys that made a okay passing game. I don't know that he is still the same DeAndre Hopkins or anything near the same DeAndre Hopkins that you once had, and that feels like a lot closer to what you're hoping for, at least. Yeah. Am I wrong in that regard?
No, you're not wrong. I will. The only reason I will bring him in is to be maybe like and this is no disrespect, but maybe like a Robert Woods.
Yes, number 3 guy.
Yeah, maybe number 3, somewhere around there.
So what's the best option? They have to have a number 2 wide receiver. If Stephon Diggs is not it, Devante Adams, are you going to revisit that, circle back, so to speak, as people like to say? Because a trade? Or do you draft a wide receiver at 25 or maybe the second round?
I think that's they have a real appetite for drafting wide receiver. I believe that to be the case. It feels like you need to address that with free agency. I know that's where I started, where I'm like, hey, you need to get a free agent wide receiver and then draft one, and maybe that's locking you or be a very early day 3 wide receiver that adds in. But it just feels like you might not be dancing at the top of the free agent pool like we're talking about when it comes to wide receiver, where you're not necessarily talking about these. I know a name that keeps popping up to me, and even then, I wonder how close to this is to. This might be relatively close to the top of the wide receiver pool as well. Someone like a Darius Slayton, where he is a solid wide receiver, but he's not one of those ones that you look at as any level of incredible wide receiver. And so I know that Devante Adams remains something that's very interesting, especially because the relationship that seems like he is kind of talking or speaking to in that clip that you heard from that podcast. I forgot the name. If you could get that for me, Figgy, so I can attribute it properly. A year ago, but especially since it seems like that's how Devante Adams makes his decisions. The reporting that we've seen, and of course you could take it for what you will. It's Lion season and it's rumor season, and those two things make it so that reports can be, a little messy and maybe not as accurate as other reports that in other times of the year. But reports are, when it comes to Devante, after being released by the Jets, that one, he would like to be on the West Coast, which I don't think you fully fulfill that, assuming that is true.
You're leaning that way.
Yeah, I guess you're closer than where he has been recently. So is that worth something? Yeah. But then also that he would like to again play with Aaron Rodgers, which you definitely are not going to be able to fulfill that. So how much are those things? Do those things matter to him? And is that relationship that he's described enough for something with CJ? And then also just how much is he going to ask for? Because I do like the player. He's still in circumstances. I mean, he's had 1,000 yards in all these other circumstances where he's had really nasty kind of quarterback play. But what does it look like when it comes down to the brass tacks? Like, are you able to get this done at a certain level? Because it feels like he is going to be one of, if not the most coveted wide receivers.
Look, I know a lot of people have the Texans drafting Ibuka at 25. And to be honest, I've kind of been like, I think a lot of us are like offensive line, interior defensive line. And we're sitting here with an offense and a franchise quarterback that doesn't have a number 2 wide receiver. I'm starting to lean more toward the Ibuka thing, or someone.
So
at 25?
At 25.
25, and then just
you have to have it. It's like non-negotiable. Look at the receivers they have.
No, then that you need to add. Yeah. You definitely need to add at least one more. I mean,
and the free agents again outside of Devante.
So do you think it's easier to, I guess, address as far as in free agency, the receiver or the inside D line?
Yeah. Well, now they are kind of sort of telling us how they want to address the defensive line. They like the guys they have. They've got guys that they have their eye on in terms of maybe not upper tier interior defensive line, but damn good ones.
This is about Sheldon Rankins?
Yeah, about Sheldon Rankins. And
maybe someone like was it Hill? Defensive tackle from the Bengals as well. I know that was what Jonathan Alexander was talking about in his this bad, get somebody who fills in there, and it feels like there's some answers there. Plus, again, we can go circle back to that common talking point about the defensive line, this being a strong defensive line draft where you feel like you're able to get something of good worth.
Yeah.
Maybe second, third round.
Yeah, I think that's what it all come down to. I think if they feel like they could get a receiver, is this a deep receiver draft, or is this something where we can just address it in the free agency, or I think it depends kind of where they leaning towards.
It's a relatively deep receiver draft, but I guess the question is, do you have a receiver that you feel super hot on to be that you feel comfortable coming in and immediately being a level of focal point?
Because Cooper Kupp, I mean, I like him, but I know there's some severe questions about what he's going to end up being if you make that deal. Garrett Wilson, somebody texted that. In terms of Jets, in trading a trade with the Jets, that's going to be pretty damn expensive.
See, this is where I got to get over one of my hangups because, like, I've already given you, one of them, and another one is I hate the double pay.
Yes.
I'm always very weary of the double pay.
Yeah.
We're going to give up assets, and then we're going to have a lot of money.
What's up, Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah. That was a triple
pay.
That's the poster child right there.
But let's trade all these picks for a guy that's on a 1-year deal, looking for a deal.
That is a level of talent that would seem to meet it. I also wonder how available Garrett Wilson is actually going to be. I know that early on I was like, hey, this is something that he wishes to maybe be out of.
Yeah.
But
it's expensive, and expensive twice, as you pointed out.
It is.
By the way, coming in on people, celebrities and such that you don't know. When they ask, people would give you condolences. Some really good ones coming in. Clint Eastwood would be one, of course. Ric Flair. I think a lot of people would really feel that.
I think wrestling is probably like the number one where it comes to.
I feel like it's
because a lot of people be connected.
You
to
build
these
a relationship even though it's not real.
Yeah.
Somebody said George Strait.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like it's the musician. I feel like the musician is the one that feels so deeply personal.
Yeah.
For folks. So your favorite musician, I feel like, is the one that most likely get into this space. And then maybe like your favorite athlete or maybe your favorite actor in that space. But it feels like your favorite musician is probably the one.
Yeah, I might shed a tear for a wrestler, man. A wrestler I grew up watching.
Like who?
Which one? A tear.
Which one?
Honestly, a lot of people from the Attitude Era, so like maybe Stone Cold is Stone Cold.
There we go. I was like, you got to have the right answer here. The right answer is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, I would shed a tear.
That's fair enough. Keep sending those in. I was like, how's that going to work? Because coming up next, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, we can multitask.
I don't know. Did we do a good job on multitasking? We'll find out on this Wednesday. Coming up next, it's time to get to our question of the day because we will have on Adam Spillane at 10:40. I don't know. Are we going to talk more Rockets or Astros? I don't know which way we go here.
The answer is yes.
Okay, very good. We'll do that at 10:40. But coming up next, get to our question of the day. What's something that you just only see in Houston? Rodeo already providing us with this type of energy. 713-572-4610.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest thing
you have to do is listen. Tomorrow in the 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Wednesday. And Lopez
Look what's on the TV screen.
Yeah, man, a little bit of Rodeo Houston.
Was that the one that got away?
No, it wasn't a bull that got away.
It was a steer. I got a bone to pick with
Was it a bull?
KHOU.
Oh, okay.
They said a cow got loose. They said a cow got. This has to do with question of the day. I stepped on you. Go ahead and finish.
Oh, yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah. We're kind of double question of the daying it right now as we gear up to talk to Adam Spillane at 1040. So earlier, we were kind of talking about the person, like maybe the public figure that could pass that, you are not, close to, but that people would probably congratulate, or not congratulate, but send their condolences in such a way as if you were close to them, because Dolly Parton is clearly that one for Sean. And so we got into that. Some people talking about Denzel, Martin Lawrence, Michael Jordan, and that type of thing. But then also the question of the day that you had that was the most Houston thing that could happen yesterday, which is over there, right on Old Spanish Trail, over there by the stadium. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is in town, and that means there's all sorts of steers and livestock that are over in that area. And one of them decided he was going to be, or I don't know if it's he.
It was a he.
Okay, very good. I was like, I don't want to misgender that particular bovine. However, decided that he wanted to become ungovernable and broke out of his cage.
He went for a little run.
Went for a run down OST. I don't know if he was trying to go to the medical center, get something checked out or something.
Yeah.
But he got free, and that is so uniquely Houston. In fact, you got a little bit, it's not really audio, but just hear how somebody reacted to the sight of a bull running free.
Oh, hell no.
Appropriate reaction. Appropriate.
That was the woman.
Appropriate response.
You probably saw the video. So I said, well, let me click on this in case there's any audio. It was just really like people marveling at, and he was running. He was going.
He was moving.
And
that brother tried to grab him. He
fell down, tried to grab the rope.
Yeah.
But she was doing the video, and it was like a half a block away. And then it started coming closer and closer. She goes, oh, hell no.
That's right. Again, appropriate response.
Yeah.
I did appreciate that on Twitter, the Houston Texans mascot, Toro, retweeted that and was like, what? I was just going for a jog, which I thought was funny. But what's something that is just so uniquely Houston?
Something that is so Houston. I thought of two right off the top, outside of the steer running down Old Spanish Trail. Do-it-yourself exit ramps.
Explain what you mean. I think I get what you mean, but I want to make sure I'm on point here.
We've all traveled all over the place. I've traveled all over the place. I don't know how many cities I've seen, if any, where all of a sudden people say, you know what? There's a little traffic up there. I'm going to get off right here.
I'm out right here.
I'm going to get, and then
me and my F-150 are getting through this ditch right quick.
And then a stream of cars to the point where you see tire tracks on the grass.
On the grass, yeah.
On the grass.
I seen that a bunch of times. Hell, I seen that in that area, in that same area.
Oh, my goodness.
Was running.
That is so Houston. So that's the question of the day. Another one I thought of, I don't know what you guys have, but a strip club next to like a Dollar General.
Why did we have this same exact? It wasn't even just like the lack of zoning, so that it's specifically how you can be driving down the street and just be like, hey, look, it's a deli. Hey, look, one of my favorite restaurants. Hey, look, a strip club. Hey, look, your shopping mall. In fact, somebody mentioned on the text line, a strip center next to a pasture with horses and cows. That is also very much in play. But that's one of my favorite things. And I'm not even just, and you know this, like everybody listening probably knows this incredibly well. This ain't out in the boonies. This ain't on the outskirts. I'm talking about you driving down Westheimer.
Richmond.
Yeah,
you
Richmond.
dropping
down Richmond.
Yeah. There are houses on Richmond. Did you know that?
Yes.
Like you can be driving in all these businesses, and then somebody's house
Yep. It'd be a house and then a tire shop, a car wash. It's completely all over the place.
You got to keep your head on a swivel drive, and you never know what you'll come up on.
Yes.
Some other things that have come in. Somebody mentioned you're going to see elbows and Vogues.
Oh, what?
They're particular in the ways that we do them here.
Yes.
100%. Like, you'll see the elbows on a Buick, on a 95 Buick.
That's the funniest one.
Man. He put some elbows on that.
It's not even the elbows on that, right? It's sometimes you'll see the car that may not be the most maintained.
Oh, yeah. No.
But they got and I'm like, I feel like we got the priorities wrong, my boy.
That car is barely making it, but they got them elbows on there.
All right, so actually, I feel like this one isn't as just uniquely Houston, but it is very Houston from the 8-2 project homes basically on a college campus. When you talk about TSU, I have seen.
They got that going on in Cleveland
too. They got that in other places. That's one of the things that I always find to be hilarious, which is how many places, especially maybe college campuses of relative esteem around the United States, you go and then you go, hey, don't walk too far off campus because you hit that right over there.
Hey, if you in Cleveland State or Case Western Reserve, if you walk a little too far, you are in the projects. But a couple ones I thought about, and the first one was when I first moved here. And my wife was teaching on the north side, on the north, I know where you're saying. On the north side. And she had recess outside, and they had to call all the kids in because there was a wild horse going around. And I'm like, what a horse?
But a horse is actually probably the worst wild animal to have around schools because kids have a largely positive image of horses. So they're going to be like, oh, horsey, let me go. No, you better not.
Yeah.
No, that horse does not know you.
That horse got loose, so they had to gather everybody in. It's recess over, y'all.
It's over. Sorry.
The other one is, this actually happened to me yesterday. So
man.
If y'all didn't know, if y'all totally missed this, I bought a house and I found out I live across the street from some goat and sheep. So somebody got some goat and sheep out there.
They got a house?
Yeah.
The goat and the sheep just live out there?
Yeah, they out there. I wave every morning while they sitting there eating they breakfast. But yesterday I was about to leave, and this was in the afternoon, and one of the sheep was actually outside the gate.
In your house?
No, it wasn't.
Outside their gate.
Outside
their gate. He was just chilling though, or?
But then he moseyed on across the road to my house, like pretty much by my house, eating grass. I'm like, wow, look at this. So I took a picture, and somebody responded and said, where the hell you stay? I thought you stayed in Houston.
In Houston.
Yeah, I'm like, this is Houston.
This is what we on.
It is. What else is so Houston? By the way, people talking about the zoning thing.
It's. I feel like this is the number one answer because there's someone from the 832 in Clear Lake. There was a DQ right next to a cow pasture, which I feel like that's the worst way to have my blizzard is those particular smells.
Or your burger. Those cows are like, dang, they got Bob.
That ain't stopping. That ain't stopping no
Walking
show.
past eating the burger, past the cow.
Those cows are looking like, dude, that used to be one of us. That used to be one. And then somebody else said, yeah, in one stop. You can donate plasma, grab Jersey Mike's, and then get some shopping done at Kroger.
That's right. That's right. We're not wasting no time, baby. I will say, both on the YouTube, again, appreciation to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
But then also on the Jim out of the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer.
Thank you, Jim. Both of y'all are mentioning that people are putting elbows or putting swangers on some cyber trucks.
Oh, I've seen that.
Are you for real?
I've seen that. Yeah,
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Sauce Walker who put swangers on the Dale Maybach.
See, even that feels like the cyber truck. I love y'all.
I did see that cyber truck too, by the way.
I love you, Houston, man. I really do. That's all I got to say there. All right, so let's see if we can pair this back in with the other question of the day, which is if there was a celebrity to pass, what celebrity would it be that would make others kind of give you condolences as if they were a loved one? And I like that a lot of people brought this back home. Mattress Mac.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely one of those. All caps. I want you to understand. This is sent in with all caps. Earl Campbell is one of those.
Yeah.
We're getting to some good ones. Scarface.
Yeah.
Warren Moon. Vince Young. Mac Brown. But the one here that I was like, okay, good answer. Hakeem.
Yeah.
Hakeem would do it in this city.
Yeah.
Hakeem would break me down. I'm going to be completely honest.
I'm telling you, my this is not mine, but my wife, when Willie Nelson passes, she might try to end up trying to get to the funeral. Like she's that, like he's just her hero. Like that broken up. Like you would have to like, oh no, I don't want to tell her. You tell her.
Horse that had passed on the side of 610 after a storm. Then one day they were in Dickinson, and 2 capybaras showed up. Capybara, we got that.
Oh, wow.
Did not realize that was in our bag collectively. Shout out.
Somebody say they call swangers and not elbows. I hear people
I've heard
say
both.
I hear people say. I hear some old school people that say elbows.
Somebody said they want to send a picture of the Cybertruck on swangers. Go ahead and send that to the. Put it on. If you got a Twitter, hit us up on social media. Let's do that one.
I felt like I took a picture of that.
I've seen one,
man.
Okay,
at least one.
I might have to
I need to
find
see it with my eyes. Slim Thug apparently got rims on his Cybertruck. Seen it at Memorial Park.
It might have been him.
Might have been. And then someone mentioned Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder passed. They'll be out of there. They'll be really sad. And then, of course, George Strait. Andre Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said Steve Francis. I do wonder, like, how wide that
I think
one
that would
is.
be hit and miss, I think.
Yeah, I do wonder. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Elbows on the Lambo, too. Lambo truck. Wow. We're such a, I don't know if I can say that word. Yeah, we're so.
Eclectic?
There we go. That's a much better way. We're such an eclectic people. I love it. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk to another one of the eclectic people in our radio orbit. Our guy, Baseball Spo. Let's talk to Adam Spillane. Rockets, Astros next.
Only one station.
We help. You save.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
Yeah, Baseball Spo. Adam Spillane joins us in studio as he does on Wednesdays. And for that, we in the baseball season. We're in the thick of basketball season. We got to talk to our man, Adam Spillane. Spo, what's happening, man?
Hey, guys.
Yo, we were just talking college basketball because that's also part of this. And I might circle around and ask you a little something because you've also been all over the city making things happen, haven't you?
Just trying to survive out here.
I see it.
Trying to survive.
All right, I'm going to start with what I typically end with. I am going to do the thing that I've asked you a few times. Power rank second base at this point. And I know that you're not out there in order to see it, but obviously we've kind of seen some more things develop.
It still feels like it's the same, like it's Dubon. And then you have a bunch of, Shea Whitcomb I think is interesting, but he's got options. So I think that probably makes it more likely that he gets sent down. And then you've got the non-roster guys. You've got Rogers and you've got Guillorme and Zach Short. I still would have Rogers ranked ahead of those three. Rogers has played a decent amount at second base, but that's the only position that he really plays at second base. The other guys can play multiple positions, so that kind of hurts Rogers there. But I wrote about Rogers yesterday on SportsRadio610.com. This is a guy who was picked third in the draft, and he's got a couple of hits. I think he's 2 for 8 with a walk during spring. But the one thing that he talked to me about is that his biggest issue offensively has been an inability to hit the ball in the air. This guy had the highest ground ball rate of any hitter with 450 plate appearances last year. Well, this year, so far in spring, 4 of the 6 balls that he's put in play in spring training games have been in the air. So what they have been working, what he's been working on with them is paying off to a certain degree. It's not necessarily line drives, but right now the folks are doing that right now. So that makes you feel like some of the things that he wants to be able to improve on, he's got the chance to, and I think that just raises his ceiling.
I'm glad he brought up that first because I mentioned this yesterday during the toss with the boys.
Is this ISO? Is this my time where I need
No, in the afternoon. No, that's coming.
Let you know. There's going to be a time where he's going to try and take you one-on-one. I just want you to know that. Prepare your defense. You might want to slap the floor.
In the afternoon, I mentioned this. And
I don't defend, so.
To mixed results, to mixed reaction, I'm not real comfortable not having a true utility guy. This is a team that has lived with the utility guy making big plays. It's a long season. We all talk about it. It's something that Dubon has been great at, something that the Astros have had, for a long, long time and have benefited from. I get Dubon at second base, but I really don't like the idea of it.
Yeah, listen, I think that just because Dubon is kind of the leader in the clubhouse at second base doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to start 150 games out there. So I think that having other guys on the roster does give them the ability to free him up, and also you can move him around. I think one of the valuable things about Dubon is that you can move him around game. Just within a game. If you need to make a move somewhere in the infield,
he could still be kind of utility.
This is a guy who's literally started at 7 different positions over the last however many years. So if you get late in the game and you need to pinch hit for somebody, and you're not sure if you have a defensive replacement for that player, you can just stick Dubon over there. So I get what you're saying. I don't. Like I said, I don't see, just because Dubon is a leader in the clubhouse right now at second base, I don't see him necessarily as an everyday guy.
All right. So that's something we... I don't know if you were listening yesterday, but I took you to task a little bit on the whole Cam Smith thing.
He's not going to be on the opening day roster, I promise.
Okay. Just put a pin in that. Just hold on. You've said that. Actually, you said 0% chance.
Hey, good job stopping the first drive. I like that. Don't let him get to the rack.
No, not 0%. There's a better chance that I am on the opening.
Oh, that's a good bump up top. I like that. I like that.
Don't let us play, too.
Yeah. But here was my point. Then what are we doing? Oh, he's going to get some experience in camp with the big leaguers. Well, that experience is leading in. There are opportunities in the big league camp. There is an opportunity in the infield. There's an opportunity in the outfield.
There's not in either one. There really is.
So Chas McCormick is it.
Yes.
And
if they wanted Cam Smith to break camp and play the outfield, he would be
I understand
in the
that.
outfield now. And
yeah.
he's not doing it. But it's not just McCormick. It's Gamble, who's been down for the last week or so. I can't remember what the injury is, but he's been down. And then also Zach DeCenzo, who people have just been raving about. And this is a guy who was an infielder last year, but they had him in Puerto Rico playing the outfield. And so they really think that he can play both corner spots. So it's not just McCormick. There are a couple other options that they have.
No, I understand that. And to be fair, I did say there's nobody's in the city for sure that I respect more the inside knowledge of the Astros than you. I just don't understand, and the example I gave was same ownership, same team, same type of thing. It was an organization that was coming off a playoff appearance, trying to get to the playoffs. Alex Bregman was 1 year removed from just like Cam Smith is, basically 1 year removed from college, 21 years old, 22 years old. They let Alex Bregman go 3 for 38. People forget that 3 for 38 at the big league level, and they didn't send him down. They let it ride. So why can't you do something like that with a prospect who is every bit as hyped up and as much a prospect as Bregman was.
He's not the same level prospect that Bregman.
He sure looks it.
He's a very good prospect.
He's their number one prospect.
It's the number one prospect in the worst system in the league, though. Like Bregman was a top prospect, the number 2 overall pick in the draft.
So you're saying the number 14 overall pick is not
he's a big time prospect, no doubt. But remember, the public list.
But you're kind of parsing because this is their number one prospect. Yeah. Out of college 1 year, just like Bregman. They let him ride it out, and we know what happened.
But did Bregman start the season on the Major
3
League
for
roster?
38. I believe he did.
No, he did not start the season on the Major League roster.
In 2016?
He came up during the season.
But it was early.
It was not that early.
It was pretty early.
Check the game. It was in the summer.
I'm mesmerized by the cross tween.
I was gone when he came up, when he made his debut. So I left in June. It wasn't back until September. He was not in the big leagues when I left. And part of the reason is there's no reason to rush these guys because there's the service time aspect of it, which is important. And remember, the Astros.
Well, why don't we just say that? Because we talked about that.
That's part of it.
Why don't we just say it's the service time, guys?
That's not the whole reason. I don't believe that is the full reason. The best way to ruin a player.
July 25th.
Yes. So that's after the All-Star break when they brought him up. Listen, if Cam Smith does what he is continuing to do, whether it's at Corpus or at Sugar Land, I think he would be up before Alex Bregman came up in 2016.
Okay.
But
all right,
again, that's part of the aggressiveness of Dana Brown. But the thing is with them right now, they don't. There's no reason to rush him. There's just no reason to, and that's they don't want to ruin the guy. And this is a guy who played 5 games above A-ball last year. He's a young kid. He played 2 years at Florida State. So the idea that they're just going to rush him up and put him in a position where he may not be able to succeed, they want him when he gets called up to be ready to succeed right away. And if you bring him up on opening day, I don't know if that's the opportunity where that's going to happen. So there's no rush.
Do you think that would ruin him?
Listen,
they're paranoid and they're worried about service.
Well, one of the things
why don't we just call it what it is?
Well, no, but one of the things that I mentioned yesterday in my my tactical defense of what you were bringing up is just how many major league pitchers has he actually faced in these 9 at-bats thus far?
That is another aspect of it, where we are putting this guy in the big leagues who has played 5 games above A-ball based off of, 10, 11 plate appearances in spring training? Listen, he faced Clay Holmes last week against the Mets. He had a hit against Clay Holmes. That's really good. But let's not get overly carried away and just assume that this guy is ready because he hit 2 home runs in a spring training game against the National. One of them was the wind. Helped him out a lot.
Now
he's been great, and everyone raves about him, and he has exceeded what they thought he was going to be, but they don't have a position for him right now. That's one thing. If they thought that Isaac Paredes could play second base, Isaac Paredes would be working out at second base. And I can tell you, last week they have the infielders on the schedule who's going to work out where. At no point was Isaac Paredes on the schedule at second base. And again, the outfield thing, he's focused on third base. The only coaches that he is working with right now are the infield coaches.
Now, in a discussion with you, Dana Brown did say, we're going to continue to watch this, and basically said anything is possible. So it's not off the table.
No, I think that's part of the reason why you start him in the minor leagues. You let him work on his swing and fine-tune some of those things. You let him work on his defense at third base. And then when there are moments, you can stick him out in right field and just see how it looks. Just get his feet wet. Dabble a little bit with him in right field or in left field, at one of the corner spots. But they're not going to do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the best way to ruin a young player is to overwhelm him at this stage of his career. And to take this kid.
See, I don't always buy that with certain prospects. His maturity level is off the charts. That's another thing that he talked about with you.
I don't doubt that at all. But they aren't throwing too much at him at this point. So listen, I think that with the way that Dana Brown has promoted guys since he has, been in charge, like they're aggressive with guys, and they are far more aggressive with guys than they have been in the past. But he's not going to start. He's not going to start the season at the major league level. He shouldn't start the season at the major league as it's training. Let him get his feet wet in a little bit more in Double-A. Let him get used to facing Double-A pitching, facing pro pitching. Like the pitchers that he is going to face at the major league level are a million times better than anything that he has seen in college. Even like facing Double-A pitchers day after day after day is better than anything that he will have seen at Florida State or in his first stretch here in the minor leagues. So there's no reason to rush it. Just let him grow naturally. It's going to be okay. They are set it. The infield right now looks to be in a decent spot for them. The outfield, not so much, but that's a discussion for another day.
Take that, Lopez.
No, I think
I don't think you got the bucket there.
I think that's just a fancy way of saying that's just a fancy way of saying they don't want to start the clock.
Listen, that's part. That is.
I think that's all it is.
I don't think that's the full reason. Just listen. If they've got 2 weeks left in spring training, 2.5 weeks left in spring training. If he is batting 400 with an OPS of 1,200, then we can have the same conversation. Then we'll see what happens. Then maybe I'll be with you that it's just a service clock thing. I don't think it's just a service clock thing.
All right, Cam Slam Smith took the entirety of our visit here.
Oh, really quick. Just want to plug. I did talk to Gavin Dickey, the Astros farm director.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to put the whole transcript of our conversation up on sportsradio610.com tomorrow. You can read it, so you don't have to worry about plugging in or anything. We went through Cam Smith. We went through some of the player development stuff, and like he was pretty honest, like with the things that they have not done well the last few years. So I thought that was really interesting.
Very, very quick because we are up against it. Jordan going to be the number 2.
Yeah,
it seems like it.
2-hole hitter today.
Yeah, I've talked to you about this before. I'm not batting order guy, so if that's where they want to put him, then that's where he's going to hit.
Okay, our guy, baseball Spo, Adam Spillane, playing a solid defense, man. Like he called you up to the level, and he was like, "Look, man, can you defend?" I think you did a solid job. It was a pretty good defensive effort.
That is the first time I have played defense of any sort in a very long time.
He said, "Get that stuff out of here."
I think I dunked on his ass.
I don't think that. Yeah. If anything, you got a bucket through contact. I don't know if that was if anything.
Yeah, no, they called that the charge. The charge, offensive foul.
Hey, don't forget Big Orange Wagon too.
Yeah, Big Orange Wagon, another place where you can hear a little bit of these conversations about Cam Smith and Altuve in left field, which we haven't even talked about. Real quick, what was your just basic assessment of actually him getting work?
So obviously I really don't have an assessment from Friday's game because nothing happened in Friday's game.
Right, exactly.
He looked like he knew what he was doing, like he was positioning himself and all that sort of stuff. Watching the highlights from Sunday's game, I thought him going back on that fly ball at the wall, he looked very, very natural. The throwing stuff, though, it is an issue. And it's not necessarily the bad throw, but it's the fact that I think it was the Nationals. They were so willing to run on him in that spot. Like
we talked about that.
He fielded that ball like right behind the dirt, and the runner was right at third base.
Nathaniel Lowe, mind you, not the fastest dude in the world.
That third base coach did not hesitate. So listen, that's just going to be part of it, and that's just something that they're going to have to deal with, and they have to hope that, hey, the shortstop makes that play.
Yeah.
Because listen, the only reason that Altuve was in position to make that play was because Gourmet couldn't field.
Yeah.
So all that needs to be kept in the infield on the left side.
There you go. His name is Adam Spillane. He's our baseball insider. He does some Rockets insider work as well. And I didn't even get to ask him about the University of Houston. That's why I'm happy that we'll talk to you again on Friday.
Friday.
Sounds good.
There you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Well, I think we'll keep it kind of at home. There's a couple of guards that have been traded for. And then also, RA's back. We'll talk about that more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, much appreciation to our guy Adam Spillane for that one-on-one participation.
They were still going at it.
They was in the break.
Yeah,
like legitimately, it was in the. It was in
Lopez had the door open.
It was in the studio, and then as they were walking out the door, I'm pretty sure there was a point in time where Spo was down the hall. They were it just
all
it
I
didn't
heard
stop.
was, "No, you're wrong."
I'm still laughing when
No, you're
my
wrong.
walk away line to him was like, "All right, you're dead wrong."
That was 100%. That is not a
quote.
joke. That is a direct
All right,
quote.
you're dead wrong.
All I heard was, "Not my money."
And you'll have to forgive me because I don't actually know what it's supposed to be called. I probably should, but I don't. It'd be like that sometimes. But was that the wagon racing or what have you?
Chuck wagon races.
Chuck wagon races. All right,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
I'm glad
Those
I had
guys
that.
know what they're doing, man.
That's on the TV right now, and I am just so interested in. There was a by a nose type finish, and I was like, "Hey man, it's a chalk finish line. How precise is this right now?"
When you go to a concert, you're gonna find yourself like, "Oh, I'm rolling with Kroger on this."
Oh,
one.
for
Or I'm
sure. For sure.
Hey, you want to make a bet? You sitting next to someone. Hey, you want to make a bet?
Yeah. And
Like,
the
I'm
calf
rolling with
scramble,
Kroger.
too.
Yeah. No, it get intense.
Yeah. It does.
This is coming to degenerate every time you go to the rodeo.
Oh, you bet on it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You find out.
Beer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, people.
No beer.
People be serious about that.
Yeah.
So serious the kneecap skin. Never mind. All right, let's go.
Just real quick, you got to get that sheep from across the street and put him in the little livestock show. See how he does. See how he does.
We should.
They're like, who brought this one?
Yeah, it's like this.
Like,
sheep
he
don't know
ain't
what he's
doing nothing.
He's got grass between his teeth.
Look at this fat ass sheep right here. He ain't no athlete.
Yeah, no, that's not an athlete sheep. That's
just a
yard sheep.
That's just
right.
that's just a fat man.
That's right. All right, let's go around the NFL now, and we begin with your Houston Texans that they've made a couple of moves today. And I'm interested in which one I guess I know which one you're probably more interested in. There's one that's probably larger. I will start with the latter of them that our guy Sean Pendergast came in and made sure that he updated us on, and that is that the Texans are bringing back Dare Ogunbowale.
Ah!
Wait, why was that the sound? Wait, no. Why was that the sound? We not happy about my Nigerian brother?
Yeah, we're happy. Yeah, we're happy. We're happy about
Your
that.
third down running back?
Hey, wait till you
pass
find.
protector?
Hey, wait till you find out he the second running back.
Oh,
All right, you need to calm down, sir.
See,
You need to chill out over there, sir.
that's why that sounded. Then I'll be making that sound. All due respect, I mean, hell of a good player for what he does.
Hey, nice little 1-2 punch, man.
Well,
Joe
no,
Mixon,
that's
Dare.
not what he does. That's not what he does. No, that's one of those. Yeah, a swarmy guy.
Swarmy.
Versatile.
1 year, $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing too crazy. And you know what he brings to you. You know that he's good at what he does when it comes to pass protecting, when it comes to being a nice little outlet sometimes in a passing situation, which makes him a really nice third down back. And then,
blocks.
Yes, he definitely can block as a running back, which you don't always find. I'm still very much in the place where I would like to see a running back drafted on
You
day
think?
3. I'm very much in that place.
Absolutely.
I know you're in a place where you want to see a running back on like day 2, and I think you're a crazy person for such things.
No, you're dead wrong. I'm just going to start saying that now.
Is that the new? Put it in the intro, Figgy. You're dead wrong.
No,
is his new?
You're dead wrong. No, I'm not. You're not dead wrong. It's arguable. But I just. It sounds so harsh when you say, you're done with Dameon Pierce because he's more than that, and he's earned the right to at least have some respect based off his rookie year at all. But I think you know everything you need to know.
Here's the thing, but in you knowing that. Sorry, go ahead, Figgy.
No,
I'll let you
I
go.
was just gonna say I wouldn't say done, but you definitely need some competition.
You know what? You know all you need to know. I believe.
Like last year, they gave him the number 2 running back position right there. I think this year you got to bring somebody in for competition. And now, if he beat that competition out,
sure,
then it's like okay. But right now, nah, you can't. That shouldn't be his position. It should be marked in ink.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, when you say you know everything you need to know about him, I think to some degree so that he can be a really good running back. and then there's some instances where if you put him in a certain circumstance, it doesn't give him the best chance to succeed. And so I do think that you have an opportunity to have a game plan offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that throws people off or what have you. But this is a circumstance where I would like to see what he's capable of doing, because there is good running back play within there as well in the right circumstance. So I'm still interested, but I'm in the same boat that Figgy you are. Competition is important. Like, he seems like the type of player where pushing him will help him be the best. And then also you still got guys like Jawar Jordan and stuff that I'm like, I want to see what they're capable of doing. Because, I mean, what was it, J.J. Taylor? I was like, hey, I kind of like what happens when you put him in. Like, I think
he had his moments.
You give some of those guys, give them opportunity in training camp to see whatever the Nick Caley running scheme ultimately looks like, who produces the best.
That's what I was going to say. Give him training camp. I think he should at least be in training camp and see how it goes. Preseason, he should play. He shouldn't be the one sitting out all preseason long and only get 2 carries.
Yeah.
No, let him play. Let him
play.
Yeah, let's see what he got, and then make a move from there.
But you don't have to worry about the kicker situation because you got the backup kicker. There for you. Another thing that the Texans did.
Hell, some would want him as a starter.
Kicker? Are you okay? Is everything all right today?
Man. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Y'all saw the playoffs, right?
So anyways, the Texans created a little bit of money for themselves. This is one of the big things that the Texans did today, and that was restructuring the contract of Neat. Got themselves a good amount of additional money in doing this. Now they're projected to have $18 million in cap space. Obviously, the circumstance, when you restructure a player, in essence, you're taking some contractual money and then making it into you're guaranteed some money, and then you take it and you kind of spread it around. Usually that kind of pushes some of the cap hit back. And you create some void years, things of that nature. But ultimately, like, the big deal is that you take money from now. The player is going to get all the same money that he was guaranteed or that he was promised or whatever. This is just a matter of creative accounting. But when it comes to accounting, you're pushing some of that cap hit back. So in later years, then you'll have to deal with that money. And with someone like a Nico Collins, I am 1,000% good with that. I know that's one of your pet peeves when you go over 100% because it's not possible, but I am. I'm all the way good with that, because over the lifetime of Nico Collins' contract, there are going to be situations where you go, hey, that cap hit kind of hurts, but you'll never regret it, because over the lifetime of this contract, he's still going to be young. I fully believe he's still going to be a very good wide receiver, and you were already getting him at a discount. Like, I don't know what the cap hit would have to be for me to be uncomfortable with what you're doing.
There's nothing I want to add to that, because that is exactly how I feel. You're not dead wrong. So I feel like there are players on this team that have been mentioned today on these airwaves as potential restructures that I would be like, God, no. Laramie Tunsil. No. Absolutely not. You're going to feel worse if you restructure it and kick that can down the road.
You kick the can down the road, and what that then means is that when you get to those places, are you going to be comfortable with that? Because also one of the ways that I like thinking about this is, who do you feel comfortable or confident that you're going to have and want to have on this team later on? Because with that restructure, like you said, you're kicking the can down, and that makes it more complicated to release.
And you're already frustrated.
Especially once you've gotten through your guaranteed money. And if you get to a place where, hey, there's less guaranteed money on the back end, not when you restructure it. You push those things back. You make it so that it's more difficult. And Laramie Tunsil's a dude that people are trying to get rid of right now.
Yes.
Not people necessarily in the building, but people in the fan base. I can only imagine that the organization has to understand that to some extent, where they go, I don't know. You might even want to continue having his services, but you don't want to make it so that becomes even less palatable, less savory.
And here's the other part of Nico being restructured. The wheels are turning. The wheels are starting to turn. Things are starting to happen, Figgy.
Creating that space.
Because the main thing here is you're creating space for a reason. We knew it would happen. I wasn't even considering really Nico as one of the candidates, but I think it's a smart move.
He absolutely seems like one of the candidates, because again,
I didn't think of that. Like that makes so much sense.
Bigger ticket dudes that have opportunities to, that have a lot of money, so that and that you feel comfortable again are going to be here and producing for you for a while. And so, I mean, maybe we'll circle back around to it, but then also that makes you go, where else could they possibly do some potential restructures and such to continue to generate money? Because there's other players that you go, hey, maybe these are opportunities for you to continue to generate space, possibly like someone like an Azeez Al-Shaair. I know that you've been trying to run him out of the building. So
I wouldn't mind a restructure.
Really?
No.
You was out here trying to get Figgy.
No, what I'm saying.
Figgy.
No,
I need some help here.
Thank you for your service.
I never said anything of the kind.
You said thank you for your service.
I said I could feel for a contending team with a defense that needs to cover tight ends in a league that is tight end heavy.
Too much of a dirty player for me.
I wouldn't mind.
Thank you for your service.
I wouldn't mind if they moved on.
Misses too many games due to suspension for my taste, is what I heard Lopez say.
I still wouldn't mind if they moved on. I think they can upgrade there.
Okay.
I really do.
So you wouldn't mind if they moved on, but you also wouldn't mind if they restructured.
If somehow you could make it friendlier.
Very good. Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. That is a whole bunch of nothing that was just said there. And I appreciate you doing that because you did it in a good way. There's some other guys, Daniil Hunter, who there's also conversation about extensions. We can continue there. I do want to get around to this around the NFL. A couple of guards were traded this week, and that is very particular and worth a note to Texans fans because, hey, guard is a position that you probably want to get better at. I don't know. Do you agree with that sentiment?
100%.
All right, awesome. Not 1,000, just
not
100?
1,000.
Okay,
100.
Very good. Jonah Jackson. I'm looking at B. Scott dead in the face right now because that was one of his dudes. Jonah Jackson, guard for the Los Angeles Rams, goes for a 6th-round pick to the Chicago Bears. So they get a guard for a 6th-round pick, and I seen it on the text line. The Texans didn't have a 6th-round pick for Jonah Jackson.
I mean, that's not a bad text.
Another situation.
It's the one that hurts.
From the Kansas City Chiefs for a future 4th-round pick, a 2026 4th-round pick. Both of those day 3 picks for a starting caliber, very good guard. Do you would you have liked those for the Texans? Understanding that the thing that the Bears are giving up is not just a little bit of draft capital, it's cap space. Both of those guys have pretty solid cap hits for a guard position in this year. Of course, the Bears have a lot of room to absorb that, and of course, they had a need to upgrade their offensive line to protect Caleb Williams. Would you have gone to those places for one of those guys or either of those guys for the Texans?
Absolutely. I would have. I think all 3 of these names that we've talked about today in this segment kind of tie together. You know, we mentioned Dameon Pierce and maybe upgrading at the running back position. We mentioned Azeez Al-Shaair and maybe upgrading there. And the reason that I feel that way is because the Texans, I think we all agree, are in win-now mode. They have been since last year. Are those guys that can get you to an altogether different level? I don't think they are. Joe Thuney is. Yeah. You know, so like if you're playing the game to win now, then you have, and you can't get them all. I'm not saying that, but you have to make moves that get you better in particular spots to an altogether championship level. That's why it's nothing against Al-Shaair. It's nothing against Dameon Pierce.
I hear you.
But can those guys get you at what they do to a championship level? I think the answer, if we're being honest, is no. Making a move at guard to
yeah, and Cornbread, you hit it, right? This is what I was talking about. $26 million cap hit for Joe Thuney. And I imagine that's why the Kansas City Chiefs move off of him. I do ask myself, though, in a season coming immediately after you lost a game against the Philadelphia Eagles because they were able to get pressure with 4, understanding that, you were missing your left tackle and that you had to do a little bit of moving Joe Thuney out. Like, this is kind of a weird bookend because they went and acquired Joe Thuney after the last time Patrick Mahomes was out here running for his damn life. And so it's kind of wild that they let Joe Thuney go in this instance after you had a similar situation. I'm very intrigued as to what's happening with the Kansas City Chiefs and how they plan to address offensive line because
I think they're focusing on tackle.
Well, you can focus on tackle again. If you're starting to apply pressure up the middle, we know that that's not good
you're
for any.
Right.
Like, is this how the Kansas City Chiefs thing starts to trend downwards? Is that level of deterioration on the interior? That'll be interesting to see. But so you have one team going decidedly up on the offensive line, I think, and going ahead and putting a level of investment where they need to at offensive line in the Chicago Bears. You've got one team seemingly letting it go with some of that talent with the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm interested to see where they go. And then you have the Texans. And we had, was it Jonathan Alexander again? He mentioned that he doesn't think Shaq Mason goes and that there's a level of competition there. So I'm interested to see how this team tries to go about it. And I think one of the things you also have to take away from this as we wrap up around the NFL, the teams, when they were looking to make their offensive line better, it ain't free agency. He is a very good free agent guard. Maybe that's one that you go for. There was another one that I was thinking of I just lost it. It's not Brandon Scherf from the Jaguars. There's another one that I'm forgetting in the moment, but there's a couple of ones that I find to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But I do wonder, is that something that's going to appeal to you because you have a Bears team that has money that you imagine would go into free agency and go and try and get those guys, and they went and traded for a couple of guys.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, like, is the pathway to getting better on the offensive line actually there for you in free agency?
I think that I think it's a big ask right now, isn't it? Free agency.
We'll have
interior.
We'll have to dive into that and see, like, hey, there are guards out there.
Mm-hmm.
Are they actually gettable? But there you go. Around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets played again, and they lost. Probably a winnable game to the Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Ime made it very clear that, this team isn't doing what the game plan is. So what is the Rockets' issue at this point as they lose a couple in a row? We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop.
His name is John Harris.
When I think about a combine crush, I'm thinking about, some guys
and Reggie Atatula.
All right, on the Jim Mallett of the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
A lot of random things that I'm just going to sprinkle in because I enjoy so many of your texts, and I don't really know how to get. Sometimes I'm always trying to find. That's stupid. I said sometimes always. Sometimes I'm trying to find, like, where can I sprinkle in this thing that came in where it makes sense? And today I'm just saying bleep it. From the 832, mutton busting is the best part of rodeo.
Oh,
100%.
They bet on whether the kid will cry or not.
Stay tuned to Confessions.
Oh, very good. From another 832, Dare should only see special teams. Dare's on third down is a zero threat. I don't think that's inherently true.
No,
it's a couple times he catch you off guard.
No, he's not a zero threat. It's like, oh, they're going to pass. He's a tell.
Sometimes you pass it to him,
and sometimes they pass it to him.
Every once in a while they ran the ball with him, and it was not the worst thing.
They ran the ball when it was like 3-22.
We were just having this conversation where I do wonder how much of the run game thing we need to bring back to Bobby, because that was a question that he had all the way through his tenure as an offensive coordinator. Whether you, in the time where you felt like he was doing a good job or not, it was like, I don't know how the run game is. So I think we have to be careful on how we evaluate some of these running backs in that context.
Yeah, we'll know 4 or 5 games into about Damian. Dare's going to be here, so Dare's going to have a role no matter what.
All right, I didn't already taken Rockets time. Now.
That's all right.
Let's talk Rockets. Although I guess maybe I'm not the most excited to talk about that, as they got a loss. They got a loss against the Indianapolis Pacers. Indiana Pacers. They actually at one point in this game drew their way back, scratched and crawled their way back in. But they lost this game pretty handily again. And I mean, I can give you the exact score, but how much does the exact score matter versus the fact that they gave up 60-something points in the first half.
67 points in the first half.
And they were they had to employ, again, the coward's zone. And they were out here. I mean, Ime Udoka, with your starters back, largely your starters back in tow, was trying things. He was searching to find some defense on this team. In fact, look, Figgy, can you help me out here? This is Ime Udoka talking about the effort from his team in this loss to the Pacers last night.
Opposite of what we talked about, what we would hope to have with some guys not playing last night. And so it's hard to win when you give up 67 in the first half and play uninspired and lack physicality and throwing the ball all over the gym and don't look like we care at times. And so that one hurts because you do all that work to get back into it and go 13 for 16 or 13 for 26 from the free throw line. Miss about 5 point-blank layups, then you can extend the lead when you're up 1 and do all that work and then give it back. But more than that, to your point, I care about the fight and effort and competitiveness.
All right, so let's play a little game here.
Oh, I like games.
Let's play a little game here. If he were yelling and said the exact same thing or raised his voice and said the exact same things, this city would be going nuts.
They are who we thought they were.
No, because let's break down
why we took the damn field.
Yeah, if he had raised his voice and said the exact same words, this city would be going nuts. He said they're uninspired. They lack physicality.
Sure.
They did the exact opposite of what we talked about.
That's probably not good.
Like if he were like, they were uninspired, we'd be like, oh, wow, he's really calling. No, he did. He called out the players. And so it got me thinking, like, if you listen to that and he's not speaking at a low tone, occasionally monotone, you'd be like, holy moly, these players are it's just not connecting. Something's not happening. So can we all agree that Ime Udoka, and trust me, based on my mentions and watching social media last night, we don't all agree, but let's say this room, if we can all agree that Ime Udoka is not the problem. Do we agree with that? Ime Udoka is not the problem?
I largely agree with that, although I have some questions.
Well, sure.
And the problem in this situation,
yes,
because some people are saying his offensive
that's the one
struggles
caveat.
is a problem.
Yeah, that's
I don't
the one,
love the offense.
That's the one caveat that I would agree with. But we generally agree Ime Udoka is a really good coach, and he's not the problem.
At the very least, if we're talking about, if the question is inspiration, usually it seems like he does a great job. Of
shoes with they've lost. They're 5-6. What is it? 5-11 over the last 16 games. He's not the problem. Well, that kind of narrows it down, man. And he just told us. They are not inspired. They are not doing the thing. They're doing the opposite of what they've been told. when are we going to start saying maybe these guys are just not wired the way they should really be? Wait, today?
I don't. But you trying to trade somebody? Or
No,
something?
I'm just saying. Is it a disconnect? Is it a player problem?
Well, I feel like, again, this is something that if we go back a few months, one of the things that that we've talked about is there's a very narrow way for this team to win. There's a very narrow way for this team to win, especially if the offense is not going to be where it is. That's where you can bring back in just the style of offense that they have. And we can dig deeper into that at another time if you want to, because that's something that's been kind of, I've been mulling about and I don't quite know how to attack it, but it's just like, there's something about this offense that I don't really love the way that it goes. But if your offense is going to be so tough, especially if you're not going to take the easy points, right? If you're going to miss bunnies, and if you're going to be 13 of 26 from the free throw line,
the dude.
If you're going to shoot 50% on a high volume of free throws, your defense has to be literally perfect. And against the Indianapolis team or Indiana team that one has a lot of pace that flies around, but then two, you even had to break out the trick defenses. You had to bring zone. You have to come out with two bigs at times to try and stop them from getting to the rack, and a little run was forcing the Pacers to just shoot 3-pointers. You needed to do that just to be able to float you because your offense ultimately can't compete. I mean, you had 102 points in this game.
Yeah.
And in this modern iteration of league, that's not going to be good enough. And I mean, the times where it was good enough, you literally had a top 5 defense in the league. But you're not playing like a top 5 defense in the league, and that's what you're seeing. So some of it, I think, is also relative, where it's like, hey, these guys are not showing the energy and effort, but also it's because the energy and effort that's necessary is you got to play at a 97 out of 100 at any given time to make all this go.
And what causes you to play, for it to work, the margins being small, for the margins, for you to fill those margins, for this all to connect at some point. And I'm not saying, well, trade everybody, not even close to it. I'm saying we need to start recognizing that the message is not being received, and it might not be Ime Udoka's fault. Like these guys, I'm looking at the quote right now. You just heard it. I mean, he said, uninspired, lack of physicality, throwing the ball over the gym, don't look like we care. That's not Udoka.
So is he talking about all the players, or is he talking about?
Well, he's generalizing, but here's the other thing. This is
because it sounds like he's talking to Sengun.
Well, Sengun. And I agree with you after watching last night about his game, by the way. It's fun. Let's go. Hold on, just real quick.
Yes.
Well, let's get to Sengun.
No problem.
But my thing with this is, what I was going to say is, they're a young team, but they're not that inexperienced anymore, man. Like some of their key players have been in the league 3 years.
Rookies.
Yes. Like it. Is it the players?
Well, I think also there's something to say about there's a kind of style of basketball that's different, right? When you get to winning basketball style, it's a little bit different, and that could be loaded. So I don't want to get too far down that road. I do wonder when you're talking about not kind of locking in or whatever. This is, in addition to the physical fatigue, how much of this is just the mental fatigue of playing this many games that matter consistently at this level? I think that also is something that maybe you're seeing guys have to go through, where the team, you're getting teams' best shots now because you're no longer a team that people are overlooking a scheduled loss, or maybe not scheduled loss, but like one of those situations where it's like, hey, we have a big game coming up on the second night as a back-to-back, so we can kind of overlook the Houston Rockets. No, you're the one that they're looking for. And now you need to be, but you have to have that level of intensity and that level of attention to detail on making sure that backside cuts aren't getting you on defense and things of that nature, or finishing out rebounds to finish out possessions, or just making sure that you finish layups.
But see, that's focus and effort is what you're talking about. The perimeter defense is effort. By the way, last night pick and roll defense was atrocious. That's effort.
It's effort, but it's some of it also, and this is a whole nother tangent that we'll probably need to get to at some point. I also think roster construction matters. Like you have come to a place to this point where you had been just getting, let's get a whole bunch of talent. And then you have to figure out the way that all the pieces work together. That's why I probably understand why the Rockets took this year where they did not go out and add not only which are the ones that work, but which are the ones that work together. And I think that you're starting to see some of the difficulties in that portion of it.
And that leads to kind of my takeaway watching this game last night is, I think, I started thinking maybe these guys they're just not buying in. And ultimately, I guess it has to be in Udoka's lap, but I think the players are at fault here in some cases. But the second part leads to the Sengun point that I wanted to make sure and get to, and I know you did.
We still got time. We can circle back around at 12:40.
And that's basketball IQ.
Oof. All right, we're hitting the heavy. The one thing I don't want to do here, though, is I don't want to be the show that goes, they lost, so everything is awful, and then they win, so everything.
No, but they're
great.
5-11, man.
And they are, and there's clearly some things that they need to find a way to, tweak and work on. But yes, I would like to talk about Alperen Sengun, so we'll do that a little bit later. But yeah, the Rockets, they'll get back in action on Thursday, but this one hurt, especially after you had a night where you were playing against the Thunder. You didn't have any of your starters. Your backups came in. You played hard.
Should be rested.
Should be a little bit rested, although some of these guys are coming off injuries, so I guess whatever that means to you. But I remember that message thing. You're sending messages in some ways, and I understand that backup lineup against the Thunder had been the one that had gotten you back into the game. But it seems like, that message, making sure that the guys remember the importance of this as you get to some of the dog days of the season. Yeah, man, that's the part that clearly the Rockets need. But I just think that it's such a narrow path to get through. And if you're not hitting at 100%, you end up in this really, really tough place with the Rockets. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Unfortunately, some terrible news came down this morning for the city of Houston, but also some bad news for the city of Houston in a basketball context, and then some good news for Texas A&M in a good context. We'll talk about all that, plus the final piece of the Bun B Bonanza, all that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
5.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents.
What's poppin', loaded what's poppin', or at least it can be. We'll see how that ultimately goes here on a Wednesday in the Loop. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
The 281 Rockets are frauds. All right.
That's how I usually go.
That's a little much.
That's how I usually go.
And I didn't want to get to that place. But there are some things that they do need to sort out, as do most any teams. I think in the NBA this year, there's very few. I don't think there are any teams, in fact, anybody goes, oh, that's an unbeatable team. They all believe within themselves that they can beat each other. And you're seeing some of that transpire. But as we get into what's popping, some really sad news this morning came down like 9 o'clock, almost sharp. We find out that former Houston mayor and U.S. Representative Sylvester Turner passed away at the age of 70. And it's kind of tough because, I mean, if you know Sylvester Turner, he was a staple in this community and he did a lot for this city. And on top of that, like, I mean, you knew him, you see him around. And for you, who's been in the city for a very long time, I know that you've crossed paths with him a few times.
I'm thinking of one instance in particular before the Super Bowl got here last time. I think that was 2017. We were at the previous Super Bowl site, which might have been Phoenix. Anyway, the previous Super Bowl site at a little media party. And they actually had Sylvester Turner come up. It wasn't the media party, but a different one.
Which is sometimes better, to be honest.
Yeah, it was it was probably a couple hundred people at the most, with a lot of Houston people there, a lot of Phoenix people there. I think it was Phoenix. It might not have been. But anyway, and they let Sylvester the next Super Bowl in Houston. As Figgy likes to say, brother, he was so freaking good selling Houston.
Oh, okay. Really? I was afraid that he was going to say something else.
No, his energy level, like it sounded almost like he was preaching. You know, he was walking the stage, talking to people, just like he loved this city so much, and it just dripped, off the stage, to the point where like people from other cities, that media members from other cities, New York, L.A., everywhere in between, were coming up to me afterward like, that guy is amazing. I can't wait to get to Houston next year. This is going to be awesome. Like, I can't even go into the details because I don't remember them all, but like he's just selling this Houston and what you're going to expect in Houston and why we're so special and what he loves about it. And I was like, this guy is amazing. I mean, he was just an amazing, amazing cat. Big UH fan. Big UH fan.
Yep.
And he just was, talk about an advocate. We lost one of Houston's greatest advocates.
Yeah.
And that's how I would
He was
put
just
it.
in the, I want to say in the barbecue tent.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this Saturday.
Yeah, Leroy was saying something similar. And, I mean, I'm sure there's many, many stories about Sylvester Turner. His successor, John Whitmire, the current mayor of Houston, announced the death of former mayor and congressman Sylvester Turner. Said, quote, a remarkable public servant who impacted millions of people. He rose from poverty but never forgot where he came from. It's a terrible loss for the city and a personal loss for me. I ask Houstonians to celebrate his life. So they were together recently. We don't know the cause of death. I don't mean to speculate, but I do know that in 2022, I believe he was diagnosed with bone cancer, although he later said that he was now cancer-free. So I don't know if that ultimately led to his passing at the age of 70.
It seemed like it was pretty sudden because, as Figgy said, he was just at the rodeo Saturday.
Yeah.
I believe he was in Washington last night.
Yeah, he was last night.
And so it happened all of a sudden.
Yeah. So look, and there's some people texting in that clearly had differences of like political opinion, and that's not really my place here on this particular Sports Talk radio show. But the one thing where you will absolutely gain my respect is a passion for like the place and the people of that place. And one thing that is very abundantly clear, at the very, very least, you can definitely say that he had that for sure. And wow, somebody said that he was the first mayor to marry a couple. And so they said that they were a couple that were married. That's awesome.
It's funny. The one moment I remember from him is this moment kind of went viral a little bit. This was around 2020. And this was around the time when Houston was kind of wilding a little bit during COVID and having all these big gatherings and parties and all that stuff. And he ain't want to hear nothing about people talking about snitching.
I hope we have a whole lot of snitches, okay? Because that's how we find people who are violating the laws that exist within our city. So I don't even want to hear this about snitches. If somebody's out there robbing somebody and you know that they're robbing somebody, snitch on them. If somebody out there hurting people, you need to snitch on them. If somebody is out there engaging in activity that's going to infect a lot of other people, you need to snitch on them. I don't call it snitching. I call it being responsible.
He said, I don't want to hear about this snitching stuff. I'm going to need you to snitch on them.
All right. And of course, some typical responses on the text board, and all I can say is you need to be a better person.
Okay. I was just going to be like.
Yeah.
You need to be a better person.
Very good. All right. You got that. What's some other things that are popping here on this Wednesday? Texas A&M shaking things up in the college basketball world. Gets a huge victory over number one team in the nation, Auburn. And it wasn't necessarily close.
Dude, it wasn't. We were watching, went over to my son's house, watched a little bit of the Rockets, and then the start of this game, got home, watched the rest of this game, and it was – I've never seen Auburn. Auburn, I thought, they have a chance to win the national championship. I mean, they are that good. I think Duke is number one in my book right now. U of H is probably number two. Auburn's right there. Auburn beat U of H.
I love U of H.
Yeah.
I think that it's Duke and Auburn.
Yeah,
and then Houston is on.
And they got destroyed.
Yes. It was
out-rebounded by 20-something, I believe.
16. 41-25, but that's nothing to scoff at.
That's a big for Auburn. Broom, probably big candidate, maybe the leader for player of the year, right there up there with Cooper Flagg.
Single-digit scoring in 32 minutes.
Yeah. It was
for A&M.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, A&M led at half, 40-34. That was the first time that Auburn was down at half since they played Iowa State in the Maui Invitational.
Yeah.
And so those are the two times that Auburn has been down at half this year. And A&M managed to do that. Like A&M, clearly a better team than I probably give them credit for. I know that I like, ribbing you about it. But no, this is one of those put the rest of the teams in the nation on notice that A&M got something to say.
Well, they have a defense like U of H. They are that good. Their offense can be much more sporadic, but they had their offense last night, and it was just frankly an easy win. Pretty dang good night of basketball across the board. Texas is on the bubble. Huge win at Mississippi State, so they're
really trying to play their way in.
They're trying to get in, and they did a good job of that last night. BYU. Don't sleep on BYU. I mean, that's a squad, man. That is a good squad.
Ain't BYU just the one boy?
Well, the kid that they brought in last year, but no, it's not. As always, a veteran squad, older guys. They're pretty versatile. They had Iowa State down by like 20-something. Iowa State came back.
Took it to overtime and everything.
Yeah, and beat them. And just good basketball all around. I mean, it was a really good night for college basketball.
You really getting the sticks on this college basketball.
Oh, I got it. Let me talk about Nebraska and Ohio State. I watched a little bit of that one, too.
Oh, I really and truly don't.
They're both on the bubble, and that went to double overtime and, cut into my sleep time, but that's okay. So now Ohio State knocking on the door.
You sick human.
I love college basketball.
I love NBA basketball. I know that not everybody else does, and the reason why I bring that up, this was kind of a good but a bad. Like, this is one of those, on either way that this game finished, you could have found a good within it, but the Phoenix Suns, they were the late night on the national broadcast on TNT, and the Suns battled back from being down 23 points at home versus the Clippers to notch their largest comeback victory in franchise history. So they beat the Clippers in this game. The reason why that is a bad for the Houston Rockets is you are still holding on to their first-round pick this year, and so that moves them back further away from I guess they're in the lottery, but further away from those better odds at moving up in the lottery and maybe making that pick even more palatable, whether it's that the Rockets are drafting one of those players, especially in one of these top-heavy drafts, or at least these superstar-laden drafts with like a Cooper Flagg, or in a situation where maybe, you can trade a pick and it becomes even more palatable to the Suns again. So they got to win, but it was good because it pushed the Clippers back a little bit, with the Rockets kind of sliding a little bit of late, as you mentioned, 5-11 in their last 16. You're starting to get a little pressure. Not a lot. You still have a 3-game lead, if my memory serves, on the 6th place Warriors. But in those standings, the Warriors, they're
surging a little bit.
The Warriors, the Timberwolves, and then the Kings and Clippers. Those are all teams that are behind you. And, I mean, at most 4.5 games is the distinction, I believe, between, or sorry, 5. No, 4.5 games at 9th. And I don't think that you're really I don't think you have the real concern that you slide all the way there, but it can happen real quick if you're not careful. So the Clippers continue to slide back that way, but the Warriors are getting closer. The Timberwolves, the Kings. So you keep some of them at bay with that one. But no, the Suns get another win, and you hope that they continue to slide because that slide was starting to feel good on the idea of, hey, maybe they start trading people away and something gets interesting there for you.
Yeah, look, I think right now the good news for the Rockets right now in all these scenarios, whether it's playoff seeding or lottery or whatever, and their big struggles, they've got a schedule right now that they have to take advantage of coming up. Pelicans twice coming up, Magic, Suns, Mavericks, Bulls, Sixers, very workable, but it's still they got issues to fix.
Got to do it. Got to do it. All right, let's bring this back home with a couple of things. One, the Houston Astros have 2 games selected as Apple TV Plus games, but not just Apple TV Plus games, exclusive. So you will not have those on the Space City home network, including one of the opening weekend games for the Astros. So I don't know if you're that deep into the baseball where you're like, I got to have the Apple TV Plus subscription, but have that known. And that's, of course, just when it comes to the first half of the schedule is how, they start planning out those national TV situations. But, yeah, the Astros already has 2 Apple TV Plus exclusives. Maybe those are just 2 out of many that you go, all right, I just won't be able to take those in visually. But if you're a sicko, like I could tend to be, I imagine, Lopez, you can get to your sicko bag as well. You might want
TV. All these shows that I wanted to binge were on.
Oh, that's right.
I
forgot. You're one of those few people that's like, I watch Apple TV Plus.
I do watch Apple TV.
I was one of those people too.
So, but you hate to miss those games.
I think it was like 3 shows on Apple TV when I had it.
Yeah, well, it started with what was the big one that was on Apple TV?
Ted Lasso.
And then
I thought they had another one that was big before that.
They had a few shows.
Apple TV is great at having shows that are pretty good that just nobody remembers about, or that you had to just learn about by word of mouth. You're like, oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, that's it's actually getting a lot better. Apple TV, especially now that I have
quality is really good too.
Yes.
You just gotta have that. You just gotta have that money for that additional streaming service.
I don't even want to look what I got way too many. Way too many.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, I gave you the little.
I got that too.
Yeah,
I got that too.
If you want to cut bait with something, man.
He said, "I got you. You just trying to be the plug out here."
No, I gave it to him. He got it.
I got it. I use it.
But you still pay.
Anyways. I was watching Liverpool on it the other day. They have a Liverpool documentary.
Oh, I was about to say.
They have a Liverpool channel.
I was like, I feel like those are pretty easy to. Liverpool matches are probably easy to get
on the game days during the Premier League, but they have other stuff too.
All right, fine. And then I didn't leave enough time for this, but we have the final roster spot for Bun B's birthday bonanza on Friday, and I feel like that he landed he stuck the landing.
He did. I'm wondering if Figgy still feels the way he did yesterday.
Ludacris is.
You still feel the same way as
Ludacris a lot, and I
hits, all the hits.
Yeah, he do. I think he should. I would have been fine with him just being a headliner if it wasn't no Bun B. If it was Ludacris, I would have been down for it. But I just think it don't match the price of the ticket, man. How they
I thought we could get them.
Nah, how they boosted those ticket numbers up like that. I can't buy it, man.
Fig, I'm gonna give you a homework assignment. I don't know when you want to do it. Maybe in a mixtape at some point. I need you to go ahead and create. Maybe not the set list. That might be too long. But can you give me the order of when those people perform on Friday?
Oh, I like that.
But I just want to see how your musical mind would put that together. Because I mean, Luda's incredible. But then I still come back to. So where does Miss Yolanda play? When do we get to Keith Sweat?
Just imagine you go from Luda to Miss Yolanda.
I think you could actually make that one shake. I think you could. There's ones that are more uncomfortable in that than going from Luda to Yolanda Adams.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, that's the full lineup, or that's the final piece of the lineup there. And I think that Bun, you did all right. You did okay, and I imagine that you'll be able to make that go. I'm still interested to see how it does happen, though.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. Lopez is in a place where he's trying to find out how we could take trash and make it into another man's treasure. And in saying that, it seems like John Harris got him going on something. Let's find out what that is next.
Only one station in town. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir. You are indeed, or ma'am, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Got to be inclusive, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, we got it.
It's 2025, my boy. But yes, you're in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. It's a fast-paced world we live in, man. There's always something moving or shaking or both. And we got a little movers and shakings in the NFL as we inch closer to NFL free agency, and teams are trying to get their accounting right, their books right before the start of the new league year. And that means there's been some more cap casualties, or maybe guys that just teams are ready to move on from. And a couple of those names came through in the last hour, and they're very interesting. And so we're going to play a little game that I like to call, you like it? You in? You interested?
Yes and yes.
It's a very long and stupid name, but it is what I call it. You like it? You interested? And so there's two wide receivers that have been released that I'm interested to see how you feel about. One of whom, a dude who was recently in division and now is no longer. Former wide receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Christian Kirk.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We were talking actually 2 hours ago. They need a number 2 wide receiver.
Correct.
They absolutely need one. It's almost been glossed over a little bit when we're talking about the line and the defense and all this other stuff, but they don't have one. Their depth chart is really, really thin.
And on top of that, we were looking at the ways that you could possibly get one in free agency. And I know that we didn't really I realized we didn't really land somewhere, and that's because I don't know that I have free agency, especially with maybe some of the costs that you might have. The one that I like the most is the guy that was in the building in Stephon Diggs, and we, through various reporting, I think Matthew Berry writing with Pro Football Talk, if I remember correctly, or NBC Sports rather, seems to, in his travels at the Combine, seems to have gotten intel or some level of talk or rumors that it's like 50-50 and that the market's going to be robust for him. And I do think that makes it a little bit more difficult or less likely that maybe
Absolutely
you can have his services returned to Houston.
Yeah, he's gonna have offers, and so you're gonna have to, that's competition. that's a bidding war, so to speak. So yeah, but look, Christian Kirk, like this team, you obviously we have Nico. His contract has been restructured. They're trying to clear some money to be able to do things like this. When they signed Christian Kirk, it was almost like, okay, that's a lot of money. He lived up to it for 1 year, but he's a number 2. He's a number 2 wide receiver, still very, very fast, still, pretty productive. Maybe not as that first year. What was it, 2022, maybe, when they signed him, 21, whatever it was. And then the other one.
It was 22, you're correct. 22, 1,100 yards that season, 8 touchdowns. 2023, 787 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then this past year, didn't even break 400 yards, 379 yards. Mind you, in playing 8 games, so about half a season. But even then, you double that up, and you're about 700 and some change yards and a single solitary touchdown.
But that's a number 2 wide receiver. That's what this team needs. I am all in on, although I think he's a little older, on the other one.
Yeah, and we already got a response, which. As you play the game on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Let me get the number out next time, Jim. Gosh, I need you to – I know you're excited about doing the Hammer stuff, but look, the 713-572-46. It's okay, Jim. It's all good. We're on the up and up here. But, from the 832, they said Kirk is always hurt.
He has been injured.
Missed 5 games a couple seasons ago, and then last year, as I talked about, 9 games that he didn't play in.
But if you get a healthy, and he's not old, by any stretch, but you get a relatively healthy Christian Kirk, you're going to get value, and you're going to get a true number 2 wide receiver that's a veteran that has done it. I like that idea. I like Tyler Lockett a little more. Tyler Lockett also. Just today released.
Yeah, Tyler Lockett released by the Seattle Seahawks. He's headed into his age 33 season. Former K-Stater.
Oh, that's right. He's one of you.
You didn't realize why I was like, I love me some Tyler Lockett.
That's not why I love him, but I think he'd be. I think I like him more than Kirk at this point, even though he's a little older.
Yeah, he's a little bit older, and here's the thing about it. Like, I will remember him fondly. He has a number. He had a nice 4-year run of 1,000-yard seasons. He's not continued that 1,000-yard season run. Played all 17 games, and he does stay largely healthy. That is something that is nice. However, 600-yard year last year, 2 touchdowns, And I do wonder how appealing is that for you, because his receptions per game range. Is that okay? Do you feel like, hey, if you just turn that reception number back up, that it all just clicks back? Because his yards per reception are still yards per target still fairly solid. It looks like they're about where they have been for a large portion of his
And he's
career.
one of those guys that has just been largely just sort of overlooked, right? For as good as he's been,
Correct,
people just tend to always overlook Tyler Lockett.
He's like a sneaky good. Like,
yes,
damn, that was his number.
yes, always. No, I'm in. I get 33. He's going to be entering his 33-year-old season. You know, you're looking for a guy that can be a number 2, that can be productive, that's a veteran, that can help the quarterback and the other receivers. I can't think of anybody better.
Also, and I don't know that this is like
at value too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big thing. Is I think you'd be able to get him at value. I do wonder though that, and this is not, I don't know if this is a major thing, but also culture matters. So maybe it ends up being, I feel like, to put it as succinctly as I can, or put it as cleanly as I can, he get right along with CJ on this Bible study. I feel like they'd be right in there.
Yes.
Sharing the word, just sending Bible verses to each other via text. And I don't know how much you value that or need that, but it seems like, especially for a team that cares a lot about culture, that could be like a very small added plus.
I think
if
it
you
is.
ended up in that space.
I'm just kind of curious, like, is he a good number 2? Like, is he a number 2, or is he kind of slipping down
Getting to that
maybe
point.
number 3?
I'd like to find out.
Is he a solid number 2?
I'd like to find out. I've always just really liked this game.
I wonder if you sign him to be the number 2.
Well, it doesn't preclude you from doing something else.
Yeah, will he get here? It's like, he's kind of like a Bobby Woods a little bit.
That's exactly what just came in. Lockett's another Robert Woods, and while I'm not sure if we get quite there, but there is a possibility, and that's why for me, I would love to get Lockett. Again, I think that would be a little bit better cost-wise, but I think that then you absolutely, and I'm not even sure if with any free agent that you wouldn't absolutely do this, but I think you absolutely need to draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't stop you from doing something else.
I want to sign him and be like, yep, we done. We good.
Yeah.
No. If it's somebody else to sign, if they feel like they need to sign somebody else, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, so
Kirk is just 28.
Yeah, Christian Kirk is still very young, but then I think that cuts the other way where you go, he's 28 and he's dealt with quite a bit of injury. Like, does that necessarily, is that something that is going to find some way to get better as he continues to football age? And I did say football age very particular because football be beating the mess out of you.
Yes, it does.
Just listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning, listening to Seth talk about how he had like a torn patellar tendon for the first couple years of his career. I'm like, hey, dog, that sounds painful.
Yeah, we don't want that.
This sport does it to you, don't it? So, no, but I'm interested in that. But maybe those are a couple names that are jumped into the free agent market that maybe can be a little bit more appealing than maybe the top end with the sexier names of like the Devante Adams of such, but maybe those are more gettable, especially with some of the things that we've heard. But I think that brings us back to, we talked to John Harris on Monday.
Yep.
And boy, that was so Johnny in. I feel bad calling him Johnny. I don't know him like that.
Oh, yeah, you can call him Johnny.
I don't know him like that.
Absolutely.
Are you that type of person where you like somebody's nickname? I don't like calling you your nickname.
No, but the thing is, people call him Johnny.
Yeah.
But I'm not that person.
It's not like nobody call him Johnny and you the one that's like, hey, Johnny.
Still feels it feels overly personal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call him John for the time being. I'm gonna call him John. But John
or JH.
Do people call him JH?
Yeah.
Really? I don't like that. It don't feel like there's certain initials that feel like they lend themselves
John
to
and
that.
Johnny is
JH
better.
Yeah. John Harris, sideline reporter for your Texans broadcast, and
Work
also
on a jugs machine.
That's right. And then also the proprietor of Football Takeover, and he was joining us in that capacity, talking about some of the draft things that he saw. And we were talking about some of the people that went on the up. We're both very high. I'm clearly not as high as you on Nick and Manwari, right? Like, and then some guys that maybe had some downsides at the combine. You feel like this is an opportunity for the Texans to eat, though, right?
Yeah, because the thing about when you come out of the combine, there were some big risers. This guy helped himself the most. Well, there are also players that don't help themselves and maybe are sliding a little bit based either on their production, the interviews, whatever it might have been. And this might be where you find that other receiver, if we're being honest. Now, I know you were talking about, maybe Tyler Booker might fall to number 25. Well, he's not a receiver, but there were some receivers that by and large, people say, they expected more from them in the combine. 2 pick. Someone like Tez Johnson. The dude just weighs 154 pounds.
Yeah, but there's good reason why that thing is falling when it comes to.
He ran a 4.51. They expected him to be a lot faster.
Yeah,
than
I mean,
that.
when you that light, man,
And he's little.
what's slowing you down, my boy? Like
Yeah.
that's, I think, and again, this is where I add the personal caveat that I like adding, which is just the testing is not the end all be all. We have to be very careful to not let that do all of the work, especially where. And I can't remember who had this saying, but I love it so much. Don't count it twice.
Yeah.
Whereas, and that's more in the positive of when you're watching film as an evaluator, you see the speed, the football speed, and then sometimes people see that number pop up on the 40 time, like, oh my God, he's so fast. It's like, but yeah, you already accounted for that. Don't count it twice. I want to take that same kind of mentality and say, if you are a football evaluator and you watch Tez on film and you like the football speed, don't then let that number hurt you too much.
But some do.
And we've seen, and that could be an opportunity for you to, to get the open box special, so to say.
Yeah, he might drop.
Yeah, maybe. But I think that just this, and I try to be a champion for the small guy in this league. I feel like it is overstated sometimes when dudes are small. But we getting real small at 150.
No, that is. But he's not the only one. But I did think of John. Or John made me think of this because one thing
some jackass in the media said.
Yeah, but I'm actually complimenting you. I'm actually complimenting you here,
Okay.
John, because he said, remember, everybody's talking about Kamari Lassiter's 40 time.
Correct. Was it 4.6
something, and including ourselves. And how that works. Sometimes that tape is, and by and large, I think most GMs really look at the tape more than anything, but sometimes that tape might tell you more than something at the combine. But here's the one that really sort of caught my eye here, because you've mentioned him potentially. I think it was you. Maybe it was someone on another show.
Let's see how smart I am.
Luther Burden III.
Yep. Luther has been mocked to the Texans quite a bit. He's and John Harris was talking about it. I know the fellas have talked about him on the morning show in particular in doing the amount of mock draft injections that they have. I'm certain that he's been talked about all up and down these airways. He's a very interesting wide receiver. He's very good. It's just that offense in Missouri used him in a very particular way where it was a lot of just get the ball to him quickly in space and then go and do things. Plus, there wasn't very much outside of him, and that's a very nice way of saying it was just him out there, him and quarterback. They might as well have been playing 7-on-7 with two guys.
But both The Athletic, after the Combine, they released their latest mock drafts. And I know we like to do the mock draft check-in occasionally, and we'll probably do it again this week. But
yeah, we should check in.
But just note this. Post-draft mock drafts, both The Athletic and ESPN had him falling out of the first round.
That's interesting, which means in theory he'd be there at 25 if you were so bold, or if you ended up in a place where, depending on how far that fall happens, does it happen, can you get over there to the early 60s, right? Or if something happens here where, you can maybe do something I like the opportunity to trade back from 25.
Yeah.
And getting yourself
maybe
some
even
more,
bottom of the first.
If you trade back to bottom of the first, early second even, as we know Nick Caserio is open to doing, that's about that space where you're seeing guys like him, guys like some other talented players could still be there for you and get a talented player and some more opportunity to get more chances at the dartboard. I view drafting as, we're taking flyers. When you start to looking at drafting players as absolutes, I think that's where you get yourself into trouble.
Yeah.
And get yourself as many darts as possible so you give yourself more opportunities to hit the bullseye. That's the way I look at it, especially if there's nice selections of players to choose from.
So maybe there is a free agent like a Christian Kirk or someone like that out there. Doesn't stop you from taking advantage of someone like a receiver like one of these two guys. And by the way, Gunnar Helm, a tight end from Texas, really productive, really good tight end. Apparently, he's dropped out of the first round as well. It's a pretty deep class. He blew up his ankle at the combine, and we all saw the pictures, I'm sure, and all that. And you shouldn't hold that against him. But there are opportunities there are players that can catch the ball that are going to drop out of the first round. And I think it's just another man's trash, as we talked about at the start here, might lead to some good things for the Texans.
So if the Texans did get like a Kirk or a Lockett, What do you do with the first round pick right there? Are you going receive if Ibuka right there? Do you go Ibuka?
Well, if Ibuka's there, I probably would. But it also free agent, which happens before the draft.
That's my favorite draft cop out. Well, it depends on what happens in the free agent.
Yeah, but it really does.
No, I'm not blaming you. It's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Are they going to get a guard? Are they going to get a defensive tackle? As a free agent or a trade or something like that.
That's what I'm saying. If they did get like a Kirk, if they do get that number 2 receiver, are you getting a receiver in the first round?
I still think you need. Wait? I don't know about the first round, but you still need a receiver. And maybe that's what we're talking about here. Somebody who's fallen, more than anybody thought. Then you can scoop him up.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Really interesting. There's so many more conversations that are happening on the side, like on the live stream on YouTube, the McCormick Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
That's right. They keep it 100 in there, talking about Helm. And obviously, the 4.9 40 comes up. It's like he's slow, but that's also one of the reasons why he might end up being interesting. Does that football speed show up? And it felt like he did a fantastic job within that Sarkisian offense. And then also people were talking about our guy Tyler Lockett, or my guy, I guess I don't need to put him on that, and how the yards after catch seemingly has gone down for him as he has gotten older. Is that what you like? Is that the type of player that you feel like fits well, or would you? I mean, obviously you want somebody who really gets a lot of yards after catch, because his yards after catch over expected, or is actually under expected this past year. So does that end up being a deal breaker? Is somebody that's gets into his space, catches the ball, and largely gets down? Is that enough? Right? These are questions that the Texans are going to have to ask themselves. But at a certain cost, that might be beneficial. All right, coming up next, let's fashion as we always do at this time. Next.
Let's do it. Let's get you that new vehicle at D&M Auto Leasing as well. Interest rates have gone down.
Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so confession is I'm kind of working behind the back of my two daughters-in-law, and I'm not exactly sure how it's going to go over.
You being a bad grandpa right now?
No, I think I'm being a great grandpa. Y'all tell me. Inbounds,
we was going to do that anyway.
Inbounds, out of bounds. What do you think? So I got a buddy that's pretty high up in the rodeo, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Look at you dropping.
Bad and bullshit. No, but here's
You see it.
This is where it's going.
You see it.
I asked him, hey, could I get my two granddaughters in mutton busting in a couple of years? And he said, say the word. So then I dropped that news on to my family in a text. One of them was like, absolutely. The other one, still waiting to hear from. Still waiting to hear. Is that inbounds or out of bounds that I'm going to recruit my granddaughters to do mutton busting because I have a connection?
I mean, out of bounds. I mean, it sounds funny to me. Like I could watch it and have a certain level of connection.
Mm-hmm.
But I see the way that some of these kids be bouncing off of the ground. And
that's my point.
Yeah, you supposed to be the grandpa looking out for him. You're supposed to be trying to look out for him.
Can you imagine seeing your granddaughter out there mutton busting?
I can't.
I think they should, man.
Right?
I think mutton busting is a staple here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a kid and you got the connection, if you could do it, I think you should do it.
Right?
That's
it would be a good
That's
story.
a great memory, man.
Yeah. They're just bouncing around, holding on to that wool, you know?
Yeah. But then he sitting there, ooh,
oh, yeah.
ooh, they be waving their hand.
Like, I'm okay.
How many places do we get an opportunity to just laugh openly at children
Children
pain?
crying.
You know what I mean?
Children
Like,
crying.
Or children falling off.
Yes. So, well, I'll keep you updated on the other one. It's still haven't heard.
So how far into the future are we actually
They
trying
have to be 5 years old. So I have one that's 2.5 and one that's a little over 1. So they can train. I told them they could train on their dogs. Oh, I didn't tell you that part.
See, now this is where it's definitely over the line. Before I was like, I don't know, it might be over the line on the mutton busting. No, it's definitely over the line on. You about to strap these?
They both have
girls to the
Labradors.
dog?
They both have
Yeah.
Labradors.
Hey, especially little Natalie.
Yeah.
That girl tall, man.
Oh yeah, she's long.
She a big one right there, man. She probably win it all. She could hold on.
She was at the park the other day and playing with another little girl that was 4 years old. She was taller than her.
Man, that is crazy.
It's nuts.
Somebody said it's inbounds. Grandpa's got connections. We got to use them. Okay.
Yeah, man.
713. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing. They said helicopter granddad.
No, I'm not a helicopter grandpa.
These are my confessions.
All right. You guys know that in various different situations, I am a dork.
Yes, we do know that.
I'm glad that you've confirmed. One of those situations is, and I think that this is not unique. There's a lot of people, if you play a little bit of video games, and I really do play a little bit of video games.
What
games?
You're not crazy about it.
I mean, some simulation games when I actually have a system that stuff like that, and I'm just basic on the Call of Duty. Like it's nothing crazy.
What kind of simulation games?
2K.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
I haven't played NHL in a long time. I kind of want to get back into that. But the confession is I am also very basic in this regard. When it comes time for a season of a particular sport, I get the itch to play that particular sports game. And so, as you can tell, I've already been itching to watch spring training baseball.
Yes.
I want to play MLB The Show so bad. And I have an Xbox, but I have the last generation Xbox. And when I tried to play MLB The Show on it, especially being such like a timing-based game, it don't run right. The additional confession here is I am contemplating spending an ungodly amount of money just so I can play MLB The Show. Because you got, the whole new system.
What system you trying to get?
I mean, probably just the newer Xbox. But it's like
no PS5.
Nah, I haven't been a PlayStation guy for a very long time. Like I've been on the Xbox train. I'm not here to tell you one is better or not. I'm not trying to get into the game
we ain't
right now.
getting that.
Don't get in here doing this right now. I'm not doing it with you. However, I just need a next generation because I want to play MLB The Show so bad, but I don't think I should spend $300, $400, $500 on that. It seems so irresponsible, but I really want to play.
You should, man.
I want to go Shohei Ohtani and hit, and then also, pitch and everything.
Yeah.
And somebody said MLB 25 is on Game Pass. I have Game Pass. My game system just doesn't run it clean.
Yeah, you got to get a new game. So it's about that time, man.
I do.
And the good thing is it'll last you some years, though.
I appreciate
It'll
you.
be around for some years.
I thank you indulging my full.
Don't mind it. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
The responsible part of my brain is like, hey, rent coming up here soon. That car
You
note's
got to do
still there.
something, man.
Insurance. I got to pay. Make bills. That's what.
Hey,
well, I mean, you
gotta make ends meet.
I'm
That's
not
what I gotta
saying
do.
don't pay your bills or nothing.
Yeah.
If you got it, then get it.
That's the if. Like if the in order to make this happen, I'd be spending that money. It would be an irresponsible spend. It would be.
You got to do that sometimes.
So if you spend that, is there a way you can make rent and kind of move some stuff around and be good? Like, we don't need no note on the door or nothing like
he's
that.
contemplating it.
Yeah,
he's contemplating.
That's what you got to do, man.
I feel like there's better ways though to like use the fun money, right? If you have a little bit of fun money, it's like, do I want to go out to eat periodically? Do I want to go to Rodeo?
Yeah.
Or do I want to buy an Xbox? Or I guess people are like, yo, put it on Afterpay. Oh God.
Yeah.
Now
Or-
you
or
I'm
what
have
you-
it on layaway.
Or what you could do, go to Facebook Marketplace. I'm sure somebody's selling it for the low.
Oh, there you
I never
go.
think about getting one secondhand.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I appreciate
I would
y'all.
do that.
Hit the pawn shop. See all y'all. Wow, don't do that to me, 281. You know what you did. I'm not watching the spicy internet sites. I'm not doing
they have
that.
VR,
Why
really?
why would I do that? Yes, they do. Why would I do that on my video games
Gross.
console, though? Like, why would I do that? Credit card, that's the problem. I got enough of credit card. Anyways,
Yeah.
this is not Reggie's financial credit
Just
hour.
hit the pawn shop, hit Facebook Marketplace.
Let's talk about your
see what
credit
they got.
score before we move on.
I'm going to look on Facebook Marketplace.
All right, Dave
see what they
Ramsey, I
got.
appreciate you.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess. So tomorrow, say Jackson is coming back.
Hey!
And he's coming
now
back.
we're talking.
He's coming back for good.
Atta baby.
Can he fight sheep?
I don't think so. He'll probably run
From
away.
the window?
That brother barely
If I was
barked.
out there, you'd pay, boy.
Yeah.
And then they get out there like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, he'll give you a little woof. That's it. He don't want no smoke.
Jackson's great.
Yeah, he's a good dog. My confession, though, was I was really considering not just kind of leaving it alone. I kind of like being alone at the house, man, without having to come home to hurry up and take the dog out.
You're
and-
going to love it, though.
Yeah, like I was really debating if I should just let it go and just be just me and the lady at the house with no pets. Because it's kind of cool with no pets.
It
at
can
the
be.
house.
It can be.
Because you can stay out a little longer. You don't have to rush to the house.
That's
because
the one.
yeah, but I think I'm making the right decision.
You are. You are. You absolutely.
Because
And
if
he
it-
needs you, man.
If it was any other dog, I would probably say no.
That's the thing.
He needs you.
Like, Jackson is the
Yeah.
perfect type. I'm not a huge dog person. I'm not saying that I dislike dogs, but I don't want that responsibility. And I know that about myself, and I'm not putting a dog in that place. But if I want a dog, I often say I would want an old dog because I just want a chill dog. I want a dog that's not trying to do that much. We chilling.
Yeah.
You go for a
Yeah.
walk, all right, cool.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
otherwise, cool. And Jackson is absolutely that dog.
He's
so
super
like,
chill.
He is so laid
He barely
back.
barks.
Yeah.
He just look at you the whole day. That's all he do. He just sit there and stare
And then he
at
waits
you.
for you.
He just
when you're
sit there
gone.
and wait for you. He might be looking at me, sir. But nah, I'm super excited about that, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I copped out. I got nothing.
for Lent.
Nothing.
Oh man,
Dude, I thought about all kinds
You
of
couldn't get
possibilities.
rid of the
Okay,
coffee?
so here, no, as I was drinking my cup of coffee this morning,
he said, "I ain't giving this away."
Because I thought, okay, this could be my last one. It's Wednesday, but still, you know. And I'm like, I just can't.
Wait, so
And
you just you're not doing that?
I got nothing. I thought about the walk jog, as I like to call it, 2.5 miles a day. But this is a true win. there are days when I go from 5:30 in the morning when I wake up till 7 o'clock at night.
That's the
as
commitment,
you guys
though.
know. I know. I
thing.
feel like I feel like a heathen.
But those
no,
two-
that's my. I feel like
All right, so if you give up coffee, I'll buy a system. How about that? Let's do.
that's not apples to apples. That is not apples to apples.
I'm trying to be supportive here, John. You don't see it?
And then I thought about making some other sacrifice, and I used to do it all the time, and maybe. Like, how selfish do I feel right now? Because, you can't do nothing?
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing? And I'm just clearing the air here,
The walk
man.
thing is easy. Like, I'm not saying you don't have to do 2 miles.
No, I
but
want to
just-
do at least 2.5 miles
just
because that's
walk-
generally every day.
Maybe do 2 or 3 laps around the little neighborhood you got. Maybe get your wife in on it.
No,
Hey,
she does it all the time.
Yeah,
My thing is the time, and I know that's a cop-out.
you gotta make
That's
time-
why they call this confession.
You got to make time for the Lord.
So
man.
get up
Wait.
at 5 every day instead of 5:30? A podcast like
Or
crazy.
just don't drink the coffee, man. You can do it. I believe in you. You got it, bro.
You really want to get me off of coffee.
That's right.
All right. Well, the day's not over. I
You're
will
an
let
addict,
you
that's
know.
why.
The day's not over. I will let you know.
Yeah, or at least just one little lap.
And then I thought about alcohol, but I really don't. I mean, I'll drink like a little bit on the weekend. I used to drink a lot more than I do now. I just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
You get older, it just doesn't feel like
You gotta do something
It'd be
that-
easy to do alcohol.
Do
Like,
some-
I don't do that much anyway,
Yeah.
except maybe on the weekend.
Or even if you give up coffee, maybe try to find something that can replace coffee that's more healthier.
Mm-hmm.
I know your wife got something you could drink that kind of give you that energy.
Oh, she's got some
Yeah,
concoction.
man. Yeah, man.
I think you got
some
some
hippie concoction.
You're just not ready to do it. That coffee sitting right there,
Yeah.
ready to
Yeah,
be put
I
aside
want to say coffee because I know people really need their coffee to get going.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do that to you.
What
but
we've determined is I'm a heathen.
That's fair. Your word's not mine, though. I want to make that clear.
That's right.
Somebody said they're doing no eating after 8 p.m. and walking every day. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And from the 281, will this be the first time people will be smoking weed at Yolanda Adams concert? I'd venture to guess no.
Yeah, I would say no too.
We got a lot of bold people in this world, man.
Yeah.
But see, Yolanda she have a lot of concerts at churches.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know the last time she had a concert at like a venue, like a big time venue.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see.
So
how
this
that
might
goes.
be the first time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people offering support on the text line, man. Based on your Lent convo yesterday, they said their hubby and them gave up baked goods. You can do it.
Now that
Baked goods, is that the one for you? Baked goods, no baked
Sweets.
goods.
Is it just plain sweet?
I like the baked
Pastry?
goods because I can maybe still have some candy if I get the urge. Some gummies or something.
See, he already found.
But
me
no,
cheap.
but
that's not what Lent's about, dog.
No, but my biggest weakness, you know this, I've said it, is pastries.
All right,
Yeah.
I think we might have one. We might have one.
Done.
We did it.
Is it pastries?
12:40:03 on Ash Wednesday.
Look at God.
Pastries. I'll see you on Easter.
Look at
Ooh,
God. God bless.
Okay,
You
that's
love
a
to see
tough
it.
one.
Hold me to it.
I got you, bro.
I will.
Hold me to it.
We got
I
you.
didn't even want to put that on the table.
No,
man, because I know
it's my
stuff.
biggest weakness by far.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. It's
Had
gonna
some
become
cake
a
last
strength.
night. I did.
Hey.
I had some king cake last night. Homemade, by the way. My son's a really good cook.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And you didn't bring none. That's the part that I noticed. I noticed that there's no king cake here right
Yeah.
now. That's all I noticed. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've been football heavy because things are happening. A certain wide receiver has asked for a trade. Let's go back to the game. Like it? Interested? Want it? We'll do that next.
In the loop.
the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, more movings and shakings in the National Football League, and we're here to talk about Fig hanging out with you on this Wednesday. The Astros actually in action versus the St. Louis Cardinals.
Jeremy Pena dinger.
Did he? I missed
Yeah.
that. All right. Well, that's encouraging, right? If you can get more of that, maybe you could find a little bit of fun offense. You get a little bit better, another bat that you feel a little bit less like. I guess it'd be weird to call Jeremy Pena easy out, but it's just more guys that challenge pitchers would be fun. Obviously, like barring injury. I think that's one of the things also we haven't talked a lot about. If injury strikes, the Astros are in a dicey place.
They're very thin.
Like they really need help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're facing off against the Cards, and at least Pena has gone yard in a lineup that is a little bit pretty close to what
big league lineup
is going to be the big league lineup. Instead of Caratini is behind the plate instead of Yainer, and then who's the other one that would probably be different? Oh, it's Zach DeCenzo in right field as opposed to Chaz.
But other than that, Dubon, Altuve, Pena,
Jordan, Walker.
Oh no, Walker got scratched.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh, this was kind of like okay. He got.
Why
scratched.
you ain't say nothing? I've been sitting here with you for hours today.
I forgot. We got a lot to cover, man. It's a busy time. He had an oblique soreness. Keep in mind, he missed like a couple of months with an oblique last year. Sorry.
Do you want to talk about this for a second? We circle back around to
Singleton.
My
Come
bad.
on up.
That's on me, guys. That's on me, man. My bad. Patting my chest there. Yeah, I did see that. So, Christian Walker. So, read into it.
It's just weeks before we get to opening day, and I don't know the extent of it.
He was on the IL last year with an oblique for more than a month. He was scratched from today's lineup with oblique soreness.
Okay. So I'm obviously just going to wait until we get more information, but is there any level of buyer's remorse here? Or is there any level of concern that this could be?
You know, I'm a big fan.
That is true.
It is concerning that it's the same place. It's like when Ime said, "Well, it's the same ankle, but it's the day to day instead of week to week." No, man, it's the same ankle. That means it's great. It's the same area. It's the oblique, and so it is concerning. But hopefully, it'll not be a month this time.
Right. All right. Worst case scenario, if it is something like that, like how confident are you in new look John Singleton, svelte, powerful John Singleton getting into the box and holding down first base in his stead?
Well, obviously it's so early, but just being in that kind of shape, and it's very, very obvious. We've talked about it, how good a shape he's in. It's certainly more promising. Older guy. There has been some discussion, about is he even going to make the opening day roster, John Singleton. I think that would improve his chances, just if nothing else for insurance purposes, Yeah,
I mean, I was saying, like, I went to look at what is his spring training stats, and I was like, I know it's not going to be great because none of these guys have really been hitting all that much in spring training. Understanding that spring training is not the end all be all, isn't just the raw numbers. You like to some of these offensive numbers tick up just for a comfort side. It's just Cam out here doing it all, and we just had a fight this morning about whether or not he'd even break camp with the squad. But spring training wise, in 16 ABs, I imagine before today, John Singleton has 2 hits.
Yeah.
So I'm not okay. I don't love hearing that there's an oblique strain for the man. Do we have time to get into this? All right, let's start into this, and if we need to continue on, we will. DK Metcalf, wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks, I'm very interested in what the hell they're doing or what the hell they're going to be able to do. They released earlier today Tyler Lockett. We were just talking about him and the possibilities of, is that something that you like? Is that something that you would be interested in, a 33-year-old receiver whom, the yak is definitely gone down, yards after catch, and for whom, relatively sure hands, but, you're definitely seeing a downturn in production. You wonder how much of that is just with the Seattle Seahawks. They had so many receivers to be able to go to, and in recent years, the addition of Jackson Smith and Jigba, a very good wide receiver that, kind of took the ball had to go around.
Yeah.
Do you get him in a situation where you feel like he could be a number 2 wide receiver? Well, this dude definitely could be a number 1 wide receiver and a number 2, I guess, a 1B or whatever demarcation that you want to make. DK Metcalf has apparently requested a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he has one more year on his contract, but he is seeking a new contract, the dreaded double pay, as I like to call it. Is that something that you are interested in for this Texans, or are you Texas team? Are you in a place kind of like cause?
Well, but do you in this case, if it's out there? I mean, look, first of all, this is not a high probability, a get, so to speak. He's because there's so much competition.
There's going to be suitors.
He's the number one receiver on the market right now.
That is available to be gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, if he ain't one, he's top 2.
Yeah. So it's going to take some doing. It's going to take a lot of doing. But you'd be a fool not to, wonder about it, especially a team that needs a receiver this badly. Forget the double pay.
Yeah,
that happens sometimes.
I like the idea. Nico and DK Metcalf together.
If I'm on double pay, I'd rather do Garrett Wilson then.
I agree. No, give me. But that would be a trade.
You'd be traded for DK Metcalf.
No, I'm saying, but that would be a trade that I think would cost you a little more. I think Garrett Wilson being younger, being on the rise.
I think he has 2 years in that situation. His
he does have
fourth
that.
rookie year
he does
contract,
have that.
And then the fifth year option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's an interesting question.
Like DK versus
Garrett Wilson.
There's people, and look, I understand this time of year, it's all about hope. It's all about kind of trying to imagine what your team can look like come fall.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to take every possibility and kind of mold your brain around it and kind of mull it and see if it comes through as something you like. DK is going to be something that every team finds to be intriguing unless you have something where you go,
Mm-hmm.
I go 3 straight, 3 great wide receivers to run out plus some depth, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's something that is not even, and I guess even if it's somewhat level feasible, I don't think it's pragmatic at all.
Yeah.
Again, this is a team that you're still looking in the eye. Multiple instances of having to
You're going to be
pay some folks.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can do that as well with DK Metcalf. Plus, if you bring in DK Metcalf and have to pay him, I know Nico Collins is a fantastic dude, but I do wonder you bring in somebody who then is looking at a contract that is bigger than what Nico has. Like, what does that do to the dynamics of all of this? And I think that that's one of the things in sports that is not often considered is like the people business of all of this. And
I think it's real.
Nico's good people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's something that we're very blessed to have is your number one wide receiver can be called anything but a diva. But, these are competitors still. And I do wonder, does that change anything? It's a smaller portion of this. I think the bigger part is just I don't know that I would want to pay out what's necessary to get that done with all of the other things that you need to pay. I think there's better instances to have maybe a more in line with the rest of the NFL 1-2 tandem as opposed to kind of where you have 2 1s akin to where the Eagles are, where some other teams are.
So if you trade for him, do you have to give him his new contract right then?
Well, it's going to be part of
is that part of the deal
agreement,
or is he planning on
so to speak?
I imagine that he would use his
because if it's just a 1-year deal and that's it, he could be a little cheaper, right?
What do you mean?
Like the trade could be a little cheaper.
I don't know that would have
because I don't know if you give
Seahawks side. I think the Seahawks are going to want to get what the competition look like. I mean, we were speculating that you would be talking about like day 1, day 2 picks for someone like a Deebo Samuel. Feels like you're probably in a similar range, would you not be?
Yeah, but the market has not been as rich as we've thought because of a lot of financial factors.
That's what I'm saying. Like if it's like a day 2 pick or maybe let's say a 3rd round pick, and you necessarily don't have to pay him right now.
I think that might be a little light for DK. Don't you?
I don't know.
3rd round pick.
I thought Deebo was going to go for a little
too.
more.
No, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I have no idea at this point.
Yeah. I still think the trade aspect of it, at least in from the Texans' terms, at least Garrett Wilson, you might be able to have a little more wiggle room, on some of the contract and what his contract is right now. But I think, hey, having him on the market, you're gonna have to look at it.
And look, even though I've been here just being the poo-poo man. I've been poo-pooing all the stuff. However, it would be fun. Can you just imagine?
I know. I'm trying to figure out what would it take for y'all to be like, all right, Like I'm down with that because I know we got to talk about the contract. The
idea of him. The idea.
I'm just saying, what would it take where you be like, oh, they want that?
Yeah,
let's go.
I mean, if you could find a way to get away with a 4th round pick, and then we'll have to now.
I won't be fine with a 3rd round.
And how's
pick.
the salary going to play out?
That's the thing is simple. You just get the pick and get the trade done, and you can go into free agency, young man. Like he's clearly wanting to make a move, I imagine, because he wants to get that contract right now.
Yeah.
And there's going to be teams that are willing to do that too. But I don't know how much. The question then that I have is, in talking about the NFL, I'm always very cognizant to not treat it like the NBA where the player can very much force where they end up. Where the NFL, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do that. And maybe the Seahawks get so bold as to go, we'll send you wherever the hell we want. Yeah. And then you can figure out what you're doing contractually over there. Although I imagine that the other team, whether that's the Texans or other ones, would have to, before sending out compensation, would want to know that we have an understanding on what would happen further with contract or whether it's going to the free agency or what have you.
Yeah.
I don't think that he'd be happy going somewhere where you just go, no, we just want to fund you for the year.
We'll let you know.
I mean, you've seen crazier things, though. Like, I would have never thought the situation with Stephon Diggs would have happened where he just cut his deal to a 1-year deal. And, I'll try to get my money next year or something like that.
It's going to take some negotiating in terms of the money that they might take on, the money that Seattle has, the trade, and how that affects that. In terms of maybe it's a 3rd rounder versus a 4th rounder, depending on how the money plays out. You know what I mean?
But the good thing about this is that you add another fish to the top end of the wide receiver pool, which that what that could do, that could bring the possibility of retaining Stephon Diggs' service. Might be a rust market that makes it a little tougher to get to him. Well, if there's another team that needs a wide receiver that then goes, actually, I'd rather go get DK Metcalf, that might bring you a little bit closer to a reunion with Stephon Diggs and then everything being cool on that front. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to the Rockets. We've been really pondering this kind of just team in general. And I would like to talk about Amen Thompson. Like, is this the way that the Rockets going about offense? Is this tenable going forward? Let's talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast. 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, NFL doing all sorts of stuff. Max Crosby just got big-time extension for the Raiders.
91 guaranteed.
The highest paid non-quarterback in NFL
91 guaranteed.
God bless, man. God bless being able to be really good at the car crash sport. You are playing
Myles
the car
Garrett
crash sport.
looking like what?
Yeah. Myles Garrett might fight somebody in that building. He's like, trade me, and they're like, do we really have to? Like, come on, man, just stay.
Yeah,
just stay. You know,
they probably in that building like, you want 92?
Yeah. Myles Garrett is that dude. Is like, you know, the person trying to lead the party, and everybody's like, no, one more. No, hang out for one more. He's like,
really,
no,
I gotta go.
I want to go. Let me go.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, all happening. The Rockets are on a little bit of a slide. They're just, I mean, it's not just, you know, a losing streak per se. It's just the way that the team is going, right? And this is not entirely the reason why it's going that way. But there's something that you noticed yesterday that we have just kind of been talking about back and forth off air.
I've not necessarily been resisting your point, and it's not really a point. It was a question, about Alperen Sengun. Because you look up, and what do you have, 25, 5 and 5, something like that, or 7, whatever it was. I mean, those are numbers, man. Those are big-time NBA numbers.
I can tell you for certain. Those are indeed numbers.
Yeah,
I can confirm.
This just in. Those are numbers. 25, 5, and 5 are, in fact, numbers.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is, like, those are NBA numbers where you think, that guy is productive. All-star, right? He
was an all-star this year.
That is, in fact, a fact as well. But I'm looking at
this. In fact,
this.
It was 25, 9, and 7.
25, 9, and 7. Yeah. And you think, well, none of this is his fault. But I'm watching this game last night, and I'm like, I'll be dang, Reggie's kind of onto something here. Can you run your team through Sengun, at least in large part? You know, I know you get, there's other approaches. Is he valuable with his back to the basket to be able to have, as I mentioned earlier in the show, that basketball IQ? And I'm not saying he's a dumb basketball player, but the feel for the game of where to take the ball, when to be the low post player, when to be able to run, so to speak, like the big time players at that position do. And I'm like, I don't see it. I don't quite see what we need to see out of Sengun.
And it really is a shame for him that we are not 20, 30 years prior in basketball.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that would, like, the way that he plays absolutely would fit in that. But in the modern version of the game, if you are going to stop the ball down, especially in the paint, you better be, 1, hyper efficient with it, and 2, quick and decisive with your movements in order for
your decisions.
Your decisions in order to do that. It's why you don't see very many teams play through the post. It's so much a pick and roll guard game or ISO game compared to a post entry and then, kind of a spoken hub type, or, I guess if that's a way that I can say it, kind of basketball where you generate from the center of the floor and then you pass out. Like someone like a Nikola Jokic is capable of doing that because he's incredible, 1, at scoring, right? But then also at finding his teammates.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Alperen has not been good enough at either of those things. And I think, obviously, there's an understanding that this team is developmental. There's a lot of these guys, even the better ones on this team, that have ways to go until they reach their ceiling. I just question, what's the ceiling on this, and is this an offensive style that it can be productive in this current NBA? And to take this further, and this is outside of Alperen himself, I think you need to be more efficient, particularly once you get right to the basket, and you need to be able to pass the ball better. And I think he's an okay passer. But the larger question about this Rockets, can you really compete in this NBA if you don't have shooting?
Yeah, and they hit 30% last night, and they were consistently struggling with shooting. But it's also it all feeds together. You mentioned this word, and I think that's where ultimately I would land. Good player, all-star player. Is he the most efficient player for what you want to do? I don't see what I think we need to see. The ball doesn't, as you mentioned, doesn't get out of his hands quick enough. He doesn't make that, whether it's an up and under, whether it's a spin, whether it's whatever it might be, that decision quick enough that's the because the defense is going to come to you anyway. It's going to come to you. So you got to be really, really quick if you see him coming to get the ball to the right place.
And he's got some great post moves.
Right? Yeah, or make the post move before the defense arrives.
Yeah, got to go quick.
And that's where it's like, this whole thing about, he could be a baby Jokic or something. He's not.
No. I'm leaning more towards baby Sabonis, and look, he's a lot closer to doing that. But they don't run the ball through Domantas Sabonis with the Kings, and not saying that you have to try and be the Kings, because oh boy, that's a loaded statement, ain't it?
Yeah.
But it just look, the post that we remember we were looking at post up points per possession. That has to be crazy good in order for you to justify in this modern NBA. We're going to start our offense there. And obviously, I think to be fair to him, they don't do that. It's not like they do that every time down. There's a decent amount of kind of pick and roll with him where he gets moving on the short corner or on the short roll and, putting up floaters and stuff. And that's cool. And there's other instances where they'll kind of go ISO and you'll quickly to get right to the rack. And that's cool. But it just feels like there's a lot of post-up possessions. And for a dude that gets a lot of those post-up possessions and those attempts within 5 feet, it just isn't efficient enough. But I think that also speaks to the offense as a whole.
Well, yeah.
Is that the offense as a whole isn't efficient enough because you don't have enough shooting, which then doesn't allow enough spacing, which then kind of crowds the paint. And then you also miss a whole bunch of bunnies, talk less of missing free throws. And all of that makes it so that when your defense drops a little bit, as it has this season, you find yourself in skids where you're on a 3-game losing streak, where you've lost quite a few games and you find yourself going from second in the West to fifth. I think all of those things tie in, but there's some questions to be asked about the offense also. Like, how do you make this better? And I don't know that the better iteration of this offense can be like starting with Alperen as a hub, although I acknowledge I don't know that you have a ton of better options.
Well, that's the other thing. Are we have to ask ourselves, excuse me, are we being altogether fair to Sengun? Because there are two elements to this that make him look worse. Like, does he have the confidence to get the ball to the perimeter if he has an opportunity when the shooting has been, the way it is? It's not always efficient. Last night was bad. How much of it falls on him to say maybe he just not only doesn't have the confidence, to get the ball out where it needs to be. Does it make him hesitate at some point? It's not altogether his fault, but I did see
it absolutely not.
I did see it last night where I'm like, yeah, that needs to be a little quicker. And how much, the Ime Udoka, the run rub that we have all had, as much as we love what Udoka's doing as a coach, is his offense is not very efficient either, just the offensive approach. So it's not all on Sengun, but I did see that last night.
From the 832, sounds like you guys just started watching the Rockets. Clear your Texans goggles real quick and try to think clearly. Sengun literally just got named to the first All-Star. All the guys are under 25. You guys sound like a casual. I'm not, going to go back and forth, but yes, he was an All-Star. He's very good, and I think that's where the level of expectation I think raises. And again, I think this is a larger offensive question. You're in an era where back to the basket basketball has been kind of faded away unless you do it at an incredible level. It's kind of similar to the idea of the mid-range game, where mid-range game has kind of faded away unless you do it at an elite level. And the question is less about, is Alperen Sengun good? I don't think it's that simple. What are the post-ups, are they using him as the initiation for the offense at the times that they do efficient enough and elite enough to where that is a way to do this continually you're setting a foundation for what you hope your team can be in years to come. We understand they're not contenders just yet, but they're trying to find what that foundation is. I think for me, the question I'm more asking is, can the foundation be centered around Alperen Sengun's starting offense? And I don't know that that's something that I particularly like at this point in time.
That's exactly much as to that texter's point. We are pointing out his numbers are there, his effectiveness is there. He has been an all-star. Is he a guy that, as you put it, you want to be the hub? Because right now he has to be. Is he an efficient hub of your offense?
I don't know.
Yeah, and you can still be an all-star and the offense not run through you.
Exactly.
Like, that's not like an awful thing.
No, and he's very, very good. I love watching him work in the paint. Now, if you want to hear me complaining, legitimately complaining about Alperen Sengun, we just have to hit more bunnies.
Hit more bunnies. Obviously defense has been one of those things that we've talked about. They've fallen apart completely defensively, offensively. I mean, as a team, they are just not the same defensive team. And how much of it is, as I mentioned earlier, these players are it's just not resonating. Whatever the messaging is, it's just not resonating. It's not getting to them, from Ime.
Yeah, and I'm hesitant to get to like that resonating point because that gets into like a psychological thing that I can't really dive into. But one thing, it feels like there's a certain level of fatigue, and then also like we mentioned the ways that the teams kind of shift with injuries and the different players that you have to play. It's one of the reasons why I was eager to get Jabari Smith back into a starting position because the size that he brings and the rebounding help that he brings matters for Alperen as well.
Yeah.
If you're talking about defenses, I thought you mentioned. Tough part about it is that it ends up being kind of this like chain that goes around because Jabari, you have a hard time playing him nearly as much when he's not shooting as well. And you've seen kind of a month-over-month downturn. And, of course, it's tough even coming back from injury since the All-Star break. He has not shot the three ball nearly as well, and it makes it a little bit harder if we're talking about spacing, especially when he's on the floor, for that to work out well.
And how much of that, is don't put it this way. Don't listen to us. I mean, Ime Udoka was talking last night. We played it earlier about like this team. It's just they're not bought in. They're not completely in. He said he called them uninspired, and they don't take care of the ball. That all ties in with how you're running things. It's not just defensively; it's how you're running things offensively.
Yeah. And look, especially without maybe you do have to go to Alperen when you look up and you go, you don't really have like a great ball handler. Amen Thompson is the one who's handling the ball a lot this past game, and I also don't know. And I'm not just making all the Rockets fans at this point. I don't know how much I like Amen on ball either. Then you get into a real predicament because then Amen off ball, because he can't space, he ends up kind of just being a dunker spot guy who crashes, which when he crashes, it's great. Great energy, rebounds and everything, but defenses are able now to then kind of sink in a little bit more and clog the paint and make it tougher on Alperen to do what he does. I think that what I'm looking at is you have such a great collection of talent. I think you still need, particularly like shooting, but you need a few of different profiles in what you're doing to help it kind of come together in a way that works better.
A basketball IQ, and it's not just that. It's as you mentioned, sometimes the matchups are not exactly what you want with. As you on the ball, that's not necessarily you don't have any other options right now other than him.
No.
Yeah.
And so I think that all that comes together, right? Like I think that's how you end up in a game like that one against Indy, where a team, especially that's going to run on you, and that's going to kind of spread you out in some ways. They have bigs that shoot as well that make it a little bit difficult on the defense, and then if your defense just slips a little bit offensively. The Pacers just ran up 60-some points in the first half, and they just opened up the gap on you.
And their defense has slipped. It is getting uncanny. You've mentioned a couple of times, fatigue. It's got to be just mental fatigue or mentally not buying in because as much as we were kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt before the All-Star break. I mean, they're in a position right now where it's not exactly – they've had some back-to-backs. We've talked about that. But they're not in a position right now where you can say, well, this is just a tired team. I think it's mental fatigue, and maybe it's just mentally not buying in. I mean, like I said, don't listen to us. Udoka has said it repeatedly. Like, these guys are it's just not connecting, whatever it is.
Yeah. So, look, and again, I said this earlier when we were talking about the Rockets. I don't want to get to be the people that are looking at whenever they lose, now it's doom and gloom. These are things that I think you can attest. We've been having kind of conversations, and I'm trying to find the ways to piece because they're not a bad team. It just needs to fit together in a way, in a better way. And maybe that's one of the things is that you need Fred to kind of help, glue all this together. But then the question again, are you a superstar away if these are all kind of underlying questions that you have unless you have one particular piece that kind of fits it all together?
Yeah, and maybe we're also victims of raising our expectations too soon for the squad.
That's a fair question.
Yeah,
that's a very fair question. I know I can raise my hand and say that I probably am because when I asked, all right, we're off being contenders, right? Everybody was like, you had them as a contender at some point, and I go, okay, my bad. That was me. So maybe I did have the expectations high, but I'm just keep looking at this team, and you look at the talent that they have, and you look at the run that they had in January, and you're like, man, this feel so far from where they had previously been that you really are trying to find why. And some of those things that have also kind of been there undercurrents, I think, are showing, are making themselves more visible.
Yes.
Now, all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we turn over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so the rodeo kicked off last night, and I seen somebody, and I want them to be my grandma.
Oh.
I really want them to be my grandma. Plus, what's an old person habit that you adopted because it was actually a really good idea?
Oh, there's a lot
713-572-4610.
All right, let's do that next.
All right, Ability Trees, Lewis Flory, getting your trees taken care of. Hey, man.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. And Rodeo kicked off last night, man. Mm-hmm. We had a concert last night. Reba McEntire.
Yeah, we did.
She was, I seen nothing but good things about her on the timeline, as I see a lot of people went out to this concert. And here's Reba McEntire pretty much making a statement, man. I think she made a couple statements how this was her 20th rodeo.
Mm-hmm.
And how long she been doing it. Here's from the words of Reba McEntire.
Back in Texas again. It was my 20th time to be here at the Houston Radio. Also, this is my 50th year in the music business, and getting started 50 years ago, I would have never in my wildest dreams, my wildest imaginations, ever dreamed about being here 50 years later. Thanks to the Houston Rodeo Committee for having me back. I appreciate it more than you know. And to all the fans, thanks for coming out tonight to see. Not only see us, but the wonderful cowgirls and cowboys, young and old, who were here in this arena before we got on the stage. Let's give them all a big rip-roaring round of applause. Now, we're going to do for you by what we've been doing for the last several decades. We're going to get out here. We're going to play you some songs that you can sing along with. That the main thing we're going to do, let's have fun, okay?
I want that to be my grandmother, man.
I'm telling you, man.
She is cool. She is cool as the other side of the pillow. Rest in peace to Stuart Scott. She is cool, man.
Always has been.
100%.
Yeah.
Always has been.
I want that to be my grandmother so bad, man.
And 50 years.
Man, 50
I'm sorry,
years?
I started doing the math. I did.
What?
How old is she?
Yeah, I was like.
She's only 69.
Yeah, I never think of that.
Yeah.
It never feels like that.
Yeah.
Well, I say only, but I mean, she was 19.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
yeah.
Just imagine a lot of people that got in the game at 15.
Yes.
And just been doing a long time. Because me too, when you think about people like Lil Wayne, who put out an album at the age of 15.
Yeah.
And he's I don't even think he's 40 yet. He might be around 40, but he's been in the game for a long time. So that's kind of similar to her, where she been around since 19,
and she just has. I mean, it always has been.
Always been bubbly,
just a likable. Yeah, just the personality and face and everything.
Just
else.
that strong little country accent.
Yeah, just likable.
Yeah. So salute to Reba McEntire.
Got off to a bang.
Yeah, man. That's a good way to start off the rodeo with her, man.
Yeah.
I wish she could close the rodeo, man. She is cool, man.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, so if you went to that concert, let me know how it was. I'm sure it was great.
Yeah, I bet.
I wish I could have went to that concert. And by the way, she got a new show on NBC.
That's right.
Her third series. She's got a TV career, man.
She got an acting career, man.
Like she's been, I think, this is her third series.
She's been in some movies and all that stuff. She's been acting since the early 90s. So, she got a new show on NBC. I forgot the name.
I forgot it too, but I remember seeing that they had a few cameos.
I watched the first episode. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. So salute to Reba.
Salute to Reba.
All right, 713-572-4610. This the mixtape. What's the old person habit you adopted because it's actually a really good idea? And this is in honor of John Lopez getting this AARP card.
How about that?
Now, we used to make it actually around.
I resisted. For those who weren't listening, I think it was Monday. I did it as a gag gift for my wife and our anniversary, and then I started digging in. I'm like, oh, this is pretty dang good. I should have done it years ago.
Yeah.
There's benefits on that thing.
Yeah. So somebody put out a thread on social media, pretty much naming a lot of things that that we used to talk about as an old person habit, but now that you're older, you like, that's actually pretty damn good. So the first one they put on here was doing weekend errands before noon to beat the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, I like that. The only problem is it's a lot of people that's trying to beat the crowd, so it creates a crowd.
Yeah, but I feel, and you're going to get that in Houston. In Houston, there's too many people, but I think our job affords us, I guess, a different version of that, and that is, I go to the grocery store after work, like right about this time.
Yeah,
get in there. While you can move around, you can get what you want, and get out pretty quick.
I like to go late at night.
I go early in the morning.
Okay,
I'll be there on the weekends like 7.
I like to go on I like to go on a random Wednesday around 8. Nobody in there, man. Nobody in there. And I could just move around myself. Do not go on a Sunday morning, man. Sunday mornings. Awful, man.
Yeah. I messed around one day not thinking about what day it was. I'll just go tomorrow morning. I pulled up to the HEB and I was like, good Googling. I couldn't find a spot. I went home. Like, I was like, I'll fight through the people. That's not the worst thing in the world. I can wait in the line.
Yeah.
I legitimately couldn't find a place to put my car.
That's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. What about this one? Eating early dinners. Are you an early dinner.
And early, I'm not like the 4 o'clock blue plate special guy, like old lot
What
of
about
old people do.
5:36?
Here's the thing. I've always, even when I was in college, always eaten about 6 o'clock. So
okay.
I mean,
But you never ate like a later meal after that again?
Well, when I was in college, I did.
Yeah, I was about to
I
say.
started making sandwiches and bowls of cereal.
No, some people usually start cooking.
Pop-Tarts.
Some people usually start cooking around 7:30.
Yeah, my son, we usually eat about 8:30, and I'm like,
Yeah.
8:30.
What about ignoring the clock?
What do you mean?
Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired.
100%.
Really?
Well, sleep when you're tired, I'm bad about. That one I'm bad about. Because I'm like, oh, man, I don't want to take a nap in the middle. It feels like I'm losing daylight. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't want to do this. I'm supposed to sleep at night.
See, I got to the age where if it's like 5 o'clock nap time, and there's no way
that's a done deal. You can't do it.
I can't make it. I can't do it. I would just wait 3 more hours and just go to sleep early. If
Yeah.
I take a nap around 5,
you're done.
Then I'm up for I'm up to like 1 in the morning. What about using lap blankets?
Oh, yeah, lap blankets are goated, bro.
I'm not a big blanket guy.
Mm.
No, I
Or
wear
even the
slippers all day because my only thing that gets cold is my feet.
Yeah.
I wear slippers as soon as I get home.
You got your high slippers?
I put slippers on as soon as I get home.
Hey, that's how you have a little luxury.
Yeah.
That's actually next on the list.
Is it?
Switching to comfortable clothes indoors? So
Yes.
like slippers, sweatpants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a robe guy?
No, I'm not a robe guy.
I tried to make myself a robe guy at the house, and I just couldn't.
This is
I couldn't
probably
do
a
it.
little bit TMI.
Oh, no. All right.
No underwear. When I get home, I just put like gym shorts or sweatpants.
Yeah,
put on
this
my
is too-
slippers.
Yep.
Free and easy, baby.
Yeah, this is too
free
much.
and easy.
I've learned.
Don't act like you don't do that.
I don't have to act. I don't do that.
Oh, what about wanting to stay home?
Yeah.
Like
Isn't that
everybody,
everyone?
come to me.
Isn't that everyone?
You could come over, but nah, I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Once
if that's,
I'm in the house, I'm in the house.
Yeah, I think that's everybody now. I think we are just all in that place.
Yeah.
One of the ones that came up here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, someone said, listen to AM radio. So their grandpa always had on AM early and oldies on in the evening.
That's true.
That is true.
That's true. What about closed captioning?
I hate closed captioning.
Yeah,
So I know people. One of us here that have been to their house, one of our hosts or producers, like always keeps closed captioning on. Well, just in case you miss. I'm like, that
would
is
that
so
be?
distracting.
Not knowing who it is, who do you think it would be that is a closed caption?
Maybe it wasn't, but I want to say, and it is so distracting to me. You don't get
Really?
to watch the show. You're reading. You're reading the whole time.
Sometimes you got to have it on, though, because the show, or at least the shows I'll be watching, they like to switch off in a different language.
Well,
and
that-
there's
yeah, okay,
nothing, and
yeah.
there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, just have everything on. But I'm kind of with you the most part. It don't bother me.
No,
if
I
it's
don't
on,
like it.
I don't care. But what about picking up like sewing or crocheting?
Crocheting, yeah.
Knitting as a form of meditation.
I think that'd be very, very calming.
Just like a physical hobby.
Yeah, like something just to do, whatever it may be. My mom did, my sisters did, one of my brothers did, my grandma all crocheted. Actually, you saw the tablecloth that my grandmother crocheted, an entire tablecloth. It's awesome. I don't have that skill.
Yeah,
That's just not in me.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah,
I'm not here that. But right here, I might be here buying the pill organizer on Amazon.
You already there?
Been doing it for 10 years.
I'm thinking about doing it because,
That's smart.
like,
Yeah.
I take vitamins and stuff like
yeah,
that.
supplements and vitamins.
But I have like a little corner in the kitchen where I just kind of go around. And I'm like, man, like, did I take this one? And I'm really considering just having an organizer.
I think once you get over over three things that you take in at a time, might as well go ahead and organize them. But I'm still under that threshold.
But I take some medicine, a lot of supplements and vitamins, and I started about 10, 12 years. Game changer, man.
Can I press pause here and circle back to the trying to find out who the closed captioner is at Sports Radio 610? There are a couple of guesses that have came in. One from the 346 that says Parker.
Is he?
I don't know. And then another one, they say it's definitely Sean. I was like, Sean has the multiple TVs. I don't know if he's a closed captioner, though.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. It does.
Yeah, it don't really bother me. What about the plastic bags? Saving the plastic bags.
Oh, I was going to do that.
Especially if you have a dog.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
what does that
true.
mean? Oh, for
Picking up the poop.
Yeah.
That we did it more more when not as much anymore.
Yeah. What about lowering the volume while you back into a parking spot?
Oh, yeah.
Parallel parking spot.
Yeah, I got to turn this volume down so I can see better.
That's crazy, man.
I got to turn this down so I can see better.
Exactly.
100%.
That's crazy.
I have the house around here somewhere. Let me turn this down.
To be honest, I think it's a habit for me.
Yeah.
Where to the point I'm like, why am I turning this down? Let me cut it up and do it.
That's just I know people that do that. I'm like, why?
It works because it works. What
Makes
you mean?
You see better?
Yes. I don't know how it works. I don't question science.
It's not science.
It is science. Just because I don't understand it yet don't mean it's not science.
That's right.
Yeah, and the last one right here is having a box of tissue in every room. Are you the guy that have a box of tissue in every room?
But I'm also a relatively small apartment guy, so and in every room I'm still close enough to whatever I need.
I just thought of one that I do, and you just reminded me. I have 3 back scratchers in the house. One by the bedroom, one by my chair, and one upstairs in where we go and in the office where we go and do some work. I just love.
Okay, so if it's just
those
like
those metal with a little tiny hand on it.
Yeah.
I got 3 of those in the house.
So if it's that, like just having something convenient,
I should bring one to work.
You
I
probably
could just
should
leave it right there for you.
We'll see if it stays there. But I'm also, I guess, similarly, but maybe not similarly. I got a cell phone charger, like by the bed, by the living room, like in the backpack.
But a lot of people have.
That's perfect.
Are you in the back scratcher club? I got 3 of them.
I'm not.
Oh, it's the best.
I should get into it.
It's the best, man.
That was always an old one. But
that's the one.
I might have to get one just because, man.
It's just so comforting. Get the little nails.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get to the opportunity to do some of these old people things from the 832. Sit in the garage with the garage door open. They said they're doing it right now. Their grandpa would always do it. Just have a TV in the garage. Just like, that's a great way to just sit, get a little fresh air, people watch, sip on something. Like, I can't wait to do that.
I think one thing I do now that I have a house, is I just go in the front yard, just kind of stand there, just with hands on the hips, just kind of look around.
You ever wake up early and go do some yard work?
That's an old man thing.
Yeah.
What do I got to get done out here?
Somebody drive past, just throw the hand up like,
hey, how you doing?
Yeah, just stand there. I ain't even looking at nothing. I ain't got nothing I have to do out there. I'm just standing there.
I like doing the thing where if there's something on TV, I just stand in front of the TV instead of sitting down. Just stand there with my hands behind my back watching the TV.
No, I do that all the time too. Or sometimes I just stand behind the couch. I don't even sit down, and I just put my arms on the back of the couch.
I love it. All right, that's the mixtape. You catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said their grandpa cussed a lot. They picked that up.
Sure.
Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand it over to the fellas of the drive. Matthew Berry kind of brought more of the things that he picked up from the combine. I kind of want to dig into some of those. Let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
These involves
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, let Lopez know that they make the back scratchers look like little rakes now. You can get one of those.
Man, I can't believe I didn't think of that until Figgy reminded me. That's the best old man thing I do. Back scratchers. I'm gonna look into the little rake back scratcher.
Yeah, I think I might get one.
It's the best.
Yeah,
keep at least a couple in the house.
I think I'm still trying to be manly. Like, I can scratch my own back. I think I might get a back scratcher, man.
No,
you mentioning it, I don't think about scratching my back nearly that much.
I do it every day.
I do it good. I do it once in a while when I have to scratch my back, and I do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even.
But
ask
then
my
you're
wife
doing
to.
all this stuff and trying
to. I might get a back scratcher.
Yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck to you and your back scratching. And then from the 832, and the reason why we were talking about this is one of the things that Figgy's talked about in the mixtape was what's the old man thing that you took from your grandfather or old person in your life. And they said we were talking about turning the volume down when you need to see something or when you're backing up or something. From the 832, they said their car automatically turns it down when it's in reverse, and they don't like that.
What? What are we? We're going with.
What
this.
are you driving? You drive a Buick?
But see, it is some cars that do that. The volume turn down.
How does that connect?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
How does that go together? Like going backwards and turning the volume down on your car.
Help you focus.
You got a new car.
It's science.
You got
what
a new
about
car.
going forward?
Your car don't do that when you hit
Mine?
reverse.
No.
Yeah, a lot of newer cars. I know. Usually when I get a rental car, then when you hit that reverse, then it turns the volume down.
So you don't need to focus as much going forward?
No, there's more stuff. It's easier to see. You have a wider field of vision going forward.
You got a camera.
I guess just in case you might, somebody might be behind you. You might hear, hey, or something. I don't know.
That makes the most sense, what you just said there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what I said.
No,
you just
think you said it better.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a possibility. That's fair. There's been a lot of things happening today. I just want to circle back to around some of them. And one of them was that we start with Christian Kirk, wide receiver for the Jags, has been released. So that one is out there. When you talk about the wide receiver room, or the wide receiver free agency market, where does that look like? And I guess I go even further back to yesterday when Matthew Berry dropped his 25 things that he kind of caught, or the most interesting 25 things that he had from the 2025 NFL Combine. One of them was some insight into the Stephon Diggs situation and how the market for him might be larger in the wide receiver space, and so that might make it a little bit less easy for the Texans to reunite with him next year. I do wonder if that's changed as we mentioned. Chris Lockett also cut from the Seahawks, and so those guys kind of out there. DK Metcalf, and I don't know if that's tied in any way to Tyler Lockett. I can't imagine that it is, but headed into his final deal, a year on his deal, seems to have asked for a trade, which that has perked up a lot of people's ears, not just obviously around the Texans, but around the NFL, because that is a bona fide guy that is a number one wide receiver in this league. But me personally, I'm not speaking off anything else. It just seems like he's gonna want a contract in addition to wherever he gets traded to.
No, he absolutely will. And you were talking, I think it was off air, about it happened because he didn't get the contract that he wanted, so he said, all right, just trade me. I mean, that's easy speculation right there. The one thing it does do, and I think this is what you're talking about, the market is more crowded. The wide receiver market is more crowded. So by extension, you kind of think maybe you'll get a better deal on one of these because they're trying to get their deals, and there are more people in search of those wide receivers. There's more to pick from.
Yeah, and maybe that counteracts kind of the Matthew Berry situation of the market is going to be robust for Stephon Diggs. Does that then, especially with a couple of wide receivers that, or maybe one at least, that you maybe did not anticipate being out there on the market, does that then maybe depress the market a little bit, for lack of a better term, for Stephon Diggs, and maybe make it so that the reunion makes more sense for both sides?
Maybe. I think it's definitely a possibility, but there are players that teams will covet more than others, and they could still still have the number of years on the contract, et cetera. Maybe he's going to have still a good market because people can find the value there.
All right, so we mentioned guards. There's a couple of guards, and we were talking about this around the NFL that were traded for. It was Jones-Jackson for like all of 2 days, to a 2-year, $11.2 million deal. So even, a guy who is looked at as just not good, flatly, one of the worst guards that you saw last year, $5.5 million a year. So,
and I was looking at some of the analytics on him yesterday or this morning. He was bad, and he got $11.5 million. So there you go. There is a market. You start looking at some of these offensive linemen, and you do have to ask, like, where are the best? Where are the best interior linemen that you could find? The number is just getting. There's not a lot of them.
And they're commanding more, kind of wild, man. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we might have to look into that tomorrow. Just kind of looking at the interior offensive lineman, what the money actually is for some of those folks. But yeah, we're about out of time.
Alex Kappa got $11.5 million for being really bad.
Yes, very bad. Now,
really bad.
It seems like it operates as almost like a 1-and-1. I know that's more of a basketball parlance, but it's a 2-year deal with only half of the money guaranteed. So that very much to me feels like a 1-and-1 type situation. Mm-hmm. And for a Raiders team, then I don't know if it's trying to contend or anything. So I don't know if that's the end all be all. But again, yeah, the market is kind of robust.
Joe Thuney went for 16.
Joe Thuney,
he sure did. Mm-hmm. He sure did. By the way, speaking of, could you step to the mic? Show Ron Hughley as we welcome in Clint and Ron. I'm just interested. What the hell is that team over there on the border of Kansas and Missouri? Like, what are they going for?
You just say Kansas City. You went all around. You went Nick Casario.
Yeah, no. I like pointing out that they exist in that city right there. That's on the border of them places.
No, they chose the 25-year-old guard and Trey Smith over him, and they're going to aggressively go after a right tackle.
See, I mentioned that earlier. I thought that was their strategy. So it is, you think?
From what I hear, Ronnie Stanley's their number one target from the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. That'd be the second time that they went and got a Ravens tackle in the recent history, right?
Yep. This one, Ronnie Stanley would think would be a little bit better than Orlando Brown, but
I'd hope so.
Has had some health issues, but they I think a little bit more, and they like to do what I think a lot of good teams do, and that is, all right, Hayes in his 30s, 32. Mm-hmm. When is a higher time to move on from him, and do we have something in house to be able to figure it out? And they just had the glaring issue on the edges that they could.
No, for sure. I was listening to you fellas on Monday. I forgot to bring this back around yesterday. The circumstance that we had at cook-off with the turkey legs. I know that you guys really broke it down very well. I just wanted to bring my perspective to the conversation a little bit.
I think you should. 60.
Yeah, man. I didn't realize that. I should have known it was going to cost that much. I mean, we was at Rodeo and everything. Mm-hmm. So myself, you, Ron, and your wife, your lovely wife, were walking over to the turkey leg tent, and I was talking to your wife. You walked over and got in line. My understanding of the circumstances is that you was going to be in line, get your turkey legs, and then I was going to get my turkey leg after you. And I turn around and I just see 3 turkey legs. I was like, oh, wow, okay, thank you. Yeah. I was just like, oh, Ron was balling
gesture,
out.
Right?
Just nice. I didn't know that he had to take out a second mortgage in order to do it.
You didn't know he spent so much time thinking about it.
No, I definitely didn't. I didn't either.
I've not stopped. But but see, you said you expected it to cost, something at Rodeo. I did too, right? Like, I just didn't know it was 20 a pop. I didn't get that. Like, I know I go to the theater, nachos,
popcorn, whatever.
It's gonna cost a little bit more. That's, to me, that's like, hey, popcorn 25.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know it was 25.
Yeah.
I thought that's gonna be 15.
Yep.
12. Yeah. 20. But that lady said 60.
Turkey legs are overrated.
I told them, and I don't know if this audience heard.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest.
I told them.
Maybe it was the alcohol prior, but hit the spot.
I told them if she had not had the 3 in hand,
you'd have said, "Nah, take one back."
Yes, because I would have. Me and Courtney would have shared that.
I like turkey legs. Don't get me wrong, and you're right. It can be very, very good in a carnival atmosphere. They're kind of overrated.
Kind of hell.
I can see you saying.
No, they end up being a little dry. They've been under heat lamps.
Those weren't dry.
No, they were.
Maybe
they were succulent.
Yeah, but of all the things,
you was happy to use that word, weren't you?
Turkey meat just ain't. Turkey meat don't.
Are you for real right now?
No, I like.
Serious.
I like turkey, but the turkey legs they're just a little overrated.
What about your? What about your
out there? Turkey.
Well, come on.
Are those over?
You knew what was happening there. That one was absolutely going
now once you get mine, now we talk about something else.
Hey, you asked.
Yours.
No, but even I stay away from the leg.
You don't get them. You don't.
I stay away from the leg. Yeah.
Just in general, or just specifically turkeys?
Turkey.
Okay.
I like drumsticks on chicken. I like drumsticks on chicken.
Oh, Popeyes.
Yeah. Turkey leg. It's a lot of tendons.
That is fair. There are a lot of tendons in there.
It tends to dry out first.
That was it.
Yeah.
I don't even get that deep in it. There's just so many other options.
You're not a turkey fan, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not a big. I do the dark meat side of it, but I don't. I'm not a big turkey fan. I go ham, and if I'm in that environment, y'all were in. Yeah, turkey leg ain't on the radar.
Yeah.
What's the power ranking, or what's the option?
Probably not eating. I'm going to eat me a real solid meal before I get there.
Oh, you're not eating at the carnival environment?
Yeah, no.
Gotta get a funnel cake.
Come on, dog.
If I were going to, the funnel cake would be. I'm not a sweets guy. I never have been a big sweets guy.
Yeah.
Fried Oreos.
My wife talked about fried Oreos and all this stuff forever, and I'd never been. I was like, I'll eat one. I was like, okay, yeah. It's not worth it.
I just think you had to have been there.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt you. No, I don't doubt you.
Have been there in the moment where
but
you're out there.
Generally speaking, overrated. By the way, funnel cakes not baked. I gave up baked goods for Lent, so
he's already.
Now I'm finding all these loopholes.
Yeah, like I feel like that's not the way you should go about trying to observe something that celebrates your Lord and Savior, right?
Baked goods.
I gave up porn and sunflower seeds.
See, that's something that means something to you.
Have you been addicted to porn and sunflower seeds?
I gave up porn and sunflower seeds.
I gave up heroin.
Good for you. That's hard.
Black tar?
I don't believe you're going to be able to roll through that one.
I work with you every day. I didn't realize porn and sunflower seeds was a problem for you. I didn't realize.
How many occasions has there been for the porn to come up?
I didn't realize at all. I mean, I knew he had a little bit of a small business that he operated in high school, I think it was, or college. But
wait, what is happening?
High school, yeah.
He sold a little porn, but rented a little porn back when you rented VHS.
Porn Blockbuster. Had them in my.
I think that's a federal offense. I'm just saying.
The Showbuster LLC, man.
Hell yeah, I had them, man. All the flow. I didn't know it was a problem. Inside linebacker, my number one.
Married with 3 kids. I didn't know it was a problem now.
I just got the red carpet. We wanted to get into a controversy.
Just not in completely. Just Lent.
Oh, okay.
Hey, stop helping him on the text line. Donuts aren't baked either. Stop that.
I'll jump back on it.
The Lord is not pleased with you. I just want you to know that. That is my parting message to you, John. We'll be back tomorrow in the Loop for Rodeo Ticket Thursday. But we leave you with the fellas of the drive. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station as John pantomimes how fat he's going to get eating non-baked goods. But yeah, right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. Someone just texted in. They gave up porn and Cheetos. And I guess my next question would be, is it crunchy or the puffs? Which
flaming hot?
If you really no, it can't be flaming hot.
Jalapeno cheddar.
If you've got a porn problem coupled with flaming hot Cheetos, that could be a major problem. I mean, that is no wonder you gave that up. Hell, I mean that's a.
We all experimented as teenagers.
That's kind of like taking a leak at a crawfish bowl.
What are you talking about? We all experimented as teenagers.
Icy hot maybe.
No, I did nothing hot.
713-572-4660.
If it burned at all, I never went back.
Did you experiment?
Well, no, you didn't go back, but
I am waiting for you to crack a smile and laugh. Tyler is
dead
not
ass serious.
He is said.
Been
gay, icy hot.
An accident. Then you two and made a mistake.
I mean, the most experimenting I did was awful. Sit on the left hand and then go.
It wasn't as bad as that time I got nair all over my nipples.
Sit on your hand. Where was your thumb at?
Sit on my hand to try to numb it and then go.
Oh, try to numb it. I thought you were sitting on your hand fondling yourself down there while you
feels like somebody else.
Yeah, and then
wow.
I'm kidding, guys. I didn't give up porn.
Hold on, so
Courtney wouldn't let you do that.
No, she wouldn't let me do that.
Sunflower seeds, on the other hand.
Sunflower seeds.
I'm not putting them on my salad anymore.
I love how we've really made this a tradition of starting Wednesday shows with some nasty.
Is it just Wednesday?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Seems like you could pick
Not just Wednesday.
Pick a day that ends in Y and you get it.
Flaming Hot Cheetos. Someone just texted and said, it's just the Flaming Hot wouldn't make your junk hot.
Well, I'll be damned.
Does it? I don't think it just
makes your mouth. What do you think makes your mouth?
It would make your Johnsonville hot.
I mean, have you ever taken a leak after eating crawfish?
Oh, been there.
I don't have any.
I don't have you scream.
Really? I guess I don't have that experience.
You sit there and eat pound crawfish, drink beer, and before you wash your hands. I mean, or even if you wash them and there's still a little bit on there, you go take a leak. Next thing you know, it takes a couple of minutes for it to set in. You've already sat down back at the table. And all of a sudden, you got a little tingling feeling, and you're like, wow,
I don't remember that the times.
What is that?
I've gone to take out my contacts, and I've washed my hands like a solid, like 4, 5, 6 times since the crawfish. I still goes to burning.
Yeah,
like
it's
hell.
rough. Another Ben Gay when you.
I do miss the bullets and bugs. I really.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a hell of a deal.
Tyler, we used to do this every week, and many times Linda Stoerner would find her way out there.
Ain't no doubt.
And to watch these two run through. Y'all were getting double whatever I was getting. I was getting. What was your? How many pounds did you get?
Well, we usually start each with 5. And
yeah, you get 5 pounds. I would get 2 because I was just getting experience.
Yeah, you start with 5. Mom always starts with 5, and then we go from there, depending on what kind of day it is.
Yeah, you two watching those two run through them, I mean, record pace time. I mean, it's taking me.
Oh yeah, it's that experience.
It's taking me 3 minutes a one to try to get through. These two are boom, 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 holding conversation, bang, bang, bang. There was a time, and maybe it's kind of helped you. There was a time you'd get 5 pounds before the show started.
Yeah.
And then we get done. You circle back and get 5. I mean, run through them. And I take my little 10
ain't nothing. That ain't nothing but a thing, baby.
That was a watch for me. I'd be like, damn, man.
Let's do it again soon, man.
Let's rolling through them bad
Let's do it again soon, man. What do y'all say out there? 713-572-4610. How many of y'all are in for little bullets and bugs one evening?
Yeah, send emails in. But I lost
the hell out of it.
I lost a wedding ring during that.
Did you?
Yeah. At District 1 place we went to. I came out of there, didn't have a ring.
Place.
I thought, let me circle around there, and I was in the trash, but I didn't miss that. But, no, man, a lot of fun to get here. All right, I want to start here because, Clint, you're a little jealous today right now. Just a tinge. You're a little jealous of what the Chicago Bears are out there doing right now. Listen, it is. Listen,
it's Bears, not just the Bears, but go ahead.
But the Bears in particular are not playing around. There's only one team whose quarterback got sacked more than C.J. Stroud did, and that is the Chicago Bears.
Oh, my God.
And that is Caleb Williams. And in less than 24 hours, they signed 2 former Pro Bowl guards, one in Jonah Jackson from the Rams, 28 years old, was a Pro Bowler in 21, and then Joe Thuney, who arguably may be the best all-around offensive lineman who has played center, guard, and tackle in the league, including last year finishing the season playing left tackle for the Chiefs. He is a 4-time All-Pro, including the last 2 years, and has won 4 Super Bowls with New England and Kansas City. They then make a trade to bring him in, giving up a 4th-round pick and paying his $16 million salary. They have attacked Clint in 23. They have attacked their big weakness, which is a similar weakness that the Texans share. And I saw you said, boy, you're a little jealous as a Texans fan to see what they're doing.
I'm jealous as hell. I mean, what the Bears are, but I hope the Texans would do this offseason. There's still some time for them to make some moves. I don't know if they're gonna have the opportunity to get a guy like Joe Thuney. I don't know that a guy like that's going to come available.
We didn't even know a guy like that was available.
Had I know that Joe Thuney was available, that would have been my move. Laramie Tunsil, blow up the offensive line, and start fresh with somebody. Joe Thuney would have been the guy. Had I known he was on the market, and had I known he was a guy that could get out, and Kansas City was going to move on from. That is precisely where I would have started. Was in the building with Nick Caley, was in the building with Nick Caserio in New England. There's a background there, can play multiple positions, guard and tackle, as we saw this year. And most importantly, James Palmer. Here's his comments on Joe Thuney. This is a tweet. Thuney is entering his final year of his contract. And a note on Chicago, Ryan Poles, who is the general manager in Chicago now, was in KC to witness what Joe Thuney did to revamp the offensive line in his first year. Inside the building, Thuney was given a ton of credit for his leadership and teaching Creed Humphreys and Trey Smith. Important for Caleb Williams' growth. Big move here. This is the kind of guy that you want to pay a bunch of money to. This is the kind of guy you want to commit to. This is the kind of guy that you want to build your offensive line around. Not to mention, Jonah Jackson was also a guy that had some struggles this year in St. Louis, in L.A. with the Rams, but had some hellacious previous years. And yeah, what the Bears have done in the last 24 hours is exactly what I hope the Texans would accomplish this offseason. I mean, trading for two interior offensive linemen, one of which is a game changer for the entire offensive line room. One that is a guy that if you do draft offensive linemen, you bring them in the building. That's exactly who you want mentoring those guys. Obviously, you solidify the protection inside out, which we've heard D'Amico and Nick and everybody else talk about is the priority. You protect your young quarterback and you give him a chance in the next 2 years before he gets paid $60 million a year. You give him a chance to take this team to the next level. I love what Chicago's doing, and yeah, you are correct. I am jealous.
Well, it may just be jealous for now. Clearly, there is still obvious time for the Texans to do stuff. And Clint, I completely believe they will do something in the range of this that will make you say, let's go. I think they will. I think the combination of D'Amico and Nick and the guys over there, and those are the decision makers, they're not dumb. I think they understand and know we have to make some changes here. We have to do something here, at least a big change. And there is plenty of time, and there's still guys out there. And like I said out a tweet very similar to what you said. If I'm a Texans fan, I would point in this offseason that I'm feeling the way that the Bears fans are right now, and that they have added bona fide help. And I believe they will do that because I know there are some fans out here, and I'll be honest, I don't get it. I've gone at it with some people on social who are like, no, they've got the talent here. They've got the talent here. Man, there is no way that Nick and D'Amico are sitting up there and saying, nah, man, we don't need to make no changes. No way in God's name. No way. And look, man, they've got some dudes here. I mean, I'm not saying they got to get 5 new offensive linemen, but this thing for the 5 guys up front, and I just cannot believe, and I won't believe that D'Amico and Nick and that staff sit there and think, if we just change the scheme and Cole Popovich, right there, that's going to put us where we want to be. That's it. That alone is going to put us where we want to be. Now, there are some out there, some of you who believe that they don't need to make a lot of changes or big changes. I saw some people when Clint said yesterday what he'd do, he'd go after a guard and a center. People said that was overkill. I know some of you said that. Now, I do not believe that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, I won't believe it until they start the season and these same jokers are here. I won't believe it. I believe they know that our most prized at what he went through again last year. And I believe they are hell-bent up on it. I'm blown away, Clint, by the amount of people who wrote through and say the talent's here. You kidding me?
Yeah.
Do you look at the wide receiver core and think that too? You look at the wide receiver core and say, well, I tell you, John Mechie and Hutch, talent's here.
Yeah.
All they got to do is be coached up better. Bobby, I don't get that at all. So, Clint, I think you will be of getting past the divisional round, which means you're trying to get into a place where you can beat Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City, and not make any changes up front.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
No way. No chance.
I'm not anywhere near as confident as you are in that being the case.
And they say no.
You're not like.
I mean,
you don't think they're gonna make a change. They're gonna do something.
Oh, I think they'll do something. They'll make a change. But the key is the longer you sit there, right? I mean, now we know Joe Tooney was on the market. He's gone, right? We heard Jonah Williams. He was another guy that requested a trade and became available. He's gone. Like at some point in time, come March 12th, all of these guys that we're talking Friday, who you talked about yesterday. The Banks kid out with San Francisco, like all these free agents,
Brandon Sheriff,
they're gonna start coming off the shelf as well. And so I don't know, man. I'm not as confident that these guys don't look at it and are much more confident in the guys they have than we are.
They cannot sit up there. And you heard some people texting in show you got way more faith in this incompetent staff than you should. I don't think they're incompetent.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You cannot. No, I just won't. No, you almost. I got to start reading this and listening. You can't. You're not going to convince me of it. You're not going to come. D'Amico is not going to come to the table and say, we just feel like we got to take to the next level. The next step. We got to go to the next level. And Nick go and say, hey, we're right there. We've been in the Final Eight the last 2 years. We got to bust that glass down. And then look up there and say, Tunzel, Titus, Patterson,
hello,
Juice, Fisher. No chance. Or Mason. No way. No way. No chance. I don't know why we haven't had a report that Shaq Mason has been let go yet. I don't know why. But I just cannot believe that is going to that the thing that they need is from Cole Popovich to go from being the assistant offensive line coach to being the offensive line coach with Nick Caley. I just can't. I can't. I'm not talking about the tight end blocking stuff. I'm just talking the guys up front. I just don't know how anyone with any football mind or sense that are trying to compete at the highest level like the Texans are will sit there and look at this group and be like, here we go.
How'd they handle the coaching staff? They looked at the overall offensive product and said, Bobby, you're gone. O-line, you're gone. Assistant O-line coach, you're the guy. Everybody else stays. Let's run it back.
This one's worse. This would be Clint.
We'll see.
No, I'm not.
I'm just not.
They're not going to do this.
I'm not overly confident. Nick and D'Amico, I don't think either one of those guys are guys that get aggressive and take the risk.
I felt like they got aggressive last year. They looked at they said, hey, our receiving core is not good enough. We need more weapons. They went and said, let's go get Diggs.
Hey, Diggs?
We'll trade a second round pick to go get Diggs. Pay him. They were aggressive. Hey man, we want to really beef up this D line. Let's go get Danielle Hunter.
Well, I think on the defensive side of the football, they'll be aggressive. I think D'Amico will definitely be aggressive on the defensive side of the football.
Cornbread. Well, you better bet. Tyler, come on. I need you. Tyler, need you. Like you're not like because I'm gonna lose my mind, Clint. If we roll up in here and they're trying to run up in here and they don't have adequate, they're gonna make moves, right? They're gonna make moves to improve the number one issue on this football team the last 2 years.
100%, dude.
Right.
Caserio and company, they're about to clock in, go to work on this O-line for the Texans, completely refurbish this thing, and it's gonna look freaking awesome next season. That work?
That was you said that with some confidence, man.
It didn't.
Say it with your chest.
It didn't feel like confidence. It really didn't.
I'm serious.
It didn't feel.
Don't
feel
fret,
like he was just
man.
trying to make me feel better. I can't.
Nick and that big old Italian brain's about to go to work.
Just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Any second now.
Someone text in, Ron, why do you think Shaq started that playoff game? I don't know. Why are you putting those things?
Any given minute now.
Those in my mind. All right, here we go.
Any second.
Did not know Joe Tooney would have been available. That would have made a lot of sense. Right
yeah,
there.
I could have connected them dots real quick.
That would have made a lot of sense. All right, coming up, is it time? Is it time to officially adjust the expectations on the Houston Rockets? We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, look, let's talk about.
relax. RELAX. Fresh out of the punch, Karma. And we did not have to stay in a very dark room for 3 days to come up with that, by the way.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And that's official. Your final score here, Indiana 115, Houston 102. Again, they battled from 17 down to take a 1-point lead, but then Indiana the finish line.
Yeah, the Rockets lose the second game of a back-to-back.
No, God!
If you remember, it seemed like they kind of paced themselves to try to really throw everybody out. This game, after sitting virtually everyone in the first game against OKC yesterday, they lose. As you heard there in that final call, they were down 17.
Got too cute!
And then in the fourth quarter, about little over 8 minutes left, Amen Thompson gets a lay-in to give them the lead, Clint. In the fourth quarter, a little over 8 minutes, and you go, here we go. And over the next 3+ minutes, 14-1 run by the Indiana Pacers to go ahead and kind of close the door in that game, and then they shut it down afterwards to lose again. So they lose back-to-back games, really 3 in a row now, actually, if you count the Kings from Saturday night. They are now, with the Warriors win, the 5 seed in the West, and now just 3 games above the Warriors, who beat the Knicks last night. And they're 9-1 since they've traded for Jimmy Butler. So they are surging, and the Rockets, who've lost 3 in a row, 5-5 in their last 10, are struggling. And I wanna get this off the bat. We can have this conversation starting with this, and you can answer this on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Is it time that you officially need to adjust your expectations for the Rockets? Is it time that you need to officially adjust your expectations for the Rockets? And I want to first go through this with you, Clint. What were your expectations before the season started for the Rockets?
Not much at all.
Not much at all.
Not much at all. But once I plugged in and started watching them, they were obviously waffling between a 2 and a 3 seed in the West. And my thought, the more I watched them, was I know this isn't real. They're not going to be a 2 or 3 seed in the West. But they're going to be significantly better than I thought they were. Where they would ultimately land, I had no idea. But and I thought one of the more fascinating things down the stretch was going to be all these teams with these all-time great veterans chasing them down. I didn't think it was going to happen so quickly. Like I didn't think the Rockets were going to struggle the way that they've struggled, nor did I think, obviously, the Lakers run, the Warriors run. I didn't think that those the runs that they have made were going to be so impressive. So I think
you had none to start. And then they crept up.
Well, that's where I was going with it. I think for me, when I first started watching the Rockets and had anything to base it off of, right, they were really hot. And I think, Ron, okay, they're somewhere in the middle. Like, I don't think where my expectations originally were is like lucky to get in, play in tournament maybe, or the 2 seed, 3 seed where they were bouncing around in the West, right? I knew they were going to be somewhere in between. And it looks like they're going to land somewhere in between. Now, the problem for me is I don't have a lot of confidence in what I've watched recently from them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So you started with none, and then they raised up, and right now, I'm guessing they're pretty low again.
Well, look, I don't think there's enough basketball left for them to just fall completely out of this thing. So
yeah. So your expectation now is just to make the playoffs.
My expectation is to make the playoffs. Yeah, but when I watch these guys, I think the bigger expectation for me was I always thought, Ron, like they were going to be regardless of where I thought they would end the season, like I thought they would be competitive in a series, a playoff series. I don't know that I see that right now.
As I'm saying, is it time for you to officially adjust your expectations for the Rockets? And I was posing the kind of question with Clint to the people. What were your preseason expectations? Did they change at some point during the season? Obviously, as Clint talked about, they did. And then where are they now? And I see my guy right here, Cam, on YouTube and Twitch says, I had zero expectations until our cup run. Then I had some, and now they're gone again. Someone else texts in, blah, blah, blah. The Rockets are frauds. And Ocho has been, for multiple days, trying to force Reed Shepherd into being Jimmer for them. Going to now play on the 3-man or the 3-on-3 Olympic
Ice Cube
team.
League?
The Olympic team and the Ice Cube League. Like, for me, I came in with the season thinking, all right, play in. That's the next step. You were like around 500 last year, and now go play in. And then they go on that run, right? And it was sustained. It was sustained. I mean, so much so there's still 12 games over 500, and they have been really up and down, and probably more down since even before the All-Star break. But it had been consistent, and they went through that stretch, Clint, where they were the only team to have like a winning, and it was a real winning record against OKC, Boston, and Cleveland. They had
5-0 against
they had gone nuts against them, and it was like, wow, okay, they've been sitting there in the 2, right? All right. And so at that point, it was like, all right, my expectation moved from play in to win a series. And now for me, it is probably one and done in the playoffs. It is probably, and hoping they can stay out of the play-in, which I think they should, unless it continues to get worse, as they're, I think, 4 up on the Clippers in that, 4 or 4.5 up on the Clippers in that. But now at this point, I had expectation that they could win a series.
Well, I don't
know that I feel like they're, but I also don't think
know how they're going to be coming out.
Oh, I think that defensively they play hard.
Do they have enough? Well, no, I think they do. But
I think it'll count the matchup.
Do they have the ability to play that hard for that many games and stay healthy versus a team that's more talented?
No, I hear you. I mean,
there's a lot of like you watched last night. I mean, this team struggled with the size last night. I mean, there was a lot of problems, and it wasn't a pretty game. And we can talk about digging yourself out of the 17-point hole if you want to, but this was very reminiscent of the Golden State game where they had to dig themselves out of a hole, and then once they put Jimmy Butler and Curry and them in the game, it was like, okay, it's big boy time, right? I mean, they did a nice job digging themselves out of a hole, but to be honest with you, down the stretch, it was seemed to be somewhat effortless for Indiana to go ahead and put them to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of seemed like they were toying with him and then just said, all right, let's turn it up.
Yeah, I mean, it just
well, a lot of it will be matchups. Like right now, if it ended, they would play the Grizzlies, and Grizzlies would have home court. And I think that's a series they can compete in. If they dropped and got to the 6, and right now they have to face the Nuggets, I don't know that I like that.
Right.
Now the competing thing in that one, I don't know that I love that one. But also with them, I don't think that they probably took into account that Nico Harrison would lose his mind and do this, and because the Lakers would be looking a lot different with an injured AD and no Luka, and then obviously the Warriors have started to roll through with Jimmy Butler. So a lot has happened. All right, Texans guarding Nico Collins, and something we talked and tried to tell you about a lot yesterday. We'll give you the latest on that, and we're starting to see some movement happening around the NFL. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, y'all, we can't predict when the next storm is going to hit the Houston area.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler,
What'd I do?
Tyler, you said y'all lost a little power last night, and that that's the first time you had to use your generator. Your generator kicked on you.
Yeah, that old Generac was nice.
And I was listening to you talk about it. I was like, yeah, that's that deal where it just go ahead and flips over on its own as soon as it loses power. It does on its own.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got a generator too, and it's connected to my house, but I got to manually, wheel it out there and connect it.
It's like the old days.
And go to my switchboard or whatever and change everything.
Uh-huh.
I'm good though, man. I think you take a complete zero off the end of what you paid and what I paid to get mine in, and I will happily get my ass up there.
I believe it.
and wheel it in there and go to the gas station.
It's like Ron was asking you, considering getting him one of them automatics, and then when you told him the price, he said, I'm good.
Yeah, I get
it. It was a pretty penny.
Mine's cheaper. I'm good.
I get up. It like I know yours kicked right in. You didn't have to do nothing. You just kind of rolled over in the bed.
Just laid in bed.
I mean, mine is probably about a 25, 30-minute process.
Yeah.
Maybe 15, 20-minute process. And I have to be selective on what things that I do, leave on.
What you use. Tyler's whole house just flicks over.
Yeah, baby. Leaving.
It's beautiful.
Yep.
Dogs don't even sweat, do they, T?
Nope.
Yep. Turn the garage on and cut it right back off when I don't need it. All right, man. But hey, if you want to go with that option, it's there for you. Generators are nice.
Generator Supercenter in Houston, baby.
There you go. You do that.
Make your call.
You make that call.
Uh-huh.
Or you could go out there and wheel it out there like I.
Stay in bed with Generac Generator.
Stay in bed.
Damn,
Or
Tyler.
Get up. 25 minutes in the rain. Oh, man. All right. Clint, we had talked a little bit about what this is on going on in the with the Texans in the NFL in terms of trying to make room to get more money, or at least more money to spend to be able to help yourself in free agency and to help your team. Well, this is one of the first dominoes. The Texans restructured Nico Collins' contract.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. It can happen in Houston too, y'all.
Can you believe it?
Imagine that.
Before Clint gives us his thoughts, lowering his original salary cap figure from $18+ million to just under $10 million, $9.8 million, with a conversion of $13.5 million salary into signing bonus. God, dog, can you believe they did that?
Wow.
So yeah, his cap hit is now just just $9.8 million. So they've created almost $10 million of salary cap space. And yeah, look at it. That's the first domino.
Look at there, man. The old hey, you guys are one of y'all can never mind.
Suck.
Well, I mean, it's just silly, man. I mean, it's just it's the cap space stuff. When you're where the Texans are right now, and you are, I mean, you're literally on the cusp of one of two things: getting to an AFC Championship and getting to a Super Bowl, or getting your quarterback killed. Like that's where you're at right now. I mean, you and a handful of teams are in that arena right there.
Oh no!
And you know, to sit around and have a conversation about the one pressing need, the one most pressing need the Texans have, and the thought is, and we're talking interior offensive line. We're not talking a $30 million a year receiver. We're not talking $28 million to Laramie Tunsil. We're not talking about God knows what they're going to pay Derek Stingley Jr. We're not talking about those positions. We're talking about guard, center, guard. I mean, I just read a deal where the highest, I guess, one of the top center, that Drew Dahlman that I talked about, is going to get paid could potentially break the bank and get paid $13 million a year. Guards, you know, again, depending on who they are, but when you're an older guard and you're just trying to go win a championship, you know, you're in that same range. You're not talking about guys that are in that 20 to 30 to $35 million range here. The salary cap, just the strapped salary cap being injected into every conversation about the Texans taking.
It's, and I will keep telling you guys, because so many of you just don't believe it. And you just don't get tricked or confused by this. If the Texans aren't able and don't address their issues that they have on the team, it will not be because the salary cap has got in their way and it hasn't allowed them to be able to do it. Won't be. Now, listen, I'm being within reason. I'm not saying, hey, they're going to go and sign 7 of the top guys at 7 different positions. No. But right now, what are the main priorities of this team? Interior offensive line and receiver. Those are the, what do you call them? Gotta have them.
Yep.
Remember the gotta have them. Interior lineman, offensive lineman, and receiver. And I would imagine they can get at least two, like bona fide, ready to go players at those spots. And it will not be because, didn't have it to spend. It won't. Their top 3 guys make $28 million in Tunsil. Hunter makes $23 million. Howard makes $23 million. The next person is Shaq Mason, who they can just go ahead and get rid of and won't have to pay that, is at 14. Just for a little happening. The Chiefs, top 4. Mahomes, $66 million. Jones, $34 million. Jawan Taylor, $27 million. Trey Smith, right now, $23 million.
That is awesome.
They're going to make moves to help their team. The Texans will be able to make moves to help their team, and it may just start right now with Nico Clint. There are other guys that they could potentially go to and restructure stuff to drop their numbers. So when they tell you, hey, well, you don't have the quarterback and you don't have to pay the quarterback yet, that is when you can become really aggressive in how you spend. And I don't have that. So it is, listen, I will keep at this. It will not be because they won't have the ability to make it happen. What do the Eagles just do? In the last 2 days, the Eagles, they just signed, they signed a linebacker, Zach Bond. They just gave him $51 million. They just for no reason, there was no need to at all to go and just make Saquon the highest paid running back in the game. They did it.
What's up, Bird Gang?
And who else they have? They got multiple O-linemen making big money. Both of their receivers make big money. Their quarterback makes big money. Come on. They just gave big linebacker and running back. Those are the positions that people say don't give money to. They would be able to do it, and they're signaling it to you. Thank goodness the Texans aren't operating with some of the mindset that you all know. They're doing it. Hey, Nico, man, let me go ahead and give you this money right. Let me give you this 13 right now, so we can restructure and bring this thing down.
Yeah, I'll imagine there's several guys that they can restructure, create a little space.
Yeah.
They'll always get creative with it. I mean, teams around the league do it every day. Teams around the league do it every year. And the Texans are in a spot where I would imagine that they could make plenty of room to address the most dire need on the team, which is that interior offensive line. So we'll see how they handle that.
Yeah, text line rolled through. Show, but Kansas City also let go of their best offensive lineman. Let's just wait it. Let's wait a taste to see if they do anything else this year. See if they do anything else in this offseason. Let's see if they do it. Let's see. Let's wait a taste. Word on the street, they're trying to go after the top left tackle on the market right now. So word on the street, they're connected to. Let's see if they do something else. It will not be because now, like Clint talked about yesterday, they may get to a point where another team or a player may choose them over another team, or they just sit down and say, hey, we got a line and a number that we're not going to cross, like with Saquon Barkley last year. That might because they just can't make that thing work, man. They just, they're the cap. No. They will be able to make that thing work. All right, coming up as we continue on a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. Some of you have been texting in. Metcalf.
Dickie Matthew?
Some of y'all been texting in.
You just hang out with him behind the bleachers.
About DK Metcalf. Is he coming to the Texans? Please make it happen, Nick. I would like to know more about that, but I'm just not going to ask. Yes, he has potentially become available. Others have become available. There is a long list. If you need a wide receiver, you should be able to get one. We'll discuss the latest and let you hear the latest about DK Metcalf coming up next.
All right, y'all, it's happening.
SportsRadio.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, the big bats came out at West Palm, baby. First time spring.
Really happy.
Jeremy Pena out here dropping panties in the spring in West Palm with D. And then old bronze glove, the old rake, old Jake the rake. He went deep too, baby.
Jake with the rake.
3 bombs, baby. There you go. All starters. Look at that outfield. 2 homers from your outfield today.
Go Stros.
How many times do you think we'll get that this year? I said
24.
24 times we'll get home runs by outfielders in the game?
Yep.
By multiple outfielders.
Multiple outfielders in one game?
Yep.
How many?
He said 20.
24.
Hell no.
I mean, you asked a question. I got an answer for
Hell
you.
yeah, baby. I love it. You coming. And you thought about it, too. What? Just there, 24.
But it's single digits.
Oh, I do.
I'd say 4 or 5.
Negative.
Unless Chaz just lets it ride today, man, this year, man. And Chaz earns his name back. Can we determine that? I do want to get to DK Metcalf real quick. Let's just stumble upon.
What is me about white boy Chaz?
And the people can jump in on this as well. What is the criteria for him to get WBC back? I mean, is it numbers? Is it a feel? Is it a what? Like, what does Chaz?
I just need him to solidify himself as the right fielder for this team when it is dangling right in his face, and he's the only one that's.
I don't think he's competing with anybody, which is odd. But
if you don't think Trammell and them boys are going to be out there, how bad was Trammell's injury? He hurt?
I don't know. I don't think it's. I'd be surprised. At least opening day right now, I'd be surprised if anybody else. I feel like Chaz has got his spot. I feel like the outfield is solidified. Yeah, I guess maybe we'll just know. I don't know if he's got to hit a certain amount of home runs. He's got to hit a certain amount. I feel like we'll feel it. Like we'll just feel it,
and it won't be a doubt. It'll be like 100%. Feel it in your plums. White boy Chaz is back.
Well, here's the deal: is I want to see the confident Chaz McCormick that's walking up there with the swag that he once had, and is carefree. And is just up there doing his thing. Whether the frustration stemmed from not getting the respect that he deserved over the last couple of years, not getting the respect that Jake Myers consistently got over the last couple of years,
not getting his pudding,
or when he was swinging it well, not getting the respect, or when he was getting to play. The frustration could have gotten to him that he wasn't swinging it well. I don't know exactly what the frustration was that became the every at bat for Chaz McCormick for me. I just don't like see the frustration or the defeat on players' faces.
Oh, it was a hard watch.
And that's one reason why Jake Myers is an extremely hard watch for me, because he is defeated 99% of the time when I watch him at the plate. And all of a sudden, I look up there. I
just got over him being in Chicago and getting struck out by that.
Oh yeah. But then it got to a point with Chaz where you could see the frustration, and he was beat before he ever stepped in the box.
Oh, like it was like if he hits it, it's going to be because
So
he got lucky.
So the whole point for me is it's not a numbers game for me. It's just is he getting in there with a clear mind and swinging the stick and having fun playing the game of baseball again, and I can get back with white boy Chaz.
Well, here's the thing.
Until that, and as long as I'm watching this, because I've gotten to a point recently, Ron. Weakness just disgusts me.
Did you want to talk about something?
Like Dalton Schultz?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Or you mean more like figurative weakness, not just playing like a soft
Well,
ass?
in this case, I'm talking about just being mentally weak and showing and being defeated at the plate before you ever like that.
Tyler, you knew he meant Dalton Schultz.
No. Dalton is actually one that for some reason somehow he peacocks around like he's kicking everybody's ass, and it's there's just zero physicality. Like I mean,
it's because he's proud how good he is at video games.
Yeah, I don't know. That could be that may be the part of the problem. My problem with Dalton anyway, but that's the poor pitiful me. The man, I'm just not getting a fair shake, or I'm getting I'm so frustrated because I can't figure this thing out, or. Like that, it just disgusts me, man. And White Boy Chaz lost his name because of it. I thought it was a great decision by you. And so I just hope that we see a guy that's more confident, and in turn, as a fan, I can watch him and be more confident that he's in the right headspace.
I think what we do here is, Tyler, Clint gave him the name. I think it's up to Clint. When he makes the decision that
man,
he's
I thought you were about to say it was up to me. I was getting all excited.
No, not a chance.
Oh, y'all are more apt to give it back to him than I am.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know you'll be fair. I think it should be up to Clint. Clint makes the decision. You walk in one day and you just let us know that he's no longer Chaz, that he goes back to being WBC. I think whenever you feel it, since I don't think numbers will make it, whenever you feel it, you let us know. Clint will make the decision.
I will. I think I can do that.
When he becomes WBC again.
Y'all want to hear about a very interesting tweet that was sent out a minute or two ago?
Is it Joe Mixon?
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Sorry, that perked my ears up a bit. My eyebrows shot up my face.
You're how horny he is. Read the tweet. You got the tweet?
Yes. Joe Mixon at 3 o'clock on the dot. OMG, all caps. Imagine with never mind, ... Just wait on it.
Eyeball emoji.
So he's teasing some, I'm guessing, pass catcher paired with Nico on this Texan offense.
Ooh, who could it be? Well, there is a group.
There's several of them out there.
Reported earlier, DK Metcalf has requested a trade, or requested to get out of his contract and end his time in Seattle. And we talked about Les Snead earlier and said the likely outcome is that Cooper Kupp is not a Ram next year. And then there are a bunch of just at least names that are free agents out there. Devante Adams, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins, Stephon Diggs, who was with the Texans last year. Hell, Tyler Lockett has been released as well, his teammate in Seattle. Chris Godwin with the Bucs coming off of his knee injury. And then Deontay Johnson. But whatever. Like there are a lot of options out there, and if you need it seems like if you need a number 2 receiver, if you need a receiver, it appears there are ways that you can go about it.
If you need a 2 or a 1, they're gonna come available. Now, what will you give for them? I don't know. Now, the thought here is that there's two things here. The thought is that this is a year in the NFL where the wide receiver draft class that's coming out is weak, and the free agents that are available because their contract expired, not because they've requested a trade because their contract expired, or they've been cut, I guess, in Devante Adams' case.
Yeah.
Those guys, that class as a whole is thought to be weak. So what you have is players that aren't getting what they think they should be getting. In DK Metcalf, I think, what's he got, $18 million left on his 1 year, $18 million left on his contract. I think that's what I saw on SportsRadio. But the player side of it and the team as well. Hey, look, we realize that this is a year where we could probably get more for a top end wide receiver. We're not going to extend DK Metcalf anyway. Let's see if we can get some draft capital before he just becomes a free agent and hits the streets for nothing. So there's a two-way go here with these players that are requesting a trade, as well as teams that want to clear some cap space or get something back in return for an experienced player that's on their team. I wonder if this list doesn't grow significantly over the next week, right? But DK Metcalf being out there right now, who do you think is worthy of the names you read right there? Who do you think is worthy of Joe Mixon given the imagine Nico Collins with this guy?
DK. I mean, DK is. I think Devante Adams is.
Yes.
I don't think he'd be talking about Stephon Diggs because we already know.
We've already seen that.
What that is.
Imagine that one.
Why did he sound like he was holding in a?
I thought I was about to sneeze.
He was holding in a long puff of a joint or something. Is that just me? Or
I was pulling nose hairs.
Like he just did a drag.
I mean, what the hell was that? Can you do it again?
I knew it sounded funny. I didn't think it was that funny.
I mean, can you do it again?
I just.
He said, "I knew it sounded funny, but I didn't know it was that funny."
Good Lord.
Point it out. It didn't look like he did. Sound like he just said. Yeah.
I don't know, boys. I don't know.
DK Metcalf could be him too. Nah, yeah, like the other guys. I don't think he would be doing this with damn sure not Deontay Johnson. I don't think he'd be doing with Godwin or Lockett or even Hop. Like I think it would probably be one of those two big names.
What about Kupp?
I don't think he would be doing that either.
I think it's DK or Devante. I'm with you.
Can I say, because I see a lot of people saying this, I don't love the DK Metcalf.
You don't?
I don't. Now, hell, I mean, of course, hey, if you got a chance, you know, I guess maybe you'd work it out. We'll see. It just feels like him and Nico move in the same space. Like they do, do a lot of similar things. I think they're both fast, but I think they both have big playability, but they're both guys that have to build up to speed. I'll be honest with you. Hell, Tristan, who is a Seattle fan, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Like, I don't feel like I've seen DK Metcalf do a lot of different routes on the route tree. It feels like he does. He's got about 2 or 3 routes that are similar, like things that Nico does.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's a big stiff.
That needs to be a boundary guy, right?
Yeah, I don't think. I think here's the interesting thing. The conversation that's interesting about DK Metcalf is if he were to become a Texan. Like, we don't know what the hell's going on here. We know he's available, and Joe's tweeting bug eyes, right? But when it's all said and done, like play the if game. If DK were here, I believe he would take Nico's position, and then Nico would become. Which would be great for Nico, by the way, because we've seen him do it. Nico would become more of a move guy or a guy that you can then put him any and everywhere, and he becomes more quote unquote versatile than he was than he is before.
You like that for Nico? You think Nico can, like, you think that's the best spot for Nico is the guy moving around?
I think we've seen that from Nico in times when other receivers were hurt, and I think so. I don't think it would be different for him. But to see Nico in that role and then know that you have a DK Metcalf out the back gate would be an unbelievable threat and an unbelievable weapon for Nick Caley and CJ Stroud. Yeah, look, I think had I not seen Nico handle that role, I would be a little bit hesitant. We've seen Nico handle the role. As I've said before, football field and be one of the best wide receivers in the league, with the exception of just flat out being a man-beating big play, like when it comes to like the back shoulder and just running the go right over the top, Nico, that's just not Nico's strong suit. Like it would be DK Metcalf or it would be Devante Adams. Like that, that's the one thing that Nico hasn't, I don't think, consistently put on film is the go route game, whether it's the back shoulder or the over the top. Everything else is big time with Nico Collins, and so I would have no problem with him being a more of a move guy, and hell, I don't know if that's not better for the Texans with or without another receiver, to be honest with you. Without a receiver, they're going to have to.
Yeah, I, like in your mind, if you play quarterback, like you put yourself in the quarterback position, because I think people are jumping out. I mean, I see somebody on the Byron Lee saying, "I don't want to." Nico Collins said, "No one ever until show," and some people kind of going back and forth. If you were to think in your mind, all right, I've got Nico Collins, the boundary guy that we have seen the last 2 years show to be one of the best receivers in football. Mm-hmm. The guy on the outside that occupies what you would think DK does, right? They kind of do the same things on their team. Mike Evans, him, they do the same things on their team. What is the complementary in your mind? What is the type of complementary receiver you think of on the or to a Nico Collins? In your mind, does that person look like DK Metcalf?
No. But no. But you know what I mean? It's two different. It's two different trains of thought. Like I think, like I've seen, like I would rather have like two true outside wide receivers. Like I did. Like we saw it here. We saw it here in Houston. The biggest thing that people could, I think, can turn to is when you had DeAndre Hopkins and you had Will. What's my man's name out of Notre Dame? Will
Fuller.
Will Fuller. And so you had a big-time speed guy as your field player and as your field receiver, and you had DeAndre as your boundary receiver. Like, those are complementary pieces, right? I would have no problem with Nico and DK being your two outside receivers. And that's a different approach. Like, if you're looking for a bunch of complementary guys, then now you're getting back into the Cup, Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuels and guys that do different things. Which you could still accomplish that. You would just have two true big-bodied outside wide receivers.
I'm just saying, when I'm not being like, people are rolling there and saying nobody likes that idea except for you. I'm not saying I don't like the idea. I just, in my mind, when you say the type of receiver you're looking to go along with to play complementary football from another receiver that's not usually built like that. Like, A.J. Brown doesn't have another A.J. Brown on the other side. They have another guy that really moves, like Devante Smith. Who did DK have with him for years when they were at their best? Tyler Lockett on the other side. Now it's Smith and Jigma. I'm just like you guys help me. When have you ever seen? And hell, maybe the Texans will be doing something new. But when have you ever seen two big body receivers together like that? I'm just trying. I'm what, Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper? Is that kind of like
Randy and whoever? Hell, he had a couple of different guys opposite him in Minnesota.
Chris,
there's been some there. It's just to me, you go from being this super multiple offense to be a mirrored route offense if you have two similar receivers, big bodied outside receivers like that. So it's
and then remember the offense that they're trying to run. Like they.
Well, that's the question: is what does that look like? It's the New England way. It's interesting because we saw New England be very multiple in terms of, like, with Randy, they had a true outside guy. They always had a true slot guy, so they were very particular in like the types of receivers they had. And then you look at kind of how Slowick and them, how they've handled the receiver position here over the last couple of years. It's just been, hey, everybody does everything. At least that's what they try to sell. Yeah. Everybody does everything. So we'll see. I mean, if I would imagine they could make Nico and DK work.
Hell, some of y'all attacking. I'm not saying y'all wrong. I'm just saying when you just don't see that.
Well, I think to me the answer to your question is DK goes to the boundary receiver where typically Nico is, and then Nico becomes a guy that can do anything. That's the play there with Nico, is because we've seen Nico do. I'll argue that Nico's been better in that scenario than being that boundary receiver. Anyway, so that would be the move there with that.
Text in Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey is what people have talked about. Rod, those guys, boundary receivers, co-balls. Okay, all right. Coming up, it is Wednesday. Let's do a little stock up, stock down. A little rodeo edition. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, take your live sports viewing experience to the next level, man. Get your wide.
Get your 610. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We do it every week on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program right here, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's stock up, stock down in today's flavor. Well, it's rodeo season. Even though we're on the show, Hughley ain't wearing no boots. He's not buying him with the hat. He's going to get out there, like many of you.
I've been out there, damn it.
Mm-hmm. Reba kicked things off last night, but that is today's flavor. It is a rodeo edition of stock up, stock down.
I look at the Bible, come as you are.
Oh, pray to the Lord. Ron,
in the house.
Let's start with you. You seem spry today on a hump day. Ron, as this Houston rodeo season has officially kicked off with Reba giving the people what they wanted and needed last night over at NRG, let's go stock up for you for this Houston rodeo.
I'm going to tell you what, man. Stock up. The first 2 years I was here because of COVID, I missed the rodeo. But I'm in everything. But I will give it, man. The cook-off event, that is a really unique thing, and how big it is gets me every year. How big, like when you go, all right, man, I remember the first time we talked about it, it was explained to me, hey, everybody's got there's a bunch of tents, and you go in and you kick it in tents. I don't know what in my mind I thought that was going to be, but it certainly didn't come to a thought of a mini concert venue that is set up to where it's like the floor of a damn concert. Like it is, I mean,
they go all out.
It is ridiculous how big these tents are, how crazy it is. In Kansas City, there's something similar to it called the American Royal, but you know, they got tents. It ain't like that. Like it ain't at, I mean, there's about 50, 60 people in the tent, and there's barbecue or something to go around and get. It ain't no bands, ain't no music being played.
Party.
The concept that cook-off is with all of the tents and all the action, man, that is something that it is worth. Them 3 days, was that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, do that? That is top notch right there.
Good times, ain't no doubt about it, man.
Good time. I would like to be able to hit a few other tents to see what it's like. I ain't got that kind of cash, but I'd like to see, some other tents.
Well, next year, if you start pushing it a little bit on the show, man, maybe they'll call up and somebody give you a couple free tickets.
I didn't know, like, the amount of people, who come to me like, hey, man, you got a wristband? Like, wristband? Like, yeah, man, you got a wristband to get in? I ain't gonna lie to you. I felt me and Courtney rolled up, and this happened to us one time. We rolled up, and that line to get into the bull tents, I mean, it's hooked.
Yep.
Hooked around the corner. Walk right up.
Show them that old wristband ease on in.
Wristband. Going up to VIP. Like, I mean, I shouldn't feel that good.
Feeling like a VIP.
Because I could feel the look. Who is this big dude? I can feel the judgment. Man, he don't even want to be in here.
Is that my boy, Ron?
Wearing J's and stuff.
I know he don't even in them damn Pumas. He don't even want to be in there.
Did y'all see that damn news story? I think it was KHOU maybe, but there was like a plethora of fake bracelets for our bull tent.
Oh, I bet somebody.
It was specifically for our 100.3, the bull tent. Huh?
That was Melissa posted that.
Oh, I'm sure she did. I saw some news coverage pick it up
full
too.
Of people that tried to hijack the bull tent.
I saw that. Yeah.
Damn. I mean, you really want to get in.
It's so serious, but that's my stock up. Cook-off. Cool event, man.
That is, we're on the show's stock up. This is stock up, stock down on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint, over to you. Today's edition, as we've said, is Houston Rodeo for stock up, stock down. Stick with stock up, Clint, for this year's rodeo here in H-Town.
Well, I wasn't going to do this. Probably going to piss off some rodeo folks around here. But I wasn't going to do this until we didn't get our care package from the rodeo. So I'm going to do it.
Let's say go.
Stock up is the San Antonio Rodeo. The San Antonio Rodeo concert lineup.
Oh,
this This is cooking for a while, and real rodeo folks, they know what I'm talking about. The San Antonio rodeo lineup has been coming. They've been coming for Houston for a few years now. I'm not sure they didn't get them this year.
They have them at the Alamo Dome. Is that what they do? They
used to. The times that I've been, they used to. Now I think they do it at another arena somewhere. But the rodeo lineup this year, Tyler, I think they got Houston.
Ooh, let's hear it.
I mean,
left a lot for you to be for you to desire here in Houston with the lineup.
No, I'm not.
It's just more so you admire what they got in SA.
Houston got Reba. They got Post Malone.
Yeah. They got some good ones. Here's
to him in a bit.
Here's San Antonio. Scotty McCreery's opening it up. Cole Wetzel, Keith Urban, Leanne Rhymes, and the Bellamy brothers in the same day.
Leanne Rhymes.
I don't know who the Bellamy brothers are.
You ain't got the Bellamy brothers?
I do not.
That shocks me more than. Wow.
I might know something and just not know it's them.
Mark Chestnut, Eli Young Band, John Pardee, Muscadine Bloodline, one of my favorite.
That's a good
John's
one.
getting around, isn't he?
Tyler Hubbard, Tyler Hubbard is Florida Georgia Line, one half of Florida Georgia Line. Haven't seen him solo. Turnpike Troubadours, absolute monster. Pisado, not sure what that is. Diamond Rio, Joe Nichols, Whiskey Myers, Sammy Hagar, Nelly, Dwight Yoakam. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Did you sneak Nelly in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sammy Hagar followed by Nelly.
Absolutely.
Jump.
I think it's close. It's close, but I think this year
you laid out pretty good some pretty good reasoning there. So that's stock up, positives out of the way for this Houston rodeo. Stock down time here on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Flipping back over to Ron, the show. What is your stock down when it comes to the old rodeo?
Look, this speaking of lineups, this Bum B lineup. Now me and the wife will be there, and he said that he's gonna have some more surprises on the way. This lineup is just not meeting what his previous lineups were.
I agree.
Oh, damn, so
like and I've heard In the Loop talk about this a lot. It's a weird lineup. So we got Yolanda Adams, Grammy Award gospel artist, Thickums, and then we got Keith Sweat. I'm trying to figure out these audience. Coco Jones, young compared to where Keith Sweat is. Jagged Edge, that's interesting. Don Tolliver, and now he just unveiled Ludacris will be there. Luda! And he said he's got some more surprises. Last year, we got Rick Ross. He had Nelly. He had Drake that raised those prices. He had a grip of folks.
Ludacris is cool, though. I don't appreciate that Luda shade.
He's coming up, isn't he? Friday night?
Yeah, it's Friday night. I got my tickets.
He spent a little too much time out there putting Trill Town together outside selling tenders and burgers.
I don't know. These are all right. I mean, it's just when you thought. I thought Kendrick Lamar. That's the standard he didn't set. I mean,
he wouldn't do that to Drake.
But he would have.
So that's Rod. That's Rod stock down for the Houston Rodeo. Stock up, stock down.
Do that to Drake.
Right now, at least, for sure. Clint, real quick, what is your stock down for this rodeo edition on the drive on a hump day?
Well, the gate and parking attendees at the livestock show that let old Big Red out yesterday. Who, by the way, Big Red was a bull, not a damn cow. That was a male.
Yeah, come on, man.
What in the name?
They were calling it a heifer.
Yeah. So Ronnie it may be never mind. It's running north. I don't know where it was.
Hey, untied and undefeated, as you like to say. And real quick, I know we're up against
it. Onyx is where he was running, but go ahead.
Treasures, I thought. But real quick, honorary stock down for me. Man, the damn acoustics at NRG Stadium. I know that's not what that place was built for necessarily. It was built primarily for football and the rodeo events that happen down on that dirt. But, man, it disappoints me every year. I get pumped for a concert, and I go, and the sound quality, there's just nothing you can do about it.
The McNair said, hey, guys, they have a little vote coming up. I'll fix them damn acoustics.
Hold on, Joe.
Get that new stadium. I'll fix it.
Yeah, we can fix that.
we'll make the thing sound pristine.
I know they want swarmy, but echoey is just not ideal.
All right, coming up, we love quarterbacks and talk quarterback. And we gotta have a discussion on what seems to be brewing here. One of the contenders in the National Football League. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, it starts just a little nuisance, maybe a little tweak in your knee while you're walking, getting in and out of the car, kind of deal. And next thing you know, man, it's an awful joint pain, and it's impacting everything.
881-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tell me, are you all surprised by this? GM John Lynch of the San Francisco 49ers says the organization has started contract extension conversations with quarterback Brock Purdy. And the word is that this is between the $50 and $60 million range. That this is how much Brock Purdy is slated to potentially get in a deal. And we know Kyle Shanahan is there. They've had a lot of success with quarterbacks. Jimmy G himself, he's had success even before San Francisco with Matt Ryan, RG3. He has had his round of success with quarterbacks. Are you surprised that the Niners are looking to potentially go ahead and go in and give Brock Purdy this deal and go $50-60 million, give him a long-term deal in the range of the Goffs, in the range of all of the top quarterbacks in the league?
I'm not surprised, Ron, that they're trying to give him a long-term deal. I mean, there's no arguing with winning. There's what the part that we're not privy to is how much of a leader in that locker room is he? What beyond what we see on the field, what kind of value does he bring to that organization? I got to imagine if they're going to pay him this kind of money, it's probably a significant value that he brings off the field. Now, where I have a little bit of a problem with Brock Purdy is the top of the market money. Like if I'm proven that you give me just an above average quarterback, and I can get you NFC Championship Super Bowl. I know that much,
and they've not been afraid to move off of.
They've not yet, right. So, to me, I would have a really difficult time if this is a Brock Purdy hold the 49ers feet to the fire. I want a market setting, be the highest paid quarterback in the league type deal. If this is hey, I want to get my money. I want to get my respect. I'll give you a team-friendly deal because I understand what's going on here, and I want to be here long-term, then I'm cool with it. Now, I don't know what that number is. Hell, with that adding $20 more million to the salary cap this year, I don't know how that's going to inflate all these contracts that are being handed out, now and into the future. So I don't know what that number actually is, but, boy, I would have a real hard time if this was again, hold your feet to the fire kind of deal and demand set the market because I'm next, which I've never been a fan of that. I'm damn sure not a fan of it with Brock Purdy. I'm not going to sit here and disrespect Brock Purdy like a lot of folks do. I think the proof is in the pudding. Dude wins football games. Now, it becomes a tug of war between him and the 49ers of how much he's worth, and I think that's a real conversation to have with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Kyle is sitting there thinking, because already we're seeing they're having to make some sacrifices, right? Debo, Roll, and move Ayuk, who the hell they just signed, right? Not that long ago. Like they're having to make some decisions, and I'm a bit surprised that Kyle Shanahan isn't in the mindset of, I feel like there's another guy out there we can find. I feel like I'm surprised as opposed to having because obviously we want to see what the numbers are. I don't think Brock is signing for like 40. Like I think Brock is probably going to try to sign for what he believes is market value. And if guys like Jared Goff and Trevor Lawrence got 55 plus, 54 plus $1 million, I feel like he's going to try to. I'm a bit surprised that Kyle isn't the thought process of. I think I probably could have got similar production out of Sam Darnold. Who was sitting behind him.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm
and
surprised.
Even Sam Darnold now. I mean,
I'm just saying now, but Sam was there. Sam was in San Francisco before he got to Minnesota, it kind of
But I'm talking about Sam's on the market. Like, what kind of deal is Sam going to get?
Yeah. I just look at it, Clinton. I'm thinking, I guess I should trust Kyle into believing this. Does Kyle think that he is different in some way?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't afraid to cut it off with Trey Lance,
Jimmy G.
I mean, he just didn't give a damn with Jimmy. I'm a bit surprised that he looks at it and thinks, yeah, man. It must to me make me feel that maybe he has seen.
Look, I mean, if there is that's the part we don't know. I mean, if there is a like Brady level processing involved with Brock, if there is a Brady level intangible, a Drew Brees intangible, like if there's some kind of intangible there from a leadership perspective, from an ability to process and the ability to literally take a playbook that's wide open into every single game, those are huge advantages that we will never know. We won't be privy to unless you're in the building. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen, I have a very difficult time with a lot of these guys of just that ain't done nothing other than just play the position well, but ain't won a damn thing. I got a real problem with all the set the market, it's your turn type of conversations. I damn sure have that problem with Brock, and I would think that this is going to be a win-win for the 49ers and for Brock somehow, some way.
Yeah.
I mean, because to me, Brock Purdy and again, I don't know what intangibles are there, and if they're Brady-like, then it changes the dynamic.
But something different. They were never even considering, I don't think, to give Jimmy, especially once they got him there. When they traded for Jimmy and gave him a new deal, they felt like, all right, we got to get the quarterback situation right. But they were never even entertaining giving Jimmy this kind of money.
Correct. Yeah, I agree. And so I think he's close. Whatever Sam Darnold signs for, I'm not saying Brock Purdy is Sam Darnold, but whatever Sam Darnold offseason per year, I would think Brock Purdy's closer to that than he is what some of these other guys are making. I mean, I'm talking $55-60 million a year.
Yeah, and if you go start looking up that list, I think Sam is very close to a lot of those guys, like Trevor Lawrence, right? Sam is at least right there, and Brock, like that's the one right there where I just can't believe Brock. I couldn't believe an agent would allow Brock to get paid less than Trevor Lawrence. Like salary cap going up, and that for me, from the outside looking in, Clint, and I'm looking at the Niners. They've already moved on from Debo, other stuff. I'm looking at the Niners, and I'm like, yo, like I'm not paying him $55 million.
That's my point. Like it's the hard. What makes it hard? Like if all of these guys, Ron, if all these other quarterbacks weren't out there, then it's a no-brainer. I mean, you're kind of in a catch-20. Like you got to make it happen because you don't have any other options. But right now, you look up. You tell me that Shanahan couldn't win games with Aaron Rodgers and Devante Adams coming to San Francisco. You tell me that
I think he could win games with Justin Fields.
Look, I don't know about that, but the Sam Darnold, you tell me he couldn't win games. Like he's got options all over the map from a quarterback perspective based on how much. Now, it's not the long-term answer that you have with Brock Purdy. It's not the security of having your quarterback for the next, 4 or 5 years. But I don't know that according to his history, he hasn't really given a rip about doing things in 4 and 5 year increments.
Yeah, someone texted in, Ron, you're incorrect. Jimmy G got a $100 million contract. That's when they brought him over. They brought him over from New England. They gave him a new contract.
But it still wasn't.
But they gave him a new contract, and I'm sure it was a good paid contract. It was a quarterback when they brought him over. But once they didn't have to re-sign him, hell, he had just taken him to the NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl before that. They moved off. Hell, they drafted a quarterback in the top. They moved up to 3 and drafted a quarterback. Like he's not afraid to move off of that player. He clearly saw Jimmy and was like, I don't know that I need Jimmy. I can do something else. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, there's a team out there, Texans fans, There's a team out there. You can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it like me, and they're making me damn jealous, or you can look at it as they're giving D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio the damn blueprint. Either way it goes, baby. Moves are being made. Offensive linemen are shuffling around the NFL. The Texans haven't landed one, but somebody out there landed two. And again, it's got me jealous. We'll tell you who that is. Cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There it was. Glory hole.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is on Old Hump Day, baby. Odyssey app. Hey, if you don't have the Odyssey app, man, download it, baby. We appreciate you listening any way that you can. AUDACY app. And I want to push you to the podcast page, man. Y'all check it out. We got podcasts all over the place, rocking and rolling. The Big Orange Wagon, OT Mill and them. H-Town Hoops with B. Scott and Adam Spolane. And then, obviously, The Drive, Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, Area 45. All of our segments are podcasted right there on the Odyssey app, so you don't miss a thing, baby. Just jump in there and look, Tyler and them boys get it set up real nice for you where everything, there's a little title with everything. It's easy to read. All you do is find the segment you want, click on it, and rock and roll. And I'm going to tell you, Dirty's Daily on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. This is one of them you're going to want to listen to, y'all. The Chicago Bears are rocking and rolling. The Chicago Bears are doing exactly what the hell I hope the Houston Texans would have been doing at this point in the offseason. The Chicago Bears have a young quarterback. Pretty good little defense. A young quarterback that was getting the hell beat out of him last year. They went from a defensive-minded head coach in Eberflus, got fired. Now they have an offensive-minded head coach in Ben Johnson taking over with Caleb Williams. They got the same number one priority that the Texans have, and that is fix the offensive line. It appears that they both believe in, the Texans and the Bears, they clearly believe in fixing the offensive line and protecting the quarterback from the inside out. Because the moves that they're making, they are solidifying the inside of their offensive line. Starts off yesterday. This has all happened in 24 hours. And I'll be honest with you, as a Texans fan, I'm jealous. Huh? Absolutely, 100%. I got no problem with it. I'm jealous. I wish this were the Texans making this move. I'm going to start with the easy pill to swallow. Jonah Jackson, right? Former Pro Bowl offensive lineman with the Detroit Lions. He left Detroit, went out to L.A. with the Rams, signed a big deal, nice deal for a guard. He was injured, and the Rams weren't real happy with his play this year. Now, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the situation. I don't know how much the injury had to do with the not being happy. I don't know exactly whether it was poor play or injury-related, but there was an injury, and the Rams ultimately weren't happy with him, okay? He was put on the market. And the Chicago Bears traded a 6th round. Was it 6th or 5th? I had it in my notes.
The Bears, for him, a 6th round.
A 6th round pick for Jonah Jackson. And so they bring in a guy that was recently a Pro Bowler, a guy that has been in 2 places where they preach physicality and good O-line play. That's Detroit and L.A., and he goes to Chicago to take one of the guard spots. And then today, this morning, I believe it was, Joe Thuney, one of the best offensive linemen in the game today. I don't have a problem saying that. He played guard at an extremely high level, as good as anyone in the game in Kansas City. And then when Kansas City's left tackle got hurt, he bumped out to left tackle, and he didn't give up a sack at left tackle until the damn Super Bowl. Wasn't a great Super Bowl performance, but the guy was absolutely tremendous. And then on Pro Bowl caliber offensive lineman, another guard, you're talking about a guy that's versatile, that can play inside and out. You're talking about a guy that's got multiple rings in when he was in New England, and he gets moved for a 4th round pick to the Chicago Bears. I don't know if it's all going to work out. I don't know the Jonah Jackson injury. I don't know how far Joe Thuney is from calling it up. I know he's got 1 year left on his contract, I believe. But this is the kind of aggressive move that when you've got a young quarterback and you're trying to, one, protect him and keep him from getting gun shy, if you will, and two, you got a chance to build a team with a rookie quarterback. This is the level of aggression that I like. This is what I expect the Houston Texans to do. And now let's take it one step further, because I do think that it's worth noting here, because I get a lot of flack when I was talking about I think the Texans should blow this thing up and start over and move on from Laramie Tunsil. And I think a lot of folks are like, what the hell are you talking about? Well, it's simple. James Palmer isn't the only one that's got tweets at this level. In fact, I'll give you one. Jeff Schwartz, former offensive lineman himself. Joe Thuney. Joe Thuney deserves all the praise for his work as a Chief. Brought leadership, work ethic, and toughness to this offensive line. Mentored both Creed and Trey, who is their starting center who got paid huge money, and the right guard they just franchised. Right, switched to left tackle when needed and battled each Sunday. Just a true professional. So the Bears are doing exactly what I wish the Texans would do. And had I known that Joe Thuney was on the trade block, Ron, I would have got myself good and worked up for Joe Thuney. When you're talking about a guy that impacts the offensive line room the way that everybody's saying Joe Thuney impacts the offensive line room, that is exactly what the Houston Texans need. When you're talking about a guy that you pay him a little bit of money, you're going to get great play out of him. He's versatile. He's got championships. There's a background with there's a backstory with Nick Caserio and Nick Caley. Oh, and by the way, you can draft young offensive linemen around him because he'll spend the time and groom them and set the standard and make sure that they're going to be the best that they're going to be. This is the kind of guy that you spend. I don't give a damn if he's 31 years old, 32 years old, whatever it is. I don't give a damn about all that. This is the kind of guy that you invest in. Speaking of, this is the kind of guy that you invest in if you're also going to trade for a lineman that was injured and maybe wasn't acting right out in L.A., and you're going to bring him in and expect him to get back to his Pro Bowl ways. This is the kind of dude that you do that with. So, Ron, yes, I'm telling you, Ron, this is one that I watch. Forget the Deebo Samuel. Forget the DK Metcalf talk. This is one for me with this interior offensive lineman, the fact that they're being aggressive, going out and getting their guys while everybody's on the market. Everybody's available. They're going to go get theirs before guys bounce off the shelf and aren't available, go to other teams. And the way that they're doing it with an aggressive approach absolutely does it for me.
Yeah, the thing that I will say, a couple off the bat, there is clearly still a lot of time and still a lot of options out there to get done what we believe the Texans need to get done to improve what was the biggest hole and weakness on their team. And I'll be damned if you think it's just improved because they got a new offensive coordinator and they promoted their assistant offensive line coach.
Right. So
there's going to have to be some personnel moves. And there is still time for them to do that. And I would then also say, any of you who are listening, who are going off, I see somebody text in. I'm not even going to read what it says yet because I think it will send Clint somewhere else. But many of you are having issues and stuff like that. I've texted and tweeted with several. You are lying off your ass if by the end of this thing you hope the Texans aren't this aggressive when it comes to trying to fix the offensive line. You are lying off your ass. Now, you will tell yourself if the decision becomes, yeah, we're going to go with Juice. We're going to move Titus over to guard, and we're going to do. You're lying off your ass if you wouldn't be excited and hopeful that your team, who has only the Bears, got their quarterback, their young quarterback, hit more than yours and sacked more than yours, that you wouldn't love for your team, a four-time All-Pro, an All-Pro who's been an All-Pro the last 2 years, who's won 4 Super Bowls and been in the last 3 Super Bowls. You are lying off your ass if you hope that the Texans didn't go and be aggressive like that. Now, as I said at the beginning of this, there is still time, and folks out there, And I just believe that Nick and D'Amico are smart football people.
Yeah.
Now, I don't – there's some things they have done in the football realm that I'm not real into, Clint. But I think they clearly can see we're trying to compete for a championship, not just the AFC South championship. We're trying to get past where we were. Clint, we are trying to not get our quarterback killed the way you talked about all season. I damn sure believe they know they have to make some personnel moves up front, and I believe they will get that done. But I just know most of you hope they attack this with this level of aggressiveness and bring in this level of guys.
I hope like hell they did before I saw what the Bears are doing, and all this does is justify my hope and my feelings of what the Texans should be doing. You can argue, obviously the Texans have won more games, but when you talk about defensive-minded head coach, spent some money on the defensive side of the football, young quarterback that's promising that you want to protect receivers, you've invested in receivers around this guy, offensive line problems, there's a lot of similarities, a lot of parallels with the Texans. They need to take the Texans and the Bears are out there making them. And so, look, bottom line with the Houston Texans, any way you slice it, it is absolute priority for the Texans to go out and get an interior offensive lineman, whether it be guard, center guard, any of the three positions, right, that has some Joe Thuney qualities. Right? There ain't many Joe Thuneys out there running around, so Joe Thuney's gone. But a guy that can play the position at that level, a guy that's versatile and can play guard, center guard, a guy that brings a level of leadership and alpha to the offensive line room, a guy that can make it easier for Cole Popovich, a new offensive line coach, to coach on a daily basis, a guy that can make it easier and for Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, to call plays and really coach on the way he needs to on a day-to-day basis, right? I mean, the Texans have to find a guy, and multiple guys, if we're being honest, that play interior offensive line that brings some level of what Joe Thuney brings to the table, whether it's the play, the leadership, a combination of the two, the versatility, the willingness to mentor and bring up young offensive linemen that you draft. That is the type of players, the type of interior offensive linemen that I believe the Texans need to make a hard push for and actually end up, they're going to have to pay for it. They're going to have to give up a little something to get these kind of guys. And the bottom line is, Ron, that you mentioned it, there's a bunch of guys 30, 34 years old, right? We talked about Zeitler yesterday. Scherf is out there. The Banks kid out in San Francisco is out there. We talked about Drew Dahlman from Atlanta, the Fries kid.
Indy.
Yeah, I mean, there's big time.
And apparently there are guys that are all pros that can be traded.
Yes. Yeah, well, good point. Yeah, there's some guys
that we don't know.
There's some folks trying to clear a little cap space and get a little bit of return on some of these guys. But, Ron, this is the Bears and what they're doing right now absolutely turns me on. And as a Texans fan, I want that I want the Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to start moving like that a little bit sooner rather than later. That would make me feel a lot better about the Houston Texans. Boys, by the way, wife was out of town last week, so that's why I didn't get a chance to catch the cookout the way I wanted to. I would have loved to. Couldn't get out there with you, man. I want to spend a little quality time with y'all. I wanted to see Courtney, hang out a little bit. Not in a weird way. He looked at me and cut his eyes at me a little bit. Not in a weird way. Just wanted to hang out with y'all.
So we enjoy hanging out with you too, but we missed you.
I may have created a monster, boys. I may have created a monster here. While the wife was out of town, see, we got a little problem at the house. Good catch. We got a little problem at the house. Before my wife left town, my 3-year-old Liv, she'd get up usually between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning, and she'd ease on in the bedroom. And my wife, for about every bit of a month, maybe even more than a month, would pick her up and take her back to her bed. And my wife would literally sleep in the bed with her.
Cuddle bud.
She's just not in our bed. She was doing everything.
She tried to keep her to keep that.
Well,
keep her in her own room.
I lost my wife for about a month to 6 weeks. Right? Which it really wasn't a terrible deal because I got my wife. Like I literally got my wife in my biscuit from 9 to noon, and then 9 to midnight, then she'd disappear. So it wasn't the worst thing. Like I got the good quality time, the most productive quality time anyway. But while wife was out of town, I may have created a monster. First night, I tried to fight it. Livy came in there about 10:30, 11. I said, no, go back to your room.
Keep going in. Keep taking her in. Yeah, keep taking them in.
That third time, Ron, 1 o'clock rolled around that third time. I said, come on, baby.
Left her right on in there with you.
She crawled in that old biscuit with Dad. Hey, quiet. Didn't move around on me too much.
Sleep. Everybody slept well.
Oh, everybody slept well. So for 4 nights while Mama was on that cruise, Livy was in that biscuit with Dad.
Mm-hmm. Came in there today, too.
She came in there Monday. Mama got home. She came rolling around that side of Mama's bed. Wife looked at me and said, what do I do? I said, well, pick her up and put her in the middle of us. Worked out all right that first night, Ron. I'm tell you what, last night, Tuesday night, that's rough.
Oh, I mean,
sideways kicking me in the back.
Oh, yeah, Lauren is.
Waking up dreaming and screaming, coughing all night long, and then wakes up and like I guess when she lays down, there's a drainage part of it. But like when she gets up in the morning, ain't no coughing to the point where I'm calling her. I'm saying she was faking. I'm like, you're doing it on purpose, trying to get attention. Loud kicking. all kind of stuff. I may have made a major mistake.
Oh yeah, there's now they in there and they sneak in there and you don't know. You don't know that they're in there, which for me, like I didn't know she was in there asleep. I'll wake up and I thought I've nearly killed her, just because I'm sleeping normal and I'll wake up and I'm fully covering her, and I'm thinking, oh my God, have I suffered? Who is this? And I'm completely over her.
Liv's at that. You try to cover Liv if you want to. She is she's yanking the covers and rolling, and you. Maybe I just sleep light, but it's one of them where. Ain't nobody sleeping around her. I may have created a monster. I may have created a real problem. But I told my wife, I said, man, I ain't fighting it, man. I'm not losing the kind of sleep she was losing for 6 straight weeks. I said, I watched you do it. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna be that hard-headed.
Not gonna do it.
Nope. Needless to say, last night in the biscuit, kicking the hell. Just donkey kicking the hell out of him.
Yeah, and we really did. We fought it. We tried to. Because for us, it was not just the kicking. It was, we got to get them used to sleeping in their own room.
Yeah.
We got to get them, like.
How'd it work?
We just kept trying to do it. A few times, man, you're out. You're like, whatever. Or one of them, like, I know I've done this a bunch of times. Like, it's supposed to be my turn to take them back, and I just act like I didn't see them come in, and I know they're in there, but I can't roll over to get up. I just can't do it. So, but we tried to do it, but it worked. But that time they get that freedom, and for us it was, we take them out of the crib and put all 3 of them in their beds. They tried it for a little bit, but
3-4 times a night.
But see, we're in a bad spot is because it was tougher when they were upstairs. They weren't as apt to come running down. But our houses are the same. They're all on one level.
Ooh, man.
And they come running. It's an easy run.
If I thought there was any chance that one trip to her bedroom would work, I would do it. But it's 3-4 times, and it ain't 2 o'clock yet. And I'm like, I'm out.
Somebody text in, cherish those moments. Yeah, okay.
I told my wife that last night.
We may at some point.
I said, baby, there's going to come a time when she ain't gonna want to get in the bed with you. She said, yeah, you're right.
That's what you did to try to get her? Yeah.
Well, at this point, I had me about 4 or 5 good, solid, really cool, easy
And now
nights.
somebody needs to hit the chiropractor because she did kick y'all in y'all.
I'm feeling like that old dude that tried to tackle that cow yesterday.
I bet you are.
She's kicking the hell out of me.
God, you're right. He probably didn't have a good sleep, did he?
Oh, man. I bet he's got road rash. I bet his
landed
left wrist
on his
hurts.
hip, rib. Good God, man. Sorry, Eric. All right, coming up, there's been another player that has been released. I don't know. Another 2 players that have been released. I don't know if they're on the Texans' radar. But these are interesting ones. We'll look at that and give you an update on what's happening with the Astros. That's next.
Hey, if your house or your office needs a little freshening up, you know what I mean? A little paint job. It's Serta Pro Painters is where it's at, y'all. I've flipped a few properties. I've got some rental properties. I've dealt with paint contractors many a time.
and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming in. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, saying,
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
And I don't know if he's saying this, but someone's saying it. She's blocking, man. That's what they do. I didn't think she's blocking. I think Clint's just trying to get some sleep.
The beautiful thing is like I said, it typically, I got me a good 3 hours in the biscuit to do what I need to do. And Lord knows I'm not on here trying to tell you I need 3 hours. I mean, that's just depending on, I got till about midnight to.
But that's not the only reason why you'd like to have your wife in your bed. You like to have her next to you.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. But if I had to pick one reason, that would be.
That would run to the top.
That one would be, that would be at the top.
That would at the top of it. At 4:40, this one should be interesting. A little Rockets report. We'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott. We'll get his thoughts as the Rockets are starting to slide a little bit and struggle a little bit, but we'll get his thoughts on what's going on coming up here at 4:40. Clint, Tyler, want to run these ones by you. I'm telling you, as we said, man, any type of receiver you need. What do you want? They're going to be available for you. And two more have come out, Clint. The Seahawks released wide receiver Tyler Lockett today, and he will go somewhere. He will be a free agent, have the ability to go somewhere immediately. The Jacksonville Jaguars plan to release veteran wide receiver Christian Kirk. If you remember a couple of years ago, they gave him big money, and he had a really big season. I'd say, 3 seasons ago, a really big season when they went to the playoffs. Yeah, he's ready to get away from him when they went to the playoffs. So he could potentially be available. And I know we were talking about, and maybe we get through this again because I'm still going back and forth with people about this. Shout out to Kick Rocks on YouTube and Twitch. We were talking about DK Metcalf potentially, coming and playing with Nico Collins. And I'll be honest, I'd be interested to see him. I feel like those two would be a bear to tackle. At times, I just do feel
horrible.
Yeah, I do. You're right, a bull to tackle. I feel like they run similar routes, similar things, and that's usually not the kind of compliment you have, especially in either the system of, McVay or Shanahan, and even more in the system that New England ran a lot when you start to look back at what they did. But, Clint, these two guys to me, and I'm just saying from a fit and what you would think of as a compliment to your top guy, and there is no question with either one of these dudes who the top guy would be. I think these two, to me, fit better, Christian Kirk or Tyler Lockett, if they're still able to play at a certain level. Those guys, to me, would fit better with Nico Collins. And those are the ones, those kind of intrigue me a little bit more.
Yeah, look, I think those guys are definitely receivers that would fit what I view the New England staples, right? When Brady was there was always a smaller slot wide receiver that could win at the line of scrimmage, that saw the game through a quarterback lens, that was always the safety blanket, great chemistry with the quarterback, and was a big part of Tom Brady staying upright and having an answer for pressure. Like, those guys would fit that bill for sure, and both of those guys still also be able to beat you down the field and to hit a seam and crease a secondary kind of deal. So yeah, look, I think if we're talking complementary receivers to what's already there in Nico Collins and what you don't think you have in Hutchinson and Mechie and those guys, then yeah, I would think that one of those smaller, twitchier slot type of receivers would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, to me, we'll see what happens there. I don't know how Tyler Lockett is right now. He's 32. He'll be 33 when the season starts. His production, now it looked like he had some injuries there, but his production took a dip from he was really a 1,000-yard type receiver. And then the last 2 years, last year really took a dip to 600 yards. The year before that, he was still pressing 900 yards. But his touchdown numbers would surprise you for his size.
Yeah.
And then Christian Kirk, he's been injured the last couple of years. Now, that may be something you want to stay away from. But he was really, really good the year of the Jags a couple of years ago before D'Amico and CJ took over the division.
Gig him.
He was really good, and hell, even 2 years ago, that time he somehow kept getting himself lined up against Javier Thomas. He just absolutely worked him over in that
barbecue brisket.
Yeah, it was rough, but those are two ones that are coming out. It's crazy, man. We'll have to at some point go over this list of the amount of that are out there. I would probably bet, Clint, that the Texans themselves, the Nick Casarios, the Nick Caley, I think those are probably two of the big voices on the offensive side. I think they would probably prefer players like this to go opposite Nico, to be on the field with Nico.
I think they would prefer do your job and don't have a lot to say type guys.
Well, that too. Not even.
And I don't think, like, the fact that nobody ever got frustrated in the wide receiver group this year, even though I guess with so many of them getting injured, I guess there was really never an opportunity. Yeah. But the fact that nobody just in general got frustrated and showed any level of emotion on this whole team on the offensive side of the ball this year is I think pretty telling. So you talk about the DK Metcalfs, you talk about the Devante Adams, you talk about the Deebo Samuel type guys. Those are all guys that I think if things aren't going quite kosher, if they're not going to plan, it's going a few games in, they're probably going to have some comments to make, and I don't know that. Well, I don't know that D'Amico and Nick are real interested in that kind of player.
They took the chance on Diggs, though, and the thought is that Diggs was that type of player potentially.
Yeah,
and now he got hurt 7 games into it, so they never saw.
So as long as you get them on a 1-year deal where they got it's a prove it deal, it's a they're trying to get they got incentive to act. Boy, I don't know. I think that has more to do with whether they would sign a guy or not than necessarily his build.
To me, I think a really good route would be got Nico clear number one, and what he has shown the last 2 years, one of the best receivers in football. You get me a Christian Kirk, Tyler Lockett type.
Yeah,
that's a veteran that I have a pretty good idea knows what he's doing and played in systems, and then draft one with that.
I'd love it.
Potentially for that first round pick.
I'd love it.
Like that to me would be a healthy way of I got you, somebody that can kind of take this, and I got a veteran that knows what he's doing. That would be the route to me that I would.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. If I had it my way, it's spend the money, chase the veteran, chase the resume at the interior offensive line position, sign you a reasonable 2/3, draft you a 2/3 with the first or second round draft pick, and let's keep this thing moving.
Rockets Report coming up next as we are joined by our guy Brandon Scott. A lot to get to there. Let's see if his expectations have changed on the Rockets. That's next.
All right, y'all, take all.
NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I love the Rocket.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we are joined right here as a little Rockets Report time, 4:40 every Wednesday. Our guy Brandon Scott. Brandon Scott, you catch him all over the station. He's on at 11 on In the Loop with us every single Wednesday at 4:40. You can catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com. Him and Adam Spolane do H-Town Hoops podcast twice a week. They drop those episodes, and it feels like to me, Brandon, them episodes here of late have been trying to figure out what is wrong with this. At first, there was, I don't even want to say natural excuses. They feel like excuses now, but I felt like, natural explanations of, hey, they've been injured. They've been without, Jabari. They've been without Fred. They're young. They're getting through. Now it feels like, hey man, they're just playing bad basketball, and this has been a bit of a stretch they've been doing it.
Yeah, I think young is still part of the excuse, part of a legitimate excuse, because they are a young team. But like one of the big things is like I don't feel like the injury stuff is a good enough excuse for why the defense is falling apart the way that we've seen it. Like what is the injury excuse for what y'all saw last night against Indiana, when most of the key players were out there, save for Fred VanVleet, but all of their really good defensive players were out there, and they couldn't guard worth a damn. Like, and credit to Indiana for being the type of team that moves the ball around, and they did some really good things, but they were also, like, they had so many unguarded, they were creating these shots, but they had so many unguarded shots, and when you talk about, an uninspired effort, I'm sure y'all heard Ime Udoka talking about that after the game. That's what he's talking about, like not getting after it defensively. And that game is just one example of it. This is what has been kind of a characteristic of them for the past 6 weeks or so.
How much of it, B. Scott, is basically what we knew to look out for a month plus ago, which when teams start to buckle down because now the games matter, the games mean more. And you start playing teams where, in the fourth quarter, they got their stuff together, and the defense definitely buckles down. They got a little bit more of a plan. They got a little bit more film on you, the Rockets, and what you do and your guys. How much of it is just that versus these guys not? Because I know Ime Udoka, I heard some of the comments, Ime Udoka not being happy with his guys for buying in and that kind of deal. But really, how much of it is what we knew was going to be a problem from jump?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we knew was a problem from jump was trying to figure out what exactly is the offensive identity of the team.
Right.
And we know that they have a few different ways that they could win offensively, but they don't have like a great go-to offensive identity of the team, right? Like I don't think that you could say whether it's, Sengun as the focal point or allowing Jalen Green to be the best player on the floor on a given night, which he can be. We've seen him do that.
Yeah.
Or if it's, allowing Amen Thompson to step into that role, or allowing your defense to fuel your offense. Like there's a bunch of different ways that we've seen them get it done on the offensive side, but they don't really have a reliable and consistent enough offensive identity as a team. And you saw that they fight back last night against Indianapolis. Or at Indianapolis.
96-95 and a little over 8 minutes left, and then a 14-1 run.
And then they just go cold. They can't hit a shot to save their lives, and that's just part of the problem. Sengun, you look at the numbers and you say, he was brilliant last night. But they didn't go to it often enough, even though the fact that I think he was allowed to have a bad game here or there because he's been that good, was not good, certainly not good enough last night. And you see what it looks like when they can't knock down shots and they don't defend.
Yeah, Brandon Scott with us. Do you feel like the defense is getting better? Because it seemed like Udoka was really harping on that and that being an issue. And I watched, and listen, the Pacers are a high-scoring team. They led the league in points last year. I'm not sure where they are this year, but if you watch the game, they get up and down. They're trying to get shots early, kind of like that old Suns offense they run with Halliburton and company. But do you get at least a sense that the defense is getting better here over the last couple of weeks?
It's just the issue with the defense is that it's just here and there. It's hit or miss. It's spotty. Like I've been there for nights where the defense was on. A couple of weeks ago against Phoenix, right before the All-Star break, defense was really good at times. They had, I thought, good defense at times, at least toward the end of the game against Milwaukee about a week or so ago. Like when they've played at home. For whatever reason, when they go on the road, defense evades them, and certainly last night defense, coming off of that game last night is not a good calling card or a good moment to talk about their defense, right? So it's here, it's there, it's not consistent enough, and it's certainly not like on brand of what they were to what led them to this point, right? To what led them to being the number 2 seed at one point.
How much do you worry, B. Scott, about the style of play that they just have to own and buy in for 4 quarters to win games? The physicality, the defense, the push, like how down the stretch and in the playoffs.
Yeah, so I don't think that it's necessarily all that sustainable in the playoffs if they don't have all these other things that we talked about, like an actual offensive identity, something that they feel like they can rely on. Absent of that, I don't feel like it is sustainable in the playoffs. I do think that it should be enough to get them to where they're trying to go, though. Like right now, they're the number 5 seed. Do you really feel like they're the 5th best team in the Western Conference? They got an argument for it because they're the 5th seed. Like numerically, they're the 5th seed.
Right now, they're certainly not playing as a top 5.
And I think if you look at the teams that are ahead of them, the 4 teams that are ahead of them, you could make honest arguments about them being ahead of them. And then the 2 teams that are directly behind them, Golden State, Minnesota, more proven teams, I think, and recently proven teams that I feel like you could make a case for them as well. So, like, I mean, look, should it be enough for them to tread water and at least be able to make the most out of what they've been so far, which is an overachiever, and be a top 4 or 5 seed? Yes. Is it, to your question, is it sustainable in the playoffs? Can they win with it? No, I think they need to absolutely be better than that.
Who are you getting a feel? And maybe it's not just one person. There's several, but being around the Rockets, being there and covering them the way you do, who do you get the feeling that they are looking to, I don't know, step up, looking to try to raise their level, get more out of, to kind of get them out of this funk, getting towards the playoffs?
Yeah, I think Amin Thompson is really the one who has emerged. And I think that Amin Thompson is the one that has emerged. But the guys, and I think I was saying this a little bit last week, but the guys that they're going with as their closers, as their main guys, for better and or worse, are Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green. And last night, Alperen Sengun had pretty good numbers. Jalen Green had an off night. They couldn't defend worth a damn, and it wasn't good enough. But sink or swim, right now, as the team is currently constructed, those are your 2 best players. Those are the guys that you're going to rely on at the end of games, and you need them to be consistently great if you're going to be successful.
See,
that's bottom line.
I love both of those guys, don't get me wrong, and I agree with your point, but Amin Thompson being aggressive and getting to the bucket is the best option for them to score points.
Well, he's in the starting line. That's why I mentioned him first. He's in the starting lineup now, despite the fact that Jabari Smith is back.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned him first because I feel like they probably would like for him to be more consistent. But their best players, the ones that have gotten them here, are Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green.
Sure.
And I think Amin Thompson fits into that mix as well. Honestly, that's their big 3. Like it's probably an underwhelming big 3 because they haven't pissed a drop, like they haven't done anything.
Yeah.
But that's it. Amin Thompson, Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun. You need them to be great. Only one of them was last night, and overall as a team, they weren't good enough.
We kind of talked about this, Brandon Scott, with this Rockets report a little bit earlier on the show. How many times has your expectation changed on this team, and where is it now?
It was an adjustment when they got out to the hot start and then eventually became a number 2 seed, and you're like, oh, well, wait a minute. Like, I know you said that you thought that maybe they could win a playoff series. Mine was a little bit different of just, hey, they could at least perhaps host a playoff series, right? Like, maybe they could win it. But, hell, if they're the 2 seed, they could be a top 4 seed. Now, that was before we knew exactly. Like, I wasn't factoring in the Lakers into the mix because I didn't know that Luka was going to be on the Lakers. And I didn't really think much about Golden State because I didn't think Jimmy Butler was going to be on Golden State and that they would look like they're looking.
Those 2 moves have really kind of changed things for the Rockets, too.
And then Minnesota was always lingering kind of in the background as well as an underachiever, but certainly a team that proved a lot last year with Anthony Edwards, So, and they made some changes over the offseason. But so it's a readjustment. I think a regression to the mean to where you're like, okay, I thought that this could be a top 6 or 7 team in the Western Conference this year. Looks like they're about a top 6 or 7 team in the Western Conference this year, despite the fact that at one point they had the number 2 seed. Now, that does not mean, and I want to be clear about this, that does not mean that it's okay to just wipe your hands with the 5th seed, the fact that you're the number 5 seed right now, and just because you got the Warriors behind you, just because you got the Minnesota Timberwolves behind you, and we concede that they're better than you, that it's okay that you continue to play the kind of basketball that you're playing and you allow them to surpass you. No, I think that the expectation still has to be that you make the most out of the overachievement that you've already accomplished, even if the reality is you're probably the 6th or 7th best team in the Western Conference.
Before we get you out of here, B. Scott, here of late, the last couple of games, we've started to see more Reed Sheppard. We've started to see more Cam Whitmore. Is this, hey, I know Clint had said this, they're getting tired and they're trying to maybe, I felt like they punted that OKC game. They're getting tired and they're just trying to kind of save some legs for some of these guys? Or are we potentially going to see those 2 guys in particular potentially get into the rotation?
I feel like that was mostly load management, and then credit to Reed Sheppard for showing something in the game that was load management. It's like, okay.
But he was getting some late minutes yesterday.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. But I think it was off the strength of what he did in, I don't want to say garbage time, but in a load management situation. I don't think, think about it. A lot of times you look at them, and Cam Whitmore doesn't even just have on the T-shirt warm-up. He's got on the full jumpsuit.
Like he know he ain't playing.
Yeah, where you got to zoom in. It's because like he was told something or he just doesn't expect to play. So, no, and especially once they get to the playoffs, man, those rotations are going to shrink even more. So, do they help them get through some load management through the end of the season? Sure. But are they going to be a part of the mix down the stretch? I doubt it.
Yeah, Reed shooting always gives them a chance, but I'm just curious on that. All right, B. Scott, you can check him out again. They put out, when's the next time you guys are doing an H-Town?
We'll record tomorrow. Tomorrow. So look at that. Look for that by Thursday.
Look for it. That's the next time. Twice a week, him and Adam Spolane. Wherever you get your podcast, Odyssey app. Obviously, you can get them there. 5 o'clock fire coming up. The Astros, they were off yesterday, but they played today. Hunter Brown extended more than he has all spring, and the big bat showed up. At least some of them showed up. Maybe we'll tell you more about that coming up next.
All right, look, if you're sitting there right now and you've been injured in an accident, right, car accident,
vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on account or in third party.
KIFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Rock and roll. Meow.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Sorry about that. Congratulations.
I felt that in my soul.
Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, and maybe Moneybags is back.
How you like it?
We'll see that. I'll take credit for pressuring him.
You motivated me.
I did. I know it. I know it.
I appreciate you for that.
One of my my leadership styles, one of the reasons why Parker hired, well, he didn't hire me, but one of the reasons why Parker has me in place, my leadership motivation skills right there, baby.
I would have had a perfect night if it wasn't for the damn hometown Rockets anyway.
Listen, don't make excuses. That's the one I told you I didn't like.
True.
But we'll get to that. Where he's going to make you a little bit more money now. Had a bad one, and then he turned back. He should have bet on his own team. We'll get to them a little bit later, so Tyler can get excited. But the latest is it is 5 o'clock, and the Astros back at it today. And Hunter Brown got the ball first. He went 2 in a third innings, 5 hits, 2 earned, 2 Ks, one walk. So he is deeper in waters, getting him building his arm up to get ready for the regular season. I think the big news out of today, though, is from the offensive side of the ball. Hey, I don't know if you saw the video of it. Saw Altuve make another running catch going towards the wall on the warning track, and he also went deep. There it is, and he also went deep. Hit him a homer. Jeremy Pena, who they need to kind of kick it into gear to be the Jeremy Pena from the playoffs. That'd be nice. He went deep, and Jake Myers. Old rake. Jake
with the rake.
Jake went deep today. How about that, Big Jake?
Jake from Rake Farm.
He's on base.
That's got real legs.
Two games in a row, Jake got on base.
Good.
The last one was a hit, but he got on base.
Can I
He's
tell?
on fire.
Can I tell? Hey, serious heart attack here. Can I tell y'all? It's enough about Jake. Can I tell y'all about how excited I am about Hunter Brown?
I want to get serious about Jake, but please.
I just like I expect like ace type stuff out of this dude. Not just coming like it's time. Like
you expect that type of 1-2 punch the Astros had when it was Verlander and Framber.
I think Framber Valdez is one of those guys that I think everybody in Major League Baseball has seen it before, so it's not going to wow anybody when he's doing his thing. But by I don't know, by a month and a half into the season, I'm talking what we get a month and a half, 4 or 5 starts. It's anything. I need Hunter Brown to be the talk of the town. Like this guy has arrived, and I just get a good when I hear him talk in the clubhouse, and it just seems like, dude. I mean, just oozes confidence and maturity, and the stuff that we've seen is obviously electric. We've seen that before. But I don't know. I think this is going to be the year where dude arrives and is absolute big time. Absolute.
We watched him at the end of the year. We talked about this. We watched him at the end of the year. He, for a sustained period, looked like he belonged exactly where he was.
I'm probably more excited about him than any Astro out there. At least one that Cam Smith excites the hell out of me. But I don't think he's going to be. I don't think they're going to give him a shot out of the gate. But Hunter's probably the one I'm most excited about watching this year.
Spillane said 0 chance on Cam Smith. 0.
It's just the way he says it.
Yeah.
Who, Adam?
And his
so smug.
His confidence is just so
matter of fact.
Now he's been right a lot. He told me we did a remote. He said Kyle Tucker, he's going to get traded.
Kyle Tucker's going to get traded.
Yeah, he's just going to get traded. Then it happened about a week and a half later. He was right there to let me know too.
He's there every day. He knows what the hell's going on.
What's going on? I do want to.
Did they leave him in West Palm Beach, by the way? I ain't seen Spo since.
No, he ain't missing. He ain't missing his flight.
No, I mean leave him on purpose.
You think leave him on purpose? I don't think so. I don't know. Might have. Hopefully for him, they did.
Leave his ass out.
Leave him out.
Become a Floridian for about a month.
And really have him roll out there every day. I did want to hit Jake, though. And I know we messed with Jake a little bit. I mean, they're going to need somebody and guys, probably multiple, for room to grow, to step up. And I'm not even saying, like, hey, I am saying have a career year. But when I say have a career year, that doesn't mean, like, he's got to go and turn into Yainer Diaz next year.
It feels huge.
If this is somebody to where it's like, hey, he's bringing something. There's a little pop. It's not just as you said earlier that sometimes defeated look at the plate. Sometimes if he can be can he be Dubon like? Where it's not like with Dubon, it's not like Dubon is for the most part one of the best hitters in baseball or something or crazy like that. But like we got to get past like the 213 and the strokes. But there is clearly room for that to improve.
Oh, there's room. I just don't think like it's. I'll be honest with you. Like when I see that defeated look for an extended period of time, the way I've seen it, I don't know that we ever get like that's why I'm so adamant about it. Like that is as bad a sign as you can see in a pro athlete, in any athlete, but in this instance, a pro athlete. I think what we got from Jake last year is what you're gonna get. Or where he is nails and he's happier than a kid in a candy store, and then there's gonna be several months where it's just that defeated, I'm lost at the plate look.
I screwed it up.
I think that's who we're gonna get out of Jake.
Like, is there any
and bronze and above glove work?
Is there any chance that he's like 240, 250?
I mean,
15 homers.
With the way Dana Brown and the Astros seem to love him and what he brings for them in the outfield and at the plate, I would sure as hell hope there's at least a freaking chance.
I don't think there's an at the plate, but yeah, I mean, can he? I mean, just be.
They love this guy.
They do.
And none of us obviously are rooting against him. This is a Houston Astro. We like Jake. We just don't like him whenever he sucks. So just get it done,
I thought
young
he was
blood.
Say, we just don't like him as a baseball player.
No, I'm sure he's a great guy.
5 o'clock fire.
113 years of Aggie basketball, and for the first time ever, Texas A&M will knock off number one.
Yeah.
83-72 is the final. First ever win against the AP number one team in program history. Buzz Williams at Texas A&M knock off number one Auburn. What a
Southern
night in college basketball. And what a finish we have coming down the home stretch of the SEC.
Listen, I'm happy for you. I received multiple texts as this was heading to it. There were a lot of things on TV last night that
ring, baby,
that caught my attention. But Tyler was on the game, was so good, and then number one goes down. And listen, congratulations, Buzz. I love Buzz. I think he's a great coach. I've always said if Bill Self were to leave, that's somebody I'd be interested in them
Back
going.
off.
I'm just saying, listen, if Kansas wanted to get Buzz, I'm telling you he would go. But
he's found his home.
But no, man, it was a good win. Taylor's back. He has been injured at times for A&M, and what did he have last night? 16 last night.
Mm-hmm.
A big win. One thing for me is that guy's got to pick it up.
Wade Taylor?
No, that announcer.
Yeah, I thought the same, dude.
Did that sound like Texas A&M just beat the number one team in the country?
I feel like he was reacting though to Buzz's plea to the 12th man at Reed Arena not to rush the court.
You got to get that.
He still was weak though.
That was Al Michaels like, to be honest with you on that call. But listen, A&M is a good team. They've got a player in Wade Taylor that can take over games. They damn near had Houston on the ropes last year. They had them on the ropes last year and almost won that game in the second round of the tournament. They've just proven they can go beat the number one team in the country. So that's a good confidence builder for A&M. And Auburn, they're fine. They're a really good team. That young man, I love Broom. He is a hair. He's got these braids. He's got these braids, but they're starting back here. But he has smartly kept the hair in front so it doesn't look as bad.
Smart.
Yeah, he needs to let Father Time take over and beat that thing.
Just take it off, huh?
Yeah, just take it off. But I mean, you can't do it now. You got to wait. Somebody texted, "Give me a break." No, man, let him live. All right, sorry. Texas got a big win last night against Mississippi State.
I mean,
they needed that quad.
Auburn's winning the whole thing, right?
Not if the Aggies have anything to say about it, Clint.
Well, I'm sorry.
I like Auburn. I think they're tougher.
Tigers,
they're tougher than
Eagles,
Duke.
Whatever they are.
They've got a couple of guys. They got a kid, that Pettiford kid. That kid is fearless. That dude, they're really
got
nice.
They got some DN tight end looking dudes down there in mature fellas down there in the paint too. That I don't know how many colleges are bringing that to the table.
You something now. Duke is good. Duke is the most talented team, and Cooper Flagg is really good. But I would lean towards Auburn. How many Red Bulls? How many energy drinks you think Bruce Pearl takes on? He looks like
3 to 4 a day,
and he looks like he drinks different flavors, like different type of them. I think he drinks the.
Probably got a mini fridge in his coach's office.
Bruce is wound tight now.
Well, I mean, wound, man.
That damn polo he wears is tight on them traps.
Whenever he walks.
High blood pressure.
Because he's always walking like he's got to get somewhere.
Yeah.
Whenever he walks, the music I hear, whatever the score was in the movie Speed. Whenever something big time was happening in the movie Speed, I was like, dun, 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 dun. That's the only time I hear every time I see him walking real hard. That's the music I hear in my head every time I see Bruce Pearl walking.
He's been in the weight room now. He does some shrugs.
Yeah, he did. He was able to shake off that texting situation that got him at show cause for 4 years.
Hey, last thing before we move on here with this Aggie game, not going to be facetious in all seriousness. Very cool last night, not only for the Aggies to get their first ever program win over a number one, but they did it on senior night at Reed Arena in College Station, and Wade Taylor's jersey was hung in the rafters, only the second Aggie up there joining AC Law, so pretty neat stuff.
Good for them. Good for them, man. That was a good win for them. They should have some real momentum going in the tournament.
Gig 'em!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some news, NFL, some contract things. Let's start with Max Crosby. Max Crosby of the Raiders signs a 3-year extension, and this is a record for non-quarterbacks. 3 years, $106.5 million. Max Crosby. Dude, I know this probably happens all the time. This was probably happening when you played as well. There are so many great defensive players in the league that sometimes, like if you started rolling great, do you think Max Crosby comes like really, really quick?
No.
But I think he is. But right. I don't like
Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons, Bosa's, and
Chris Jones probably.
Yeah.
But he
should be. I just think that it's. I don't know why, but he's down the list of people.
He's got personality. Yeah. But it is weird. But there's so many.
Organization ain't won nothing.
Yeah. There's so many great, and he is one of the. He routinely is the guy that gets double teamed over there, and he is really, really good. So he's making more than all of those guys at this point. And then the other news, Dak Prescott. They restructured his deal. So yesterday the Cowboys restructured CeeDee Lamb's deal, and now today they've restructured Dak's deal. But Jerry said he's still not promising free agent moves, even after restructuring the deal to save.
What's your point?
To save all kinds of money, and they have.
Jerry just knows what's going to take headlines, man.
They have just created over $56 million of cap space in the last 2 years.
He's not going to hit free agency.
I don't have time to have a bad
Jerry
time.
said he's not promising free agent moves.
Gonna re-sign his own guys, I guess.
Is that what he gonna do?
Yeah,
he got enough of those.
He got 25 some odd free agents. I guess he's gonna go get them.
I guess it's all going to Mike.
Jerry better sign a running back, or people in Dallas going to boycott,
or at least draft one.
Go back all.
Yeah. It's all in, baby. There it is. What the hell you create $56 million for if you ain't go?
Just see if he could.
Gonna really make sure he has enough to pay his draft picks, I guess, is what he's gonna do. All right, coming up. Many of you really like this move of DK Metcalf. We'll let you hear the latest. He's requested a trade. We'll let you hear the latest on that, and then discuss what that move really looks like. That's coming up.
All right, y'all. Orchard has changed the home sale.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as The Drive continues. Ian Rappaport spoke about this earlier today. And receivers either be given permission to find a trade partner, have now requested trades, have been released, and are going to be available. The latest, DK Metcalf. Here is the report from Ian Rappaport. Jordan Schultz is not close.
That's right, another situation that has been bubbling for the last several weeks. DK Metcalf has requested a trade from Seattle. He had a meeting this morning with Seattle brass, discussed the trade request. The team has acknowledged it and essentially said, you are allowed to explore it, and they will do some exploring as well. It is not a great free agent class at the receiver position. It is not a great receiver class in the draft. Players like DK Metcalf, I would say similar to Deebo Samuel, when they become available and there's just not a lot of other players where teams can improve upon the roster with, these guys become coveted. I expect there to be significant interest in DK Metcalf. We'll see if Seattle gets enough interest to do a trade. This is really one of the best receivers in the NFL. The fact that he's become available, I can assure you, teams have noticed.
All right, so DK Metcalf becomes the latest. And when I say the latest, right, there are a lot. There's DK Metcalf now. We saw Deebo Samuel go pretty quick. Devante Adams, who we talked about yesterday, is available. Keenan Allen is available. Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins. We've talked about Diggs a lot. Tyler Lockett, his teammate in Seattle, they've released him as an option. Chris Godwin in Tampa, coming off that really bad knee injury he had late in the season. Deontay Johnson is available. There are Cooper Kupp. Is available. Partner, not even permission. Hell, he said he didn't want to leave LA, but it seems like they are ready to move past things with Cooper Kupp. DK Metcalf, let's look at him, Clint. Where does he fit to you, and how much does he fit in your eyes with the Texans and what they want to do?
I mean, this is a number one receiver. I mean, I think he fits. I think he fits with any team that is wide receiver needy. And in today's game, you can't have enough of these kind of guys. And if you've got the cap space, if you've got the draft capital, if you've got the energy and effort to make it happen, I mean, this guy fitting in your system to me is not a problem. I mean, you've got there's several trains of thought when it comes to kind of how you build out your wide receiver crew, your wide receiver staff, and if you will. And I think you can work around a DK Metcalf just as well as you can work around a Nico Collins any day of the week. To me, this is one of do the Texans want to give up the draft capital to get this caliber player? If last year it took a 2 to get Diggs, which you immediately turned it into a 1-year deal, it took a 2. They gave you Diggs a 5 and a 6. I think is what it was.
Took a 5 to get Deebo Samuel this year.
Took a 5 to get Deebo. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is going to be significant draft capital. When I say significant, it's going to be I would think this is a 2.
I wonder, because that would be a huge gap between him and Deebo Samuel. From a 2 and a 5, that'd be a
yeah. I mean, there's a huge gap between Diggs last year and Deebo this year. Like it doesn't add up. I mean, if it's cheaper than that, Ron, I don't know how teams, especially teams that are in like win now mode, like in okay, we got to take the next step. Like this is the kind of guy that can change the dynamic for you in terms of whether you win 10 games in one playoff game, or you get to an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. This is a caliber guy that can move the needle like that.
Walk me through how that would look offensively with this team, because like you just don't. I said this earlier. There's just not a lot of examples of 6'4", 225, in Nico's case 235 pound guys, both on the field consistently together that run similar routes, right?
Yeah.
Like you see it. Hey, you got Jamar Chase, 6 foot, with T. Higgins, who's more of the boundary, big body, throw up guy, runs different kind of routes. You see more you see more Chase moving around more. You see that a lot in the Randy and Wes Welker, whatever. Here, Nico Collins, the boundary guy, and Tank. Or how that would look on this team.
Well, I think you put each one of them as an outside receiver. I don't care which side you put it on, and you ride with it. And now you, again, much like Devante Adams, where you've got 2 outside receivers, and you just say, hey, man, I dare you to drop a safety down out of the middle and not keep 2 safeties on the roof. And if you do, I got 2 guys that can beat you over the top that are big-bodied receivers, that are man-beaten type receivers, and you're going to have problems. So I don't think it's as difficult as one would think. If we do want to go the route of trying to explain, like, what do you do, and like DK Metcalf is more limited. Like I think Nico is more of a polished route runner than we give him credit for. Like if it has to go the route of who plays where and establishing those positions, and not just, hey, you go to the left of the quarterback, you go to the right of the quarterback. There's no strong, there's no weak, there's no field, there's no boundary. We're just going to play 2 big-bodied receivers that are 4-4 guys and play football and run mirrored routes if you have to. Do whatever you want to do, but you've got 2 big-bodied guys outside. If you needed to be more like what Bobby Slowick was last year, and you needed to have a legitimate boundary guy, then I would say DK Metcalf is more that guy, and then Nico becomes a guy that you can move around, a guy that you can use in multiple positions. That's the way I would see that thing working out which Nico has proven he can do, and hell, that may be the best Nico that we've seen in terms of being able to move around and change positions and formations, catch the ball out of the backfield, and do different things like that. That may be the best version of Nico. So I would say if you would go to the boundary guy, and Nico would become more of a move all-around guy.
Yeah. I wonder how much they view that as what they want to see, the Texans. Even depending on what offense it may be, it seems like they would probably want another guy that is, in and out of breaks quick, somebody that's
they would definitely be
guy to do that stuff. As to we've got 2 guys sitting outside, running go routes or running quick slants.
Well, there's no doubt. To your point, Ron. Like they're going to need a twitchy guy inside. Now, whether it's somebody they draft or somebody that they could sign, a Christian Kirk type guy. That they could sign, and now that would be 2 hellacious signs: DK Metcalf and Christian Kirk. Now that's moving the needle big time. But the point is like, they're definitely put on top of it. Again, Dalton Schultz is not that twitchy or tight end. That's a mismatch inside. I don't think he's that guy anymore. And so you definitely need that smaller, twitchier slot type receiver that can create that mismatch. Just DK Metcalf is not that guy, and Nico wouldn't be that guy either.
Yeah, someone texted in and said, you don't think the Bengals would want another Jamar Chase if that one existed. I think Jamar Chase Jamar Chase can do absolutely anything.
Yeah, it's a freak
on the field.
It's a different, right? That's a different animal there.
We've seen Nico at times do that. Be the move guy consistently.
Yeah.
And to get in and out of its breaks really quick, to be right there for the ball at times, to be the first option in that point, or to have him running different routes where maybe he's not down the field as much and he's running more routes that are inside. That's different. Hell, you have 2 Jamar Chases, you could run any route.
Well, there's not 2 Jamar Chases in the league, but
style.
To keep to the Bengals' take, it would be. I think DK would be your T. Higgins, and Nico would be your more like your Jamar Chase. Now you've got to find somebody to be that Boyd, that receiver in the slot that can, as you're talking about, can take advantage of that mismatch, a little twitchier, a little more change of direction type guy. Mechie, I think, would be has a good candidate for that. You could draft that. I think you could find that. You could probably find that with those 2 guys outside. You could find a guy that could play that slot spot and give him some big time advantage right out of the gate.
Yeah. No, I'll say this: I don't think there's a chance they go that route.
I don't either.
Devante Adams, I've seen him proven that cat's one of the best route runners we've ever seen in this era, and he can run anything and complement any of that. So that feels different. This feels like that's not how they want to construct the offense. It feels a little bit different. All right, coming up, we'll see if T-Mill can stay on the hot streak and win some money. And are you jealous? Do you have We'll discuss that coming up.
What if I'm having trouble with my downstairs, Ron?
Well, if you're having trouble with your downstairs and that downstairs is your junk.
hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need air. You can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What up? Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday. Should be a fun time. Who's performing tonight at Rodeo?
Ooh, let me look.
That'd be Riley Green.
Is it Riley Green? All right, Riley Green, not familiar, but anybody getting out there, have a good time, enjoy yourself?
I think Riley Green may have picked up where Morgan Wallen left off with Meg.
Mega Baloney or whatever her name is.
Megan Maroney is her name, and I think word on the street is that Riley Green and her been Maronian. You know what I mean?
Bumped uglies.
Ben Maronian. That's
Meg Maroney.
That's what you came up with.
Yeah,
Ben Maronian.
Sounded good.
Probably with that bedazzled guitar.
There you go.
Maronian and Ring Around the Rosian.
Yeah, they are.
Rumors have swirled about a possible romance, man, between the two.
Which means sex.
I'm sure I bet, gentlemen.
Well, he's one of them, he's one of them old boys that I think the ladies are loving to see these days, you know. Well-built old boy.
See, built like Luke Bryan?
Good-looking old boy. I find it hard to believe you get him and old Meg Maroney together. They're just going to be chit-chatting. I'll put it to you that way.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this fella.
Is this fella one of the fellas we discussed that maybe has a jeans deal in his future?
Yes.
Got a big ass.
This guy, this is the fella with the stash and everything.
That's him right there. That's Riley Green. Yep.
You got a little tickler on that top lip, huh?
He's got a.
He's pulling off the mustache a little better than most.
He's got a dead caterpillar up there.
A fuzzy caterpillar up on his top lip.
I look at this guy. He looks like he'd make her wait.
Ain't no way in hell.
I'm looking at him, Brian.
Wait till play an interview and listen to him talk.
Think he's T-bowing her?
I think he's yep, perfect. Look at him with that hat. He looks like a fella in his eyes. He's like, I'm making you wait because I can.
Here's what you got to do. You got to listen to him talk, right? Let me get a good video. Listen to him talk.
Let me get Megan. I didn't get her.
And then you get Megan coming clean about her and Morgan Wallen and kind of how all that was going down. She makes it very clear. No, we were never dating. No, we were never dating. No, not that.
Just popping it.
Yeah. And then you put those two together and you go, yeah. They may not be dating, but there's been an exchange there.
I think he's hitting her with it. Not yet.
Okay.
Making her wait. Not yet. Not yet. Good for him.
Making her really anticipate that evening.
I believe, yep. Not yet. All right, coming up.
It's going to be interesting how Riley Green pulls off the rodeo, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He don't normally play nothing this big, does he?
No. I wouldn't think. My sister-in-law is a huge fan. She's going tonight. And the ladies love him. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know. From a hit perspective, I just don't know how he feels. I don't know how he feels an hour and 15, hour and a half, whatever the run is there. I don't know how he does that without paying a few that some folks don't know.
Megan appears to have jealous eyes. That's probably something that went down with Morgan.
And they're probably going to become hungry eyes the longer he makes her wait, you know?
You're on. Yep. And I think she's probably thinking, what's going on here? Look at me.
Yes.
I mean, why are you making me wait here?
Never had this problem before.
Give me this BS about trying to wait till we're together.
It's horse.
What's her name?
Allie.
Boys, y'all know this ain't happening.
It is.
Mega Maroney.
I like the backstory.
Wants the baloney.
Please stop. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets.
The meat.
Please stop. Somebody said, I think Riley's been to a men's clinic and shit's trying to wait till he get his dosage. Well, if Riley's been to Mid's clinic,
that'd be a shame. If
Riley
Green,
he
ain't waiting on nothing, is he?
Not that long. He'll get it down to you.
Megan ain't waiting on nothing.
They got that thing. They got that thing to New Mexico quick.
Yeah, girl.
They got clients in New Mexico that get it in a day.
Hawk to it. Spit on that thing.
Stop, man. And she's probably broke out all her moves, and Riley is not bugged.
Oh yeah,
he's that damn good. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets to try to make you some more money. Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. I'm sure they're not going to be talking about Megan Maroney and Riley Green.
No chance.
No, they will be talking about.
They should, though. They should share their thoughts.
Nico Collins. And we didn't really bring this up. Dare Ogunbowale signed him to a 1-year extension. They'll talk about that. We didn't bring that up because I had no care to. Congratulations, Dare, but.
Is that my boy Ron?
This for me, man.
I'm gonna save my Dare Ogunbowale for tomorrow, I guess.
Oh, please, that's good. Write that up.
1 year, $2 million.
The way that you're saying it is the only way that I want to talk about Dare Ogunbowale in a topic. The way that you're saying it. All right, but they'll talk about Dare. So hey, you might get some more out of that. Area 45, 7-11. Bijani, I already saw Creighton back there eating strawberries, and
that fruit, huh?
And Chris Santiago, that's coming up next. All right, do you like what the Bears did?
Hell yes, do I like what the Bears did? Hell yes, absolutely.
They are not playing around. The aggressiveness in which they are going to go get in 23 hours. They said, bam, we're going to try to fix this O-line situation.
Yeah, and teams that their quarterback got hit as much as ours here in Houston or theirs there in Chicago, that's the sense of urgency. That's the level of urgency that you should show in protecting your young quarterback and giving your offense a chance, right? You can go sign DK Metcalf, Devante Adams, Christian Kirk. Yeah. You can sign all of them you want. If you can't protect your quarterback, you ain't got a damn chance. And the Chicago Bears – in fact, you can argue the Texans obviously have won more games of late, but you can argue that there are a lot of similarities between the Texans and the Bears. They defensive-minded head coach before Ben Johnson, focused on the defense, built the defense up, got a young quarterback, can't protect him, surrounded him with a bunch of receivers, still couldn't protect him kind of deal, still didn't have answers. And now this offseason, your number one priority is to figure out a way to protect your quarterback. And the Chicago Bears go out and sign a trade for Jonah Jackson with a 6th-round pick. Now, a nice little contract comes with him, but Jonah Jackson was a Pro Bowl player with Detroit a year ago. And then they turn around, and like you said, within 24 hours, they trade for Joe Thuney, who is one of the best
four-time All-Pro, maybe at Hall of Fame.
One of the best offensive linemen available in the league. I did not know he was available, but now for a 4th-round pick to the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears have damn sure shored up their 2 guard positions, and they're going to protect their quarterback significantly better because of it. Joe Thuney is one for me that, again, if I were D'Amico Ryans and Joe Thuney was on the trade block, I would have blew up my current offensive line to make it happen.
4th-round pick, and they're paying $16 million.
I'd have Laramie Tunsil to Kansas City for Joe Thuney. I'd have done that. That's the move that piece I would bring in, and for 2 years I'd find a way for 2 or 3 years, however long he wants to play, to build my offensive line around Joe Thuney.
But the other part is, even if you don't want to, even if it's like, all right, well, maybe we don't want to blow up the Laramie Tunsil thing, which I told you I think they should get out of the business. But if you weren't going to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, because Chicago didn't send anybody else the other way, they just sent a pick.
Right.
If you're going to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, what we talked about is you need somebody who has got a bigger voice or somebody that's got a voice in which other guys may follow. On that offensive line, Joe Thuney's the best offensive lineman on the team. Joe Thuney's a 4-time All-Pro. Laramie's never been an All-Pro. Joe Thuney is a 4-time champion. Joe Thuney would become as big a voice on that if he wanted it, and I believe he does, as we've heard about his influence on Creed Humphrey, their center, and Trey Smith. That would then push off into a ability where you because Joe could be the lead piece up there. That would have made me feel better about keeping Laramie Tunsil if they went that way.
Well, look, you're right. The point there is Laramie Tunsil, no Laramie Tunsil. This was a move that I would have loved for the Texans to make. The familiarity with Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, and Nick Caserio, the general manager. You got to believe they knew that Joe Thuney was on the block, and the thought there was no Texans tie there too is interesting. So, but yeah, I mean, overall, look, there's a lot of time left. There's a lot of prospects out there, if you will, free agents, and obviously there's some guys we don't know about that are trade bait, or trade a bull, I guess is the right way to say it. So maybe the Texans kick this thing into high gear and make it happen, but I would feel a lot more comfortable right now with the Texans moving forward if they had done in the last 24 hours what the Bears just accomplished. Yes.
All right, Tyler, you 4 for 5 last night.
Hell
what you got tonight? Go ahead, build on it, folks.
Yes,
Listen up.
sir. Let's keep it going and maybe get a heater started here. 5 NBA bets for best bets tonight on a Wednesday. I'm going to list them real quick. Go to my Twitter if you need to look back at any at T-Mill Real Deal. First, Bucks -9 as they take on the Dallas Mavericks. Then I got 2 unders for you. Jazz at Wizards under 229 tonight. And then Thunder at Grizzlies under 253.
Like that. 2 of the best defensive teams in the game. They do get up, but I like that.
Yeah, and that's a big-ass number. And then 2 player props real quick. Under 8.5 rebounds tonight. And then Klay Thompson, a.k.a. Chris Santiago from Area 45 with the Mavericks over 3.5 rebounds for Klay tonight. That's it.
There you go. Follow T-Mill. You can find all of those bets to win a little money tonight. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to B. Scott, who joined the show. I am Ron, the show, as always,